Chapter 76, Akatsuki. Konoha, Year 40, April. Mount Maiboku. This place was characterized by towering trees, unbelievably large stone statues, and colossal mushrooms. The air was filled with the continuous sounds of frogs and insects, giving it an invigorating sense of vitality. Minato, I'm going to share some insights about Sage Mode with you, declared Fukasaku, one of the two great sages of Mount Maiboku, to the blonde young man seated before him. This young man was Namikaze Minato, a Konoha ninja and a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sunin. As part of his contract with Mount Maiboku, he had the option to practice Sage Mo, which were more powerful than regular ninjutsu. Minato had long desired the secrets of Sage Mode, so when he heard Fukasaku speak, he took it with the utmost seriousness. Yes. Sage Mode, in essence, involved blending your chakra with the natural energy absorbed from the environment. This forms a distinct chakra system for Sage Mode. Once mastered, these arts can enhance your genjutsu, ninjutsu, and taijutsu several-fold, even tenfold or more. You're familiar with natural energy, right? Yes, my sensei, Jiraiya, has already educated me on natural energy, replied Minato. That's good. To practice Sage Mode, you'll need to learn to sense natural energy. However, don't underestimate this ability. Some individuals struggle to reach the first stage of natural energy perception even after a decade or more. For humans, sensing natural energy is a difficult task. Fukasaku acknowledged Minato's exceptional talent, but he was aware that over 95% of humans who sought Sage Mo at Mount Maiboku throughout history had failed. So, this is to say Fukasaku-sama, mastering Sage Mode is both challenging and demanding. Minato inquired. Exactly. That's why humans who come to Mount Maiboku to practice Sage Mode often receive some aid. This, for instance, is toad oil. Applying it to your body will heighten your ability to sense natural energy, Fukasaku explained, gesturing towards a nearby pool of oil. I understand. Minato eagerly anticipated beginning his journey into the practice of sage art. By the way, Fukasaku-sama, where is Jiraiya-sensei? I haven't seen anyone else since I arrived, Minato inquired, recollecting his mentor's whereabouts. Jiraiya? He went to see the Toad Sage. Fukasaku responded to Minato's question. Jiraiya, despite having trained in Sage Mode for many years, was still in the initial stages, capable of only sensing natural energy. Even at this stage, his perception of natural energy was inconsistent. To be frank, Fukasaku was considering giving up on Jiraiya, as he viewed him as a less capable disciple due to his lackluster progress and limited talent. Fortunately, he had taken on a more gifted pupil in Minato. Fukasaku believed that with Minato's aptitude, the odds of successfully mastering Sage Mode would be significantly higher than with Master Jiraiya. Moreover, Minato was a dedicated individual, unlikely to lose focus on crucial training. Is it the Great Toad Sage? Minato looked at the imposing structure in the distance. His mentor, Jiraiya, was also there, conversing with the Great Toad Sage, the ruler of Mount Maiboku. A few years ago, the Toad Sage made a prophecy about the future of the ninja world. Although Jiraiya appeared confident at the time, he has grown quite impatient recently, Fukasaku divulged. The prophecy concerned a significant event involving the entire ninja world, and Konoha could not escape its repercussions. For Jiraiya, Konoha was a village more valuable than his own life and was in need of protection. He was resolute in preventing that bleak future from becoming a reality. Fukasaku, who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, remained well informed about global matters. Wisely, Minato refrained from inquiring about the prophecy. It was too early for him to be privy to such information. Even if he asked, Fukasaku might not necessarily divulge it. For the moment, Minato's purpose in coming to Mount Maiboku was to make contact with the first stage of Sage Mode, in preparation for mastering perfect Sage Mode in the future. The land of rain. Rain poured like a river, masking the world's turmoil. A group of individuals trudged through the curtain of rain, their ears filled only with the ceaseless downpour and the icy chill it brought. They passed by a long-abandoned village, where lifeless forms lay strewn along the road. Men, women, elderly, and children, all abandoned, either starving or frozen. Thin, emaciated wild dogs had gathered around, nibbling at the corpses, only to whine softly and slump over. Who had destroyed this village and why? The truth had long faded into obscurity, as in the land of rain, such cruelties unfolded with tragic regularity. It could have been passing shinobi from a major nation, wandering mercenaries, or common bandits. The possibilities were numerous. Investigations into the truth often yielded nothing more than these frustratingly vague answers. No matter how you look at it, this place seems like a living hell, one among them commented. As they journeyed through various locales within the country, the prevailing impression was that of a beleaguered economy, internal strife, rampant lawlessness, and a populace displaced and disheartened. Desperation. Cries. Pain. Sorrow. Like an unstoppable virus, these afflictions ravaged the land, ruthlessly harvesting lives. There's no way. Even after 6 or 7 years of war, a small country like this can't seem to recover. In fact, the chaos has not diminished at all, another person observed. The little guy oppressed beneath the might of larger nations, laid bare and defenseless, a third person added with a wistful smile. Many years ago, they, too, had been natives of this country. Truth be told, even as former inhabitants of this land, they loathed it and its systemic flaws. Here, conflict, strife, theft, and death played out daily. By the way, what are the objectives that brought us here? One of them inquired. Akatsuki, another answered. Ah, the budding organization that's been making waves lately in the land of rain. I hear they seek to liberate this land and bring genuine peace, one of them remarked with admiration. They may be naive newcomers, but they're young people with lofty dreams. They underestimate the brutality of the ninja world, but regardless, their determination is commendable, and their dreams are noble. The leader has instructed us to integrate Akatsuki into our organization, their leader stated. The leader, though not bearing a forehead protector, possessed piercing eyes that could see beyond the rain's veil, and he had spotted there whoever they were looking for not far ahead. They continued onward, traversing the forsaken village, which resembled a purgatory on earth, and ascended towards the barren mountaintop using a path hewn into the mountainside. Hooded figures, their heads cloaked in straw hats to shield against the rain and wind, marched forward, their eyes the only exposed features. I've located them, their leader confirmed. Let's hurry and complete the mission. The organization is in dire need of fresh recruits. After Akatsuki, there are others to recruit, he declared. Upon reaching the mountainside, they discovered a cave where several figures had gathered, taking refuge from the relentless rain. They belonged to an organization called Akatsuki, founded 2 years prior in the land of rain. Its members consisted primarily of young individuals in their teens and 20s. Within the organization, these young dreamers spoke freely of their hopes for the future, aspiring to transform their besieged nation and usher in lasting peace. However, bringing an end to the dangerous conflicts born of war was far from simple. Even Hanzo, a prominent figure in Omegakure, had not accomplished such a feat. Because the opening battlefield of the Second Ninja World War was set in the land of rain, the domestic economy had not recovered so far, and it is even more serious than a few years ago. In addition to these broader concerns, they also need to consider living problems and solve basic food and clothing. Their resolve to transform the nation into a better place demanded that they set a virtuous example by refraining from violence, plunder, and pillaging. Hence, their efforts primarily focused on aiding the citizens of the land of rain, though the economic conditions were dire. Often, their remuneration amounted to no more than a few morsels of food. But Akatsuki did not refuse. They accepted the meager pay for their arduous labor, taking on the most challenging tasks, their aim being to bring some warmth and light to a nation shrouded in darkness. Yahiko, we're out of supplies. When will we receive our next mission? One of Akatsuki's members lamented to their leader, a teenager. All of you, listen closely. A true ninja must learn not only to endure pain but also to endure hunger. What's a little hunger anyway? Just look at me, I'm not hungry at all, Yahiko proclaimed. As he spoke, Yahiko's stomach growled louder than the others, causing his face to flush. His fellow comrades burst into laughter, dispelling much of the somber atmosphere. They weren't truly desperate. After all, the founding days of Akatsuki were much harsher than this. At least they possessed a skill, had earned a reputation, and could contribute more to their nation. They all believed that one day, the rain would give way to sunshine. That day, they thought, would come. The country would bask in light. This unwavering belief had taught them resilience and patience, instilling in them the strength to endure the storms and overcome the odds. They were determined to resonate with the world and bring about genuine change in their impoverished nation. They yearned to see the people cease to be numb, no longer suffering, no longer in tears. Just a little hungry. Instantly, the sounds of growling stomachs resonated throughout the cave. Brothers Yahiko's got it right. Ninjas have to endure all sorts of things, so why fuss over a little hunger? Exactly. The rest of the group chimed in, their camaraderie dispelling the gloom. A girl with adorable blue hair, engrossed in folding origami, gazed at her friends who were putting on brave smiles and joined in the laughter. Sitting quietly in a corner, a somewhat unattractive red-haired boy also found himself genuinely smiling. Their mission was not just a dream, it was a life's purpose. No matter how poor or wretched their homeland, it was still their beloved country. They would never abandon it. No matter how harsh the days, they believed they would eventually come to an end. As they bantered and shared stories, the sound of approaching footsteps reverberated in the cave. Akatsuki's ninjas all turned serious, their attention fixed on the entrance. Whoever had managed to sneak up so close without detection was no ordinary adversary, or, perhaps, they had intentionally revealed their presence. The newcomers possessed considerable power. 5 figures stood at the cave entrance, their forms draped in rain-soaked cloaks and bamboo hats, leaving only their eyes visible as they observed the Akatsuki within. "Who are you?" Yahiko, the leader, spoke up, displaying a warm smile that didn't betray any hostility despite the stranger's strange aura. "Are you the leader of Akatsuki?" inquired the leader of the 5, his voice soft. He removed his hat, revealing an unfamiliar face, roughly 30 years of age, with white hair that looked prematurely withered. "Yes, I'm Yahiko, the leader of Akatsuki," replied Yahiko, scrutinizing the white-haired ninja. There was no discernible aura about him, and he concealed his strength expertly. "Powerful. Pleased to meet you," the white-haired ninja said with a friendly smile, extending his hand. Yahiko hesitated for a moment before smiling and shaking the offered hand. "Though it might sound a bit odd, may I ask who you are?" "Just call me Bugman." Bugman, a peculiar moniker, left Yahiko uncertain whether to take offense. "Did Bugman-san come here for something specific?" Yahiko inquired. "Yes, we wish to gain your power," Bugman stated directly, his eyes serious and hiding nothing. Yahiko and the other Akatsuki members were left dumbfounded. "Do you mean?" asked one of the Akatsuki ninjas, wearing a confused expression. "The 5 of us belong to an organization. Our leader has taken a keen interest in Akatsuki after hearing about your activities in the Land of Rain. We invite you to join our organization." Following a moment of silence, Yahiko shook his head, politely smiling. "I'm sorry, but we have no intention of joining any other organizations." The other Akatsuki members nodded in agreement, echoing Yahiko's sentiments. Merely spoken words weren't enough for them to join an organization about which they knew next to nothing. The situation reeked of abnormality. "Aren't you interested in hearing our terms?" Bugman didn't expect Akatsuki to submit so easily. "Terms? Yes. Our leader understands your desire to transform this impoverished country. He's willing to provide you with weapons, food, and even assist in pacifying the chaos here. What would we have to give in return?" Yahiko inquired. "Given that our organization's base isn't located in the Land of Rain, upon joining, you'd need to temporarily leave the country. Later, you'd return at the appropriate time to reform the country. At that point, you'd have access to the organization's armed forces, provisions, and additional resources." "I can guarantee that," Bugman clarified. Bugman adopted a business-like demeanor, devoid of personal sentiment. He sought to convey the essence of their leader's directives. As determined as their resolve was, Yahiko and the others were resolute in their rejection. "As appealing as your offer sounds, we must decline. We will not abandon our homeland. It's not a matter of abandoning the Land of Rain. It's about joining our organization to acquire advanced knowledge and critical perspectives. Later, you can return to this impoverished country and effect change with the skills you've learned," Bugman explained. "It amounts to the same thing: abandonment. Our country needs us now more than ever, and we won't leave," Yahiko asserted firmly, keeping his gaze locked on Bugman. After a minute of tense silence, Bugman sighed and gave a wry smile. "Very well, everyone has their own aspirations, and we won't force you. Consider these as a token of goodwill." With that, he produced a scroll and placed it on the ground. "What's this?" Yahiko inquired. "It contains provisions and winter supplies. I understand you might be reluctant to accept charity from others, but remember, this isn't charity. It's not drawn from our organization's funds, it's my personal contribution to your cause." Yahiko looked at Bugman in astonishment. Bugman peered at the rainstorm outside and sighed. I was once a citizen of this country, but I also belong to the organization. I can't afford to be sentimental. This isn't charity, it's simply a gift to my homeland, a small token of appreciation. The expressions of Yahiko and his companions shifted slightly. Yahiko stepped forward, suggesting, if that's the case, Akira, join us, and let's change this country together. His words prompted the four other figures, including Bugman, to look at Yahiko with eyes that conveyed rejection. After a moment of contemplation, Bugman stated, your ideals are admirable, but I'm skeptical of your ability to change this country. You haven't grasped the heart of the matter yet. Let's leave it here. We have other tasks to attend to. With that, Bugman turned to depart. Hold on. Yahiko stopped him. What else do you need? Bugman inquired. Who is your leader? Yahiko inquired earnestly. Bugman paused, offering a smile as he replied, I can't reveal the real name. If you ever meet our leader, just address him as Doctor. Having said this, he left with his four companions, leaving behind a group of bewildered Akatsuki members. Doctor? Who could that be? In the ninja world, there was no record of such a figure. A code name, perhaps? Yahiko mused, stroking his chin. Evidently, this wasn't a personal name, it was likely an alias within their organization. Yahiko reached for the scroll that Insect Man had left behind, and the rest of Akatsuki looked on with curiosity. Yahiko unrolled the scroll and examined its contents for any traps before deciphering the technique inscribed upon it. Within, they discovered several heavy wooden crates securely sealed. Upon opening one, they were stunned by the abundance of provisions inside, and they couldn't help but salivate. The crates contained not only food but also an array of medicines and advanced ninja tools. For the members of Akatsuki, this is undoubtedly a timely help. Yahiko-san, how should we distribute these? One asked. We'll take a portion for ourselves and distribute the rest to those who can't afford food, Yahiko decided. While they coveted the provisions, there were many others in dire need of these supplies to survive the year. The others readily agreed. They were accustomed to hardship and had considered leaving their country to seek more stable employment elsewhere, but their love for their homeland and their desire for change kept them rooted here. After parting ways with Akatsuki, the five descended the mountainside along the ring road. They maintained a silence, silently ruminating on their failed recruitment efforts. Although they had expected that Akatsuki would likely decline, a sense of regret still lingered. They, too, harbored dreams of transforming the country, but they understood that idealism alone couldn't achieve such a monumental task. Moreover, their cause required more than just peace, it necessitated development. Akatsuki's power, as it stood, was insufficient. They could only hope that reality would impart this lesson to Akatsuki. We've provided most of the supplies to the people of the Land of Rain, one of them remarked. Yes, temporary charity won't bring about any lasting change. After this year, what will they do next year? They haven't yet grasped the true nature of the challenge. But let's leave it at that. We have other duties to attend to, Bugman said with a sigh. The group continued along the road, their conversation flowing in tandem with their steps. Suddenly, one of them halted, extended a fist, and struck the rock wall with impressive speed. From the wall, a peculiar humanoid creature seemingly coated in white paint was forcibly pulled. It emerged with a pained groan as it struggled against the vice-like grip of the ninja. You found me. The white humanoid began, its voice cut off as the ninja clenched its throat, swiftly ending its life. What's this? Who knows? They've been surveilling us, or rather, they're enemies of Akatsuki. The ninja who had extracted the strange humanoid from the rock wall wasn't entirely sure of its identity. It doesn't resemble a typical human. Could it be a modified human? It bears some resemblance to the Doctor's modified creatures, but its life force seems significantly stronger than that of ordinary humans, and it lingers even after death. Bugman squatted down, eyeing the peculiar creature thoughtfully. Take it with us. The Doctor may find this unusual creature that appears to have undergone human transformation quite intriguing, Bugman suggested. The other four concurred with his suggestion. At that moment, the ground ahead of them began to bulge. From the soil emerged what seemed to be a human head, with eyes resembling black holes. Within those hollow eyes shimmered a pale golden light, not overly bright. The creature's mouth appeared sticky and was composed of mud, emitting a deep, resonant voice. As the five observed this even more bizarre clay-like entity, they knelt down on one knee and saluted it, displaying no fear. The creature's exposed head was but a fraction of its entirety. Bugman greeted the clay figure with a smile and inquired, "It's been a while, General 2. Has the doctor issued any new orders?" Chapter 77, Graduation in Jonin. Konoha, Uchiha Clan. In an underground laboratory bathed in bright yellow light, a young man in a white hooded coat diligently worked at a laboratory table. This young man is Shiraishi. The Second Ninja World War had ended with Konoha's victory over the Tsunagakuer. Since then, the nations had entered an era of peaceful development and recovery. The Land of Fire's borders had regained stability, free from attacks by foreign ninjas. However, this was more than 3 years ago. Over the past 3 years, life had been relatively uneventful. Shiraishi no longer ventured to the battlefield, spending more time in the village after completing missions. This meant more time for his research. He didn't need to constantly battle various enemies on the battlefield, and his research had advanced significantly compared to 3 years ago. His knowledge encompassed natural energy, sage mode, tailed beast chakra, and the use of yin style and yang style techniques, all far beyond his capabilities 3 years prior. Efficient use of natural energy allowed him to wield focused power. Konoha's formidable strength no longer intimidated him like it had 3 years ago, he faced it with composure. This was what people called growth. While Shiraishi made continuous progress, Konoha remained largely unchanged, except for an increase in the number of serving ninja and a rise in military expenses. As the ninja population continued to grow, it was likely that neighboring ninja villages began to envy Konoha. How long would this peace last? Would a new war erupt in a year or two? One thing was certain, Shiraishi would not be allowed to wait too long before the Tsunagakuer launched another attack on the Land of Fire. When that time came, he would finally be free from this extremely boring village. Although certain people and things couldn't be left behind, parting was a stage in life that had to be traversed. The human body stage is finally complete, and now I can attempt to release the caged bird seal. Shiraishi had spent over 3 years on an experiment that replaced chakra with natural energy as life energy. The technology was now matured, and he dared to say it was nearly foolproof. In case of accidents, it could be interrupted in time to prevent danger to life. 11 human bodies had been used to achieve this success, with none of them dying. Only one had encountered an accident, but Shiraishi's medical expertise had saved them. It seemed that natural energy could indeed replace chakra as the life energy of a human body. Though they couldn't yet discern the differences between the two, as long as they could destroy the caged bird, they would have ample time to explore this secret in the future. Shiraishi walked to a nearby bookshelf, scanning the titles before reaching for a book. "I recall it being here." As he spoke, the floor near him shifted. A clay figure, with eye holes radiating a pale golden light, emerged from the ground. It locked its gaze onto Shiraishi. "You've returned. Thank you for your hard work." Shiraishi stopped his book search and faced the clay figure. This was a doll he'd crafted, imbued with yin-yang chakra and natural energy at its core, along with some mystical soul-related attributes. He'd drawn inspiration from tailed beasts when creating it and had named it General Tuesday. Being only half a year old, it possessed the ability to move freely within the earth, like earth manipulation, and to meld with the earth's surface, granting it a juvenile status. Its current assistance was limited to communication with Shiraishi's subordinates and item transport. Its combat capabilities were still in development, an aspect that held promise for the future. The clay figure maintained its unwavering focus on Shiraishi, evidently awaiting his next command. Shiraishi couldn't help but wear a wry smile. Despite successfully creating this puppet, its intelligence left much to be desired. It was both dull and clumsy. It struggled with complex commands and understanding interpersonal relationships. In its current state, effective communication, even with its creator Shiraishi, remained an impossibility. That's why Shiraishi had dubbed it promising for the future. "What did they ask you to bring back?" "Hand it over," Shiraishi commanded. The clay figure ceased its blank stare at Shiraishi. The floor rippled, expelling a letter alongside a white humanoid creature. "What's this?" Shiraishi picked up the letter, but his focus remained on the strange white creature, his brow furrowing. The clay figure offered no explanation, merely emitting a low, dull sound as it sank back into the ground. Shiraishi didn't anticipate any meaningful response from this low-intelligence puppet. It served its purpose as a communication tool quite competently. Shiraishi unfolded the letter, scanning its contents to discern what had happened. There were only two brief mentions in the letter. First, Akatsuki had declined the offer. Second, the identity of the white humanoid creature lying before him was unknown. While monitoring Akatsuki, it had stared at its subordinates for some inexplicable reason, been subdued, and subsequently sent here. Rejected? I had hoped to expand the organization's manpower. Well, I can find someone else, Shiraishi mused. Akatsuki's refusal appeared entirely reasonable, leaving him with no regrets. There were countless potential recruits. With the low entry threshold for natural energy, even individuals with disabilities could become combat-ready with the aid of artificial limbs. It was simply a matter of degrees of strength. However, once ninja with a foundation underwent natural energy enhancement, their power far surpassed that of ordinary people. The greater issue at hand was the unknown corpse lying before him. What is this entity, and where does its life energy come from? Shiraishi puzzled over the corpse of the white creature, using the term entity rather than human. Its internal structure appeared remarkably simple, more akin to a sentient vessel. It felt cold to the touch, like a corpse, but something about it felt distinctly different. The living dead? The entity that observed Akatsuki. Could it be that Akatsuki holds some rare value that draws external interest? Shiraishi pondered. He knew some details about the organization known as Akatsuki. Its members, all teenagers, had been molded by their harsh environment into individuals with unwavering determination and the courage to fight. They strove to rescue their entire nation through unconventional means, despite its seemingly insurmountable difficulties. Akatsuki had been established approximately 2 years ago, originally starting with only 3 members. Over the course of a year, it had expanded to 8 or 9 members, and in recent months, its name had begun to circulate. Yet, despite their efforts, the organization had been unable to effect meaningful change. Why would such a poor and underprivileged organization draw attention? Could it be due to internal strife within the Land of Rain? Or perhaps other nations were wary of the emergence of organizations like Akatsuki within the Land of Rain. Shiraishi briefly considered these possibilities but soon gave up on them. He had a multitude of tasks demanding his attention, and there was no need to waste his time on matters beyond his purview. Ultimately, the affairs of others were of no concern to him. The future of Akatsuki would be determined by the unknown hands of fate. Based on Shiraishi's prediction, the prospects for Akatsuki seemed bleak. The Land of Rain was ill-suited for development, at least in the current condition. It remained a region marred by power struggles, with the 3 major Land of Fire, Wind, and Earth vying for dominance. Only through cooperative efforts could the Land of Rain ever hope to achieve prosperity and peace. However, the 3 major powers showed no inclination to collaborate in establishing a stable order in the Land of Rain. The local populace, subjected to prolonged oppression, had largely lost their will to resist. In these turbulent times, lives were lost daily, and battles raged constantly. The path of human survival resembled the laws of the jungle. The same principles applied to nations built by human hands. The weak were subjugated, while the strong reaped the spoils. The Land of Rain was just one such nation in this era of chaos, where countries held little significance beyond the power struggles within them. Early April had arrived, marking the momentous occasion when the latest batch of graduates emerged from the Ninja Academy, ready to embark on their own thrilling ninja life. At Ichiraku Ramen Shop, Team Sakumo gathered for a celebration. Too slow, today is an important day. Ruri, a slim and tall black-haired girl, stood in front of the ramen shop. Her voice was cool as she expressed her impatience at Shiraishi's tardiness on this significant day. She sported a black off-the-shoulder tights for her upper body, paired with black gloves extending over her elbows. The gloves featured hard iron sheets on the back, serving as specialized protection against kunao and ninja knives. Below, she wore a short skirt and black knee socks that accentuated her slender legs. A ninja bag was strapped to her thigh with a belt, creating an impeccably coordinated appearance. The Uchiha clan fan logo adorned her black tights. This striking figure was none other than Ruri. In the 3 years that had passed, she too had undergone considerable growth. She had ascended to the position of second-in-command within Sakumo's team, recognized as a prodigious ninja within Konoha. With arms folded in front of her chest, she wore a stern expression, her discontent with Shiraishi's delayed arrival evident. "What's the matter, isn't the time just right?" Another black-haired girl, Ayane, came to Shiraishi's defense with a smile, diffusing the tension. In the 3 years since their graduation, Ayane, too, had experienced some changes. Her figure had developed noticeably, and her attire included a custom-made kimono with a hem that allowed unrestricted leg movement. The white kimono fell just above her knees. In contrast to Ruri, Ayane wore white knee socks, similar in style. She didn't carry a ninja pouch on her thigh, and without a forehead protector, she hardly resembled a ninja at all. However, her weapon was likely concealed elsewhere. Has Sakumo-sensei arrived? Shiraishi inquired, not caring about Ruri's dissatisfaction, diverting the conversation to their mentor. Shiraishi held a gift bag containing several gift boxes, a testament to the special occasion they were commemorating. He's already here, just waiting for you. Excellent. I had a few matters to attend to, but I'm glad I could make it in time. Regardless, I haven't forgotten to bring a gift, Shiraishi stated with a smile, raising the gift bag as proof of his thoughtfulness. Ruri's mood improved upon hearing this. Shiraishi's arrival had seemingly placated Ruri. The trio entered Ichiraku Ramen, where Sakumo was seated. To his right sat a young boy, no older than 5 or 6, with the same white hair as his father. The boy donned a mask and wore a forehead protector, signifying his official graduation from the ninja school. Long time no see, Kakashi, Shiraishi greeted. Long time no see, Shiraishi-senpai, responded the boy, identified as Hitaki Kakashi, Sakumo's son. After Shiraishi took the initiative to greet, he also responded immediately. Here, Kakashi, this is a gift to congratulate you on becoming a genin. Shiraishi put a gift box in Kakashi's hand, which Kakashi accepted with solemn gratitude. After Shiraishi sat down, he said with great emotion, "It's truly remarkable. Despite your tender age of 5, Kakashi, you've already graduated from the Ninja Academy and become an official ninja. It's the quickest record for anyone to achieve such a feat since the founding of Konoha Ninja Academy." Kakashi nonchalantly responded, "It's not a big deal. The graduation exam was quite easy." His words reflected his natural demeanor. For Kakashi, the graduation exam's difficulty was negligible. While many hailed him as a genius, they often overlooked the hard work and sweat he invested daily to complement his innate talent. People tended to label him as a genius while remaining oblivious to the effort he put in behind the scenes. Shiraishi understood that Kakashi wasn't being modest, he was simply stating his personal opinion. Indeed, enrolling in the Ninja Academy at 4 and graduating at 5 with top marks in both theory and practical courses was a testament to Kakashi's extraordinary abilities. His achievements were so astounding that even the third Hokage had been taken aback when he applied for graduation. Konoha had a new genius ninja on its hands, a cradle of genius, as many other ninja villages referred to it. Shiraishi believed that this title was well deserved. As the conversation flowed, Ayane asked, "What about our gift? Today's gathering is also prepared for Ruri and I to become Jonin." "Got it, it's already ready." Indeed, this gathering wasn't only to celebrate Kakashi's graduation from the ninja school and his official entry into the ranks of genin, it was also to celebrate Ruri and Ayane's promotion to jounin. Shiraishi presented the gift box to Ruri and Ayane, both of whom were now content. "Both Ruri and Ayane have become jounin. It seems our team is not far from disbanding." Sakumo sighed lightly, his tone tinged with regret. He earnestly wished to retain the original lineup of Team Sakumo, but the unique backgrounds of Ruri and Ayane made it challenging. They had joined his team to represent the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. It was an experience. Now that the two girls had achieved jounin status, their tenure in Sakumo's team was naturally coming to an end. Considering their current strength, Sakumo felt ill-equipped to guide them further. The prospect of facing both of them simultaneously was daunting, it might possibly lead to his defeat. However, the knowledge that the village had gained 2 powerful new assets dispelled his reservations, leaving him elated about Konoha's prosperity. Thus, for Sakumo, this gathering also held immense significance as a farewell ceremony. Across the room, Kakashi presented Ruri and Ayane with gifts he had prepared alongside Sakumo. At this moment, Shiraishi retrieved the last gift box from the bag, placing it before Sakumo with a smile. He said, "I've prepared 4 gifts. Please accept them, Sakumo-sensei." Sakumo was briefly taken aback but then smiled, graciously accepting the gift. He remarked, "You're as considerate as ever, and I have no doubt you'll grow into an exceptional man. I accept these without hesitation." Before Shiraishi could respond, Ayane chuckled and said, "Of course, I'm the authority in this matter." Ruri, on the other hand, wore a cold expression with a menacing look in her eyes. Ayane sat there gracefully and indifferently, unaffected by Ruri's murderous aura. "It appears you've forgotten who's in charge," Ruri retorted. If you're frequently angry, your skin will age prematurely, Ayun quipped. Tensions briefly flared between the two. Observing the two fierce women, Kakashi patted Shiraishi on the shoulder playfully. The world of adults is indeed colorful. Don't talk like an adult, Shiraishi responded with a helpless glance. Thank you for your hard work, Sakumo expressed. It's still not cute at all. You might become unpopular if you continue like this. Kakashi had no strong opinions on the matter, his popularity was indeed average. Besides the Sakumo team members, he had limited interactions with others, even during his time at the Ninja Academy. Most people kept their distance, viewing his genius status with suspicion. Nonetheless, Kakashi shared his ambition, stating, "My goal goes beyond my father." Shiraishi teased him about his training in knife skills, to which Kakashi responded that he was still a ninja. The kenjutsu training was very painful, especially Sakumo-sensei's kenjutsu. I have been trained before, but it was too difficult, so I didn't stick to it. But you are still a ninja now. This assertion could not be disputed. I'm a medical ninja. I don't need much strength. I can run away and use medical ninjutsu. The rough work of fighting isn't something medical ninjas do. Shiraishi, proud of his role as a medical ninja. He could evade and use medical ninjutsu, emphasizing that medical ninjas weren't typically involved in combat. Kakashi remained silent. In the world of ninjas, one's worth was determined by their strength. Shiraishi did indeed possess qualifications for promotion to Chunin based on his medical ninjutsu skills. However, in Konoha, medical ninjas were not rated separately. Instead, their evaluation centered on their mastery of medical ninjutsu. Unlike Tsunade, who achieved mastery of medical ninjutsu while maintaining formidable combat skills, Shiraishi had not reached such a prominent position. Next, the group wrapped up their conversations and enjoyed their delicious ramen. When it came time to settle the bill, Sakumo, while somewhat relieved, couldn't help but feel reluctant. This gathering marked a crucial turning point for the team Sakumo, signaling the end of their financial obligation to the Queen of Gluttony. Over the past 3 years, the team had flawlessly completed 100% of their missions, including challenging A-level and even S-level missions. Their reputation had soared, making other ninja villages fearful. Many attempted to gather intelligence, seeking strategies to defeat Sakumo. However, they acknowledged the daunting task of devising a plan to eliminate Sakumo. Their team's reputation had become a source of distress for many, sparking jealousy among rival villages and prompting them to desire the elimination of these geniuses. In contrast, Shiraishi, the team's medical ninja, remained relatively unnoticed. However, he was undisturbed by this fact. Most medical ninjas were content with their role, as Konoha did not categorize them differently in terms of rank. Instead, their evaluation hinged on their mastery of medical ninjutsu, with no distinctions between lower, middle, and upper ninjas. Shiraishi had not yet reached the same status as Tsunade, who was revered for her mastery of medical ninjutsu and formidable combat abilities. Chapter 78, Obito Uchiha. On the following day, Sakumo made his way to the Hokage building alone. He now set to venture forth alone. Starting today, the Hokage would assign him new comrades to form a fresh Sakumo team for mission assignments. Upon reaching the office door, Sakumo gave it a gentle knock. He entered after hearing a come in from within and closed the door behind him. Hokage-sama. Welcome, Sakumo. Sakumo, now in his prime, had concealed his aura entirely. If he wasn't in his ninja attire, he'd appear no different from an average person. The distinctive aura that Konoha White Fang typically exuded was entirely absent. Hiruzen nodded in approval. Among the many Jonin in Konoha, Sakumo indeed stood out. His sharpness surpassed both the genius Jonin of the new generation and those of his own generation. This diminished the surrounding pressure significantly. Businessmen and foreign officials now explicitly requested Sakumo to undertake their missions, attesting to his reputation and trustworthiness. Apologies, but the original Sakumo team needed to be disbanded. From the day I began leading them, I've been prepared for this. They are all independent ninja now. Sakumo voiced his understanding. Hiruzen shared Sakumo's sentiment. Since the formation of the team Sakumo, they had completed countless S-level and A-level missions. Leaving aside the sole medical ninja on the team, who wasn't a combatant, the other two hailed from influential clans. They had recently been promoted to Jonin and become vital assets to Konoha. Dissolving the team Sakumo was a carefully considered decision, primarily influenced by Uchiha and Hyuga stance. I'd like to know their future plans, Sakumo inquired with concern. Hyuga Ayano will serve as the guardian for the next Hyuga clan patriarch, while Uchiha Ruri will join the Uchiha police force as a deputy captain. As for Chiba Shiraishi, I intend to place him in Konoha Hospital or assign him as a teaching assistant at the academy. Tsunade mentioned that his theoretical knowledge is exceptional, as he made no fundamental mistakes during his studies. He's an outstanding medical ninja. In recent years, Konoha had intensified its efforts to train medical ninjas. Consequently, they now had twice the number of medical ninjas compared to a few years ago during the Second Ninja World War. Yet, given Konoha's status as one of the 5 major ninja villages and its large ninja population, even doubling the number of medical ninjas from the previous figures wouldn't suffice. Both the academy and hospital faced shortages of medical ninjas. Indeed? I heard Tsunade is currently teaching at the academy currently. Yes, Hiruzen agreed, and a shadow of regret crossed his eyes momentarily, though he swiftly composed himself and continued, Tsunade just needs an assistant, and Shiraishi can fill that role. Sakumo smiled, feeling a sense of relief. He was more concerned about Shiraishi's future path than Liuli and Ayana's. Working at the academy or hospital would provide a stable and risk-free life. Political factors didn't interest Sakumo, who lacked any inclination towards political affairs. His focus remained on enhancing his strength, safeguarding his comrades, and executing missions with precision. This is a member of your new team. See if they are suitable. Hiruzen placed information materials about the other 3 members of the new team on the table. Sakumo picked them up and quickly perused the contents. No issues. We have a sensory ninja, a medical ninja, and a jonin for battle support. The setup isn't much different from before. As long as you agree. I've been feeling my physical condition deteriorating lately. Having a team led by you will alleviate some of the pressure. Hiruzen chuckled. Hokage-sama, you're joking, you're not even 50 yet. I'm getting there, and sitting in this office all day, my only free time is for occasional ninjutsu practice. I don't even know if my abilities have declined. Hiruzen wore a melancholic expression. As a professor of ninjutsu, you're highly esteemed Hokage trusted by Konoha. Haha, no need to worry. I can hang on until I pass the mantle to the next Hokage. Hiruzen understood that once a ninja reached the age of 50, their abilities began to decline. Additionally, he had old injuries from his earlier battles alongside the second Hokage. Recently, he felt more and more powerless. Indeed, it was high time to consider the next Hokage. The ceremony for Hokage candidate selection would take place in 2 or 3 years. Hiruzen thought about the matter, unsure whom he should entrust with the role of the 4th Hokage. There were numerous viable options. White Fang, the Sunin, and the new generation all had many exceptional jonin, each possessing the qualifications to vie for the position of Hokage. Each of them was an outstanding ninja capable of upholding the will of fire. It was a blessing to have such an array of choices, yet it was troubling. Thinking of this, Hiruzen felt lighter. Hyuga clan. In the vast courtyard corridor, people bustled about. Leading the procession was Hyuga Hayashi, the next head of the Hyuga clan, flanked by a man and a woman. The man, in his 20s, had a peaceful expression. He was an exceptionally skilled jonin from the Hyuga clan, entrusted with the crucial role of guarding the future Hyuga head. The woman at his side, still in her teens, donned a white ninja kimono. She too was a jonin of the Hyuga clan and served as an elite bodyguard for the heir, Hyuga Hayashi. Her name was Ayane. Upon completing her training mission with Sakumo's team, it was only natural for her to comply with the clan's arrangements and commands. It had been decided from the start that she would become a day-foot bodyguard, committed to the mission of protecting the main family, a duty she must fulfill as a member of a branch family. Although the Hyuga clan's overall strength was inferior to the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan was known for its strict adherence to clan rules. You two just wait here. Understood. Ayane and the man nodded respectfully and stepped back, leaving Hayashi to continue alone. Further down the path, a young girl in a kimono waited for Hayashi. She didn't wear a forehead protector nor the caged bird seal, instead, she had the emblem of a branch family. It seems that the time for Hayashi-sama to succeed as patriarch is drawing near, remarked a male Hyuga jonin. What do you mean? Ayane inquired. This event is a matchmaking ceremony. After the marriage, Hayashi-sama will soon ascend to the head of the family. It's a tradition within the clan, explained the senior jonin named Hyuga Fuyama. He hailed from Ayuna's generation and possessed remarkable talent. His mastery of the Byakugan and Gentle Fist exceeded that of most in the Hyuga clan. Additionally, being a member of a branch family, he understood the spirit of sacrifice for the clan, which earned him a place as one of Hayashi's guards. Main and branch family had their distinctions. Most branch family members weren't taught the core techniques of the Hyuga clan, including advanced moves like the rotating heavens absolute defense. Ayuni and Fuyama, however, were granted permission to learn these techniques to better protect Hayashi, the future clan head. It's nothing. I heard that you performed exceptionally well under Jonin Sakumo before. Becoming a Jonin at such a young age is quite impressive. Fuyama said with a smile. Being a teenage Jonin was rare within the talented Hyuga clan, particularly for women. I've had my share of struggles. I often had to undertake challenging missions, and I came close to death multiple times. I don't wish to return to that life. I prefer the safety of clan life. Fuyama agreed with Ayuna's sentiments. Despite 3 years having passed since the Second Ninja World War, ninjas continued to labor during peacetime. Elite teams like Sakumo's frequently accepted at least A-level missions. However, you should exercise caution and avoid becoming too involved with outsiders, especially romantically, Fuyama cautioned. Unlike Uchiha, Hyuga clan members, even those from branch families, are not permitted to marry outside the clan. And you, as Hayashi-sama's guard, hold a significant position. Fuyama said meaningfully. Ayuna furrowed her brow as she tilted her head glancing at Fuyama. What do you mean? It's not a matter of interest, but rather your status as a branch family member. I don't wish to see an exceptional Jonin like you ignored by the clan elders, Fuyama explained. Ayuni remained puzzled. I still don't understand. You're a smart person, you surely grasp my meaning. Don't engage in unnecessary actions. Your every move will be scrutinized by the elders. Remember, this is the Hyuga clan, secrecy is unnecessary. As Hayashi-sama's bodyguard, our lives differ from those of the branch. Ayuna fell silent. My life has been orchestrated by the elders. My future wife is someone I barely knew, and we married hastily under those circumstances. It's the safest course of action. The same will apply to your future. Don't resist. The Hyuga clan's power is not something you can defy. On top of that, you will enjoy several benefits that other branch family ninjas cannot. Should I thank these empathetic elders for arranging my future? Ayuni remarked with a smile, without any anger or resistance. In her pure white eyes, only innocence shone. This is to preserve the pure bloodline of the Hyuga clan. Our Byakugan is a noble Kekkei Genkai. Genetically, we stand apart from common ninjas. I wouldn't want to hear news of your untimely death. Fuyama gazed up at the blue sky, where a flock of birds soared freely. He wore a faint smile. The desire to be a free-flying bird. What a luxurious aspiration. Don't worry, Fuyama-senpai. I'll fulfill the duties of a Hyuga ninja. Ayuni offered a warm, convincing smile. You truly are an extraordinary woman. Fuyama couldn't help but comment upon seeing Ayuna's beautiful smile. Yet, he couldn't fathom her thoughts. Was she a monster? A sense of vigilance crept over Fuyama. Working with such a woman, one could never afford to let their guard down. After completing the blind date ceremony, Hayashi let out a long sigh when he returned to his residence. A feeling of exhaustion immediately overwhelmed him. He had been practicing Gentle Fist and the Byakugan technique while learning how to manage the clan's affairs. Now, on top of all that, he had to build a connection with a woman he had never met before. Except for bedtime, everything had been meticulously arranged. For the first time, he truly felt the weight of the patriarch's position. He muttered to himself, it would be so much easier if Hisashi were here. He realized it had been a long time since he last saw Hisashi. But when he thought of the way Hisashi looked at him now with indifference, awe and even hatred, Hayashi's emotions became increasingly complicated. He longed to return to the carefree days of their childhood, when Hisashi regarded him with respect and love as an elder brother, not as a stranger. From the moment the caged bird seal was planted in their family, the destinies of the two brothers diverged drastically. One became a part of the main family, while the other was relegated to the branch family. Once marked as separate, regardless of how many children they might have in the future, they would forever be divided. Only the clan's heirs had the potential to lead the clan, and even they were at risk of being separated. This situation had led to the clan's main lineage dwindling while the number of branch families increased. Contemplating this, Hayashi felt an even greater sense of weariness. If only there were no separation system, we could be together every day. However, he recognized that this was just his personal sentiment. The clan's destiny was not subject to his personal desires. The fates of both the main family and the branch family had been predetermined from the very beginning, and no one could alter it. Please don't say that, Hayashi-sama. It is our duty to protect the main family. Hisashi-sama will eventually understand your kindness, Fuyama comforted Hayashi. In Fuyama's eyes, Hayashi wasn't the indifferent young master others perceived him to be, he possessed a soft and kind side. But in the face of the clan's principles, he had no choice but to appear ruthless. Following a leader like Hayashi, Fuyama believed there would be no regrets in his life. The treatment of the branch family would also likely improve. Fuyama-senpai, it's too harsh to say that. Hayashi-sama is acting out of love for his younger brother, Ayano chimed in with a smile. Fuyama, however, interjected with a calm tone, Hayashi-sama is the Hyuga's future. Our destinies have already been sealed, and the same applies to Hisashi-sama. As a member of the branch family, we should focus solely on protecting Hayashi-sama, without harboring any other intentions. Fuyama, don't blame Ayano. My complaints are just momentary frustrations, Hayashi defended Ayano. Fuyama simply replied with a respectful yes but continued to observe Ayano closely. He couldn't help but think that Ayano was a dangerous woman. Hayashi-sama appeared to trust her deeply, and this made Fuyama uneasy. To be honest, he didn't want to work alongside Ayano. A woman who kept her thoughts so well concealed could be a liability to the Hyuga clan and Konoha at large if she were ever released from her figurative cage. How does Hayashi-sama feel about his future wife? Fuyama inquired. She's a good woman, Hayashi replied. However, in his mind, he added, but she's too rigid and dull, like a finely crafted doll. Her every action adhered to strict norms, though it didn't seem forced, she appeared to have been groomed into a docile and gentle woman from the beginning. Her smiles radiated genuine warmth, yet Hayashi found himself uninterested in such a woman. His mother, the maids in the family, and even his future wife all fit this template. They resembled delicate products produced by a factory. But there was one exception, one individual stood out, Ayano. Beneath her gentle appearance lay an incredibly strong and unwavering personality, unyielding even to the clan's strict rules. Hayashi could keenly sense the contrast between Ayano and the other women. She was no longer a rigid and serious Hyuga clan member. Hayashi wondered about her past experiences and what kind of person she might marry in the future. He couldn't pinpoint why, but recently, he found himself preoccupied with such thoughts. After completing that demanding task, I find myself back in this familiar place. Shiraishi remarked as he stood at the entrance of the academy. During his time on Team Sakumo, he had occasionally passed by the academy, but this was his first official visit since his graduation. However, he welcomed the change. Compared to the hospital, work at the ninja school promised to be less taxing. His only concern was dealing with the school's young and often mischievous students. What's the matter, boy? Have you returned to this place and lost your nerve? Teased a voice from behind. Shiraishi turned around, scratching his head, and replied, not at all, Tsunade-sensei. I'm just thinking about how to connect with my lovely juniors. It's good to have that mindset, Tsunade replied, approaching Shiraishi. She had grown stronger and taller since their last meeting. Shiraishi couldn't help but notice her bust seems to have increased again. She was undoubtedly a formidable jonin, and Shiraishi mused about the connection between her physical prowess and her rank. Don't fret. This isn't a battleground. Working here is much safer than being with Team Sakumo, Tsunade assured Shiraishi. Tsunade greatly appreciated Shiraishi's medical knowledge. Despite having some deficiencies, as long as his knowledge met the requirements and he gained more experience, he would make an excellent deputy, helping to instruct the newcomers. Yes, I am very satisfied with this job, Shiraishi snarled. He couldn't help but think about his previous team, Sakumo. They completed missions swiftly and efficiently, with the other three members swiftly dealing with any threats. Shiraishi's role was more about giving orders and offering support. Come with me, Tsunade beckoned as she led the way, and Shiraishi vividly remembered the direction to their destination. They were heading to the classroom where he had once learned medical knowledge. The experimental class had progressed through several sessions. Shiraishi was genuinely looking forward to interacting with the young and lovely juniors. The class time of the medical ninja training experimental class, in order to avoid conflict with the main class, is still after 3 p.m. and ends after 5 p.m. In the graduation exam, the passing score will be lowered for the students in the experimental class, and the usual subsidies will also be provided. There are more students in the class than Shiraishi's original class, close to 40 people. It seems that in recent years, the importance of medical ninjas has been vigorously promoted internally, and a lot of subsidies have been added, which has achieved a lot of results. There are mostly girls, and only a few boys. The boys and girls looked at the youth next to Tsunade very curiously, and they all guessed who it was. This is your senior, Chiba Shiraishi, who was also one of my students a long time ago. Now he will cooperate with me in my work. Everyone welcome him. As Tsunade's former student, he was introduced to the class as a senior, and the students warmly welcomed him with applause. Next was the official class time. Tsunade's teaching methods were far more innovative compared to what Shiraishi remembered. She had an impressive ability to analyze complex issues sharply, which greatly impressed the students. Their dedication to learning surpassed that of Shiraishi's previous students. When Tsunade felt tired, she allowed Shiraishi to continue teaching. Thanks to his extensive knowledge, he managed to keep up with her pace. Their teamwork proved effective, and Tsunade had few criticisms. Shiraishi had undoubtedly grown since their time together, and Tsunade couldn't help but smile at the thought that she had made the right decision by poaching him from Team Sakumo. He really has come a long way. Maybe with him around, I can take a break for casino and tavern visits, Tsunade mused. She considered him a perfect tool. Seriously, it's only the first day, and you've left all the work to me. Shiraishi sighed as he noticed Tsunade had disappeared from her seat beside him. Shiraishi-senpai, can I ask you some questions? A girl approached after everyone else had left. She had shoulder-length dark brown hair and a gentle smile, appearing quite cute. No problem, Shiraishi replied, readily agreeing to help her with any medical inquiries. Just as they were about to start discussing medical knowledge, a sudden commotion erupted outside the classroom door. A boy named Obito barged in, shouting, "What do you guys want with Lin? You're too close, back off." Without hesitation, Obito leaped at Shiraishi aggressively. However, Shiraishi swiftly evaded, causing Obito to crash into the wall. His shouting ceased abruptly as he slid down. "Oh! Obito!" Rin, the girl, rushed over to check the condition of the boy who attacked Shiraishi, recognizing him as a fellow classmate. "Are you okay?" "Haha, I'm fine," Obito said, trying to downplay his injuries. "This little injury is not a problem at all. Look at how strong I am. This little thing is all right." As he spoke, he immediately blushed and jumped up from the ground, doing exaggerated stretching exercises there, indicating that he was fine. "Student, were you trying to show us some gecko-like moves? Even though it's after class, you should still be careful." Shiraishi came over and looked at the boy with a headache. Appeared, the brat who often made teachers difficult when he was in school. Obito attempted to save face. "Humph, don't think I don't know your background. You're that Shiraishi who lives off others in our Uchiha, right?" The other party seemed to want to embarrass Shiraishi. Shiraishi nodded, unashamed, and said, "Yes, that's me." This admission caught Obito off guard. He seemed unsure of how to respond. "Speaking of which, you mentioned our Uchiha. Are you also part of the Uchiha clan?" "Of course, can't you see the logo on the back of my cloth?" "I didn't notice it." "Maybe you put it there yourself to pretend to be one," Shiraishi retorted. Obito's frustration was reaching its limits. He shook his fist in annoyance. Shiraishi, in turn, laid on the ground with his back facing the ceiling, seemingly unfazed by the situation. "You leech, you're truly shameless. You even set a trap under my feet." "Obito, you slipped and fell on your own, it has nothing to do with Shiraishi-senpai," Rin chimed in, frustrated with Obito's antics. Shiraishi found himself at a loss for words as he observed this scene. He couldn't help but wonder if Obito truly belonged to the Uchiha clan, or if he was simply a genuine troublemaker. Chapter 79, Uzumaki. It was late April in the land of tea, within the confines of a steep and dangerous canyon. This natural terrain formed a formidable barrier on either side. In this very canyon, two groups of people clashed. Armed with kunao and ninjutsu, it was clear that these combatants were indeed ninja. The leader of one group was known as Bug Man. He was part of the organization under Shiraishi's command, tasked with gathering intelligence around the ninja world while scouting for potential recruits. Their roles as bounty hunters fit them well. Not only did it allow them to collect information and seek new talents, but it also provided an additional source of income. Their growing reputation attracted potential employers, offering them various missions and access to hidden secrets. Their current assignment involved taking down an illegal ninja organization operating within the Land of Tea. This group, hailing from outside the Land of Tea, had no affiliations with the 5 major nations or any of the smaller ninja villages. They had become ninja by chance, embodying the essence of wandering ninja, without any allegiance to a specific village. Their primary means of survival was robbing business travelers passing through the area, which had led the merchants in the Land of Tea to offer bounties through underground channels. The goal was to eliminate this rogue ninja organization, thus restoring peace and stability to the Land of Tea's trade routes. To be honest, this mission wasn't particularly challenging for the 5-person team. Their combined strength surpassed that of an average chunin. Not only were they physically formidable, but they also possessed heightened senses and remarkable self-healing abilities. Under Beishi's guidance, they had developed unique secret techniques. Their team was strong enough to take on at least 3 chunin-level opponents simultaneously and emerge victorious without casualties. The rogue ninja organization they were facing mainly consisted of low-level ninja, with their leader being of middle-level strength. It was, in essence, a mismatch. What's happening? One of the ninja, sporting green attire and brown hair, exclaimed as he used his arms to grasp the throat of a rogue ninja from behind. His arms ignited, transforming into flames, and the homeless man's throat was charred, causing him to collapse lifelessly. Moments later, another rogue ninja attempted to stab him in the back with a kunai. However, it was as though he struck thin air, as the impacted area turned into ethereal flames, and the assailant screamed in agony before being consumed by the fire. The brown-haired ninja showed no emotion as he watched the enemy burn. This battle was child's play to them. "Fireman, your ninjutsu is as ruthless as ever," commented a ninja in purple attire with a smile. "I can't help it, each of us has been gifted with unique ninjutsu," replied Fireman. Emerging from the shadows cast by the canyon's rocky outcrops, a man in yellow clothing with black hair seemed pleased with his newfound abilities. Indeed, Fireman's ninjutsu was derived from the nature transformation of fire attribute chakra, while Shadow Man harnessed the power of yin chakra nature. He could seamlessly traverse shadows and was an unstoppable assassin within the team. The rest of the team efficiently dispatched their assigned enemies. "With this mission done, our team's reputation in the underground black market will skyrocket given our speed," noted one team member. "That will make it much easier to recruit new talents," added another. The successful completion of their mission, which involved eliminating the rogue ninja group on behalf of the merchants in the Land of Tea, meant that their team had another accomplishment to boast about in the underground black market. With this continued success, their notoriety in the underground market would grow, attracting more resources and talents. "In any case, stay vigilant no matter who we face," advised Bugman, the team leader. He approached the corpses of the defeated rogue ninja, searching their lifeless forms for valuables. Occasionally, these rogue ninja carried interesting items. Though Bugman had yet to find anything substantial, he continued to scour their possessions, adding to his personal stash. After all, these rogue ninja were no longer in a position to claim their belongings. This mission had proven to be quite lucrative. "Oh!" The Bugman raised his eyebrows and reached for a scroll on the wandering ninja's lifeless body. This particular ninja seemed to have been the leader of the wandering ninja organization. The scroll, based on its texture, appeared inexpensive, yet it bore a sealing formula. Could it conceal some hidden secret? "What's inside?" one of the group inquired. "I'm not certain. It could be a trap if I don't proceed with caution," replied the Bugman. Despite the potential risks, he knew he had to open it to reveal its contents. Taking the necessary precautions, the Bugman unlocked any protective spells on the scroll, leaping back immediately to evade any potential traps. However, to their surprise, the scroll contained no traps. Instead, it held scribbled writings that suggested a plan to sell a certain secret for a large sum of money. The 5 men were puzzled, uncertain about the nature of this secret that the wandering ninjas deemed so valuable. According to the writings, they had already found a willing buyer, and today was designated for the transaction. Unfortunately, due to the ambush by the men, it seemed unlikely that this transaction would proceed as planned. "Boss, would you like to inspect this so-called secret?" one of them asked. Let's take a look, it's not too far from here. After all, we'll need to recruit many people in the future, and even the smallest gains can be significant, the bug man replied, a view agreed upon by the others. While their organization offered an attractive salary, it was still relatively new and required funding for various purposes. Financial resources were essential for recruiting talents, not only in ninja skills but also across various domains, including artisans, research, education, medicine, and more. They needed to swiftly accumulate resources, stabilize their organizational framework, and prepare for rapid growth. In their eyes, no opportunity, no matter how minor, could be ignored. Inside the cave, the pathway was rough, damp, and filled with the nauseating stench of poverty and death. This was the smell of poverty and despair. The 5 men were well acquainted with this scent, having encountered it frequently in the Land of Rain. The cave served as the hideout for the wandering ninja group, and it was here that they believed the valuable secret they intended to trade was located. According to the scroll, this secret was of great significance and could fetch a handsome price. Naturally, the men were intrigued by this potential treasure. However, they hoped that the secret wouldn't prove to be a disappointment. Due to the cave's darkness, the fireman ignited a wooden stick to serve as a torch, lighting their path. The cave was strewn with food waste and remnants, a testament to the hardships faced by the wandering ninjas. Is it here? The bug man asked as they reached a closed wooden door. The door featured a sealed iron lock, its top rusty. From behind the door, an indescribable stench and the smell of decay came outside. This was the only place in the hideout suitable for concealing the secret. Utilizing their perception abilities, the men detected something behind the door. Although they were uncertain about the nature of the secret, there were indications of numerous living individuals. A total of 8 people were confined within the room. Could these be companions of the wandering ninjas or captives who had fallen victim to their attacks? The bug man was a little distressed but proceeded to break the lock on the door and swung it open. The light from the torch filled the room, revealing its inhabitants. These individuals appeared emaciated, having endured prolonged abuse. Among them were men, women, and children, giving the impression of a large family. With charred lips and despairing expressions, they subsisted on meager rations provided by their captors. Each of them wore heavy ankle and wrist restraints, a clear testament to their dire circumstances. The bug man scanned the group of 8 people before fixing his gaze on a child of just a few years. The glimmer of hope and the will to live still shone in their eyes, albeit tinged with tension and anxiety. "Boss, there's something different about them compared to ordinary people," the fireman remarked softly. "Even after enduring such abuse, with minimal food and water, their vitality surpasses that of others, and they all have red hair," observed the bug man, narrowing his eyes as he realized that all 8 individuals, both male and female, possessed strikingly bright red hair. The remnants of the Uzumaki clan. He mused. It was indeed a remarkable treasure for profit. The bug man took a few steps forward, approaching the group. They emitted a pungent stench, with dirt on their faces, festering wounds, and insects crawling near their scant lunch. "It's truly heartbreaking. The Uzumaki clan, once unparalleled in the ninja world, has fallen to such depths," he lamented. Not only had their homeland been destroyed, but clan members now wandered the ninja world, living in destitution. "Why, when you're still alive, didn't you seek help from Konoha? Instead, you were captured by rogue ninjas and subjected to a life worse than that of underground rodents?" he asked, gently patting the head of the young Uzumaki clan child. The Uzumaki clan had a long-standing alliance with Konoha, even reflected in the Leaf Village's Jonin uniforms bearing the Uzumaki clan logo, symbolizing their strong friendship. With their homeland lost, their first instinct should have been seeking refuge in Konoha rather than enduring a beggar-like existence across the ninja world. There was a distress call, but they took only one person. A middle-aged red-haired man responded, his voice tinged with sorrow. The bug man's question had clearly stirred painful memories. The destruction of the land of whirlpools had occurred less than a decade ago, and for this middle-aged man, it was a traumatic event he had personally lived through. Labeled a slave of a conquered nation, he had roamed the ninja world, facing rejection and imprisonment. He distinctly remembered that Konoha had provided no aid during or after the catastrophe. Distress signals seemed to have gone unanswered, resulting only in despair. The thought of seeking help from Konoha had likely faded long ago. The bug man silently offered his condolences for the land of whirlpool's downfall. Perhaps in the future, his former motherland, the land of rain, would tread a similar path, becoming a victim of larger powers. Then, Rain's people would also be relegated to lives in darkness, much like the Uzumaki clan today. When outsiders see people from the land of rain, they too would likely label them slaves of a conquered nation. Such treaties were, in the end, mere pieces of paper, seemingly worthless. I sympathize with your experiences. Witnessing one's homeland ravaged is a shared pain, the bug man conveyed with deep empathy. Our organization is recruiting exceptional talents. If you choose to join us, you'll find companions here. We offer clean living conditions, safe food and water, and security. In return, we expect your loyalty. If you decline, we won't burden you, you can pursue your own path. These people appeared hesitant, their expressions a mix of hope and apprehension. Their nerves had been frayed, and they needed more than just hope after prolonged despair, they required a sense of purpose. The bug man smiled and continued, our leader once said he wouldn't save those who merely wish for miracles to fall from the sky. In this world, good things don't just happen by chance. While doing good, we can gain more benefits, which motivates us to continue doing good. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline and their extensive sealing techniques were undoubtedly valuable assets. Even if they were to perish, their skills would eventually prove indispensable. Whether you live as humans or dogs, there's no need to feel shame. What matters is the future. As long as you're alive, there's potential to change your destiny. Your homeland is gone, and now you're fighting for your lives. What more do you have to lose? Who among us hasn't been a homeless stray? The bug man reflected, a hint of regret on his face. War had shattered his family, leading him to a life of crime and eventually becoming a tragic experimental subject. The memories of those years were haunting, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he'd learned valuable lessons from those experiences and had grown beyond his earlier naivety. This was the world, and he hoped the remnants of the Uzumaki clan would make choices they wouldn't regret. The crucial thing was to fool them into joining the organization first. Afterward, wealth, companionship, luxurious estates, and more would await them. This was the bug man's philosophy of doing good deeds, the greater the good, the greater the rewards. Shiraishi's daily routine involved rushing to the academy to assist Tsunade with teaching students in the experimental class. This was all before 3 o'clock, to impart knowledge of medical ninjutsu. In addition to his academy duties, he was occasionally summoned to the hospital for various tasks. However, most of his time was spent quietly conducting research in the laboratory. Of course, at school, there was the occasional troublemaker named Uchiha Obito, a thorny kid who would come and pester him. It's quite scary how even kids as young as 5 or 6 can be so mischievous these days. What's important to note is that he hadn't done anything to a girl named Lin, he simply taught her some medical knowledge after school. In the ninja world, common sense often fails to apply. The more you try to use it, the more bizarre your conclusions become. Take, for example, the white humanoid lying on his lab table. This mysterious being was the same one that the bug man and his team had captured earlier while monitoring Akatsuki. Afterward, they had sent it to him, crushed to death. After a thorough dissection, Shiraishi discovered something truly baffling. This creature could harness energy capable of rejuvenating a withered branch and causing it to sprout new shoots. Would release? And there was also a chakra signature reminiscent of a tailed beast. What was the origin of this creature? Could it be a fusion of tailed beast and would release? Although it was weak in combat, according to the bug man, it could be easily dealt with, even without using ninjutsu. It seems Akatsuki has a problem, Shiraishi mused. Despite its combat weakness, the creature's secrets left Shiraishi bewildered. Wood release and tailed beasts were legendary powers in their own right. The former represented the ninja god's power to bring stability to turbulent times, while the latter was an age-old chakra entity, immortal and beyond human comprehension. It was clear that being connected to both of these was a significant revelation. But who was behind this white creature? Why were they monitoring Akatsuki? Could this creature truly be the result of combining wood release power with that of a tailed beast? Shiraishi had a significant hunch. Could it be Konoha's higher UPS? Were they conducting secret research to resurrect wood release? It wouldn't be difficult for Konoha to extract the dormant cells from the corpse of the first Hokage, considering his unique ability. By harvesting these cells, containing wood release power, they might be experimenting on human subjects to mass-produce wood release ninja. And the creature before him might be the outcome of their research. This raised a question: why were they assigned to monitor Akatsuki, a group of only 8 or 9 individuals, all of whom were young girls who hadn't reached maturity? If Konoha genuinely felt threatened, they could easily send ANBU to eliminate them, there was no need for such elaborate surveillance. Shiraishi was troubled. There were numerous inconsistencies in his findings, but based on the information he had gathered, this theory seemed plausible. What were Konoha's leaders planning? Just as Shiraishi pondered this, the ground beneath his feet shifted, and a clay figurine, fashioned from kaki mud, emerged. Its pitch-black eyes fixed on Shiraishi. From the mud, a scroll materialized and was laid on the ground, slowly sinking into the earth. It was a perfect communication device. Shiraishi paid no mind to the dullard clay figure's abrupt departure. He had little expectations regarding its intelligence. Using a jutsu to decipher the scroll, Shiraishi immediately understood its content. The Uzumaki clan? I thought they were all extinct, he murmured to himself. After brief contemplation, he retrieved a blank scroll, added a few lines, rolled it up, and sealed it with another jutsu. Deliver this scroll to them, he instructed the clay figure underground. The clay figure re-emerged, with an almost human semblance of resentment in its empty eyes. Despite this, it dutifully accepted the task entrusted to it by Shiraishi. In just 6 months, this figure, who was merely half a year old, accomplished the incredible feat of traveling across most of the ninja world alone. It was undoubtedly the perfect tool, fully meeting Shiraishi's expectations. Chapter 80, The Dark Hand in the Shadows. The police force added a vibrant touch to the rich color of Konoha. Established during the era of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, its ranks are filled exclusively with Uchiha clan ninjas, entrusted with maintaining public order within the village. This isn't merely a testament to the prowess of the Uchiha ninjas but also serves as a measure of prevention and surveillance. Given that many Uchiha ninja who awaken the Sharingan tend to have unstable emotions, strict attention is devoted to their conduct. Nevertheless, owing to the formidable might of the police force and the Uchiha status as an elite Kekkei Genkai clan, even the Hokage often extends a certain degree of courtesy to them. The police force building serves as the hub of their operations, primarily populated by Uchiha clan members. On rare occasions, civilians or non-Uchiha ninja with criminal intentions may cross their path. In cases of severe misconduct, the perpetrators are sent to Konoha prison for rehabilitation. Regarding the workflow, there's typically no requirement to report to the Hokage unless significant issues arise, as the Hokage generally refrained from involvement in such matters. However, grievances have been lodged, citing the overbearing demeanor of the police force and unjust detentions. Some of these claims are genuinely valid due to neglect, while others are fueled by malicious intent, aiming to defame the Uchiha clan. Ruri encountered such mundane issues daily since joining the police force. After all, uncovering spies within the village or repelling attacks against Konoha were rare occurrences. Most of their assignments revolved around resolving civil disputes. If handled successfully, it seldom garnered praise. On the other hand, if mishandled, a flood of complaints would ensue. Furthermore, Uchiha ninjas tend to be straightforward in temperament. When provoked, they may resort to physical force, thereby attracting more accusations. It's so boring. Ruri stood on the third-floor corridor of the police building, gazing out through the windows at the bustling square below. There, 2 Uchiha police force members were forcibly escorting several individuals, sparking a heated argument. It's very boring, but this is what the police force has to go through every day. Especially after retiring from the front line, it is difficult to adapt to such a peaceful life. Remarked an Uchiha Jonin, Fugaku, as he approached Ruri. He understood that Ruri had recently moved from Sakumo's team to the police force and hadn't yet fully adapted to her new role. Different from the exciting experiences with Team Sakumo, working in the police force indeed offered a less eventful routine. Seeing the commotion outside the building, Fugaku refrained from making comments. They had grown accustomed to such occurrences. This thankless job should be shared with other ninja clans. Our clan alone can't shoulder the burden of these rumors, suggested Ruri. Unlike Fugaku, Ruri didn't fear these pointless rumors. However, if exposed to them too frequently, she found them tedious, much like persistent flies. In Konoha, few ninja or civilians viewed these matters rationally. Individuals like Sakumo were a rarity. It wasn't that the Uchiha lacked friends in Konoha, but true friends were scarce. Some took a neutral stance, but the majority resented the police force's arrogant attitude. This was a point of contention for Ruri. If the blame were shared among all ninja, it would help alleviate the pressure on the Uchiha. Additionally, involving other ninja clans would facilitate handling civil disputes. For instance, the Inashikacha clans or even Hyuga, another Dojutsu Kekii Genkai clan, given their unique jutsus and abilities they would to serve well in the police force. But this is the role exclusive to the Uchiha clan, and distributing the police force's authority among other clans could provoke internal discord, Fugaku replied. As the founding clan of Konoha and the village's primary defense, the Uchiha clan was expected to retain a certain degree of privilege, transcending the status of other ninja clans. Allowing only one clan to wield such absolute authority won't diminish their standing within Konoha. People with discerning eyes won't underestimate us. As for the mediocre ones, Uchiha's strength isn't meant for their scrutiny, Ruri sees it that way. Fugaku refrained from commenting further. He knew that Ruri's proposition wouldn't gain approval during clan meetings and would likely face opposition from many clan members. By the way, weren't you on an external mission? Ruri inquired. She knew that Fugaku was currently part of the Hokage faction, forming a new team with other village ninjas for missions. I've earned a temporary place in the police force, but I return here after missions. It's much the same as before, not much has changed, Fugaku replied, sighing. I'm starting to miss being out on missions, Ruri admitted. Patience, every Uchiha ninja goes through this phase. That said, how much do you know about the Mangekyo Sharingan? Fugaku redirected the conversation to another topic. You might be asking the wrong person. I may not be as knowledgeable about the Mangekyo Sharingan as you are, Ruri responded. Ruri shook her head. Over the past few years, her encounters with Elder Sora could be counted on one hand. Partly due to missions, and partly because she felt he was growing old. He was no longer the wise elder who held a wealth of knowledge in her eyes, able to provide invaluable guidance. The incident concerning the root had especially left a mark in her heart. She felt that unless she addressed this issue, her thoughts would not be understood. Elder Sora's tone was quite strict. The reason he might not have disclosed it could be due to the extremely difficult conditions for unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku nodded, offering his perspective. Presently, the available information could only support such conjectures. For example, was it even more intense emotional stimulation? The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is the power that evolved in this way. If it weren't for Elder Sora's credibility, Fugaku might have regarded the Mangekyo Sharingan as mere legend. Ruri wasn't particularly interested in the topic. She held the belief that if the Mangekyo Sharingan couldn't be awakened, she would study Sage Mode and utilize natural energy in combat. One shouldn't be seduced by power. True strength came from making power a part of oneself, rather than becoming a puppet controlled by it. The more one explored the boundless possibilities of natural energy, the more one realized how insignificant human power could be in the face of this vast, boundless world. No matter how formidable a ninja became, they remained tethered to this world. They needed this world to thrive. People should revere the world. All right, the person you were looking for is here, so I won't interrupt your meeting. Let's chat when we get the chance, Fugaku said, spotting something and wisely leaving. On the opposite end of the corridor stood Shiraishi. He had come to seek Ruri. In the eyes of many Uchiha ninja, Shiraishi was considered an honorary member of the Uchiha clan. A true genius. Although it puzzled many why their genius Uchiha girl had fallen for such an ordinary man, they simply had unique tastes. As outsiders, their role was to offer their blessings. After all, sooner or later, they'd tie the knot. Therefore, Shiraishi could freely enter and exit the police force's premises, typically off-limits to outsiders. Occasionally, Uchiha ninjas would greet him, and Shiraishi would respond with a smile. Some Uchihas are very irritable, their attitudes really arrogant. Others were more easy to talk to, at the very least not constantly emphasizing our Uchiha. On the roof of the police building, a gentle breeze blew by. Ruri donned a sleek, black ninja outfit and leaned lightly against the railing on the roof's edge. She spoke first, "Are you here now because you are running low on funds?" Shiraishi was momentarily helpless, realizing this was a recurring theme when he sought Ruri's assistance. Is money really the first thing that comes to mind? Ruri had grown accustomed to this pattern. Though our funds are a bit tight, we still have enough to spend. This time, I have something else to discuss, Shiraishi explained. Go on, what's the matter? If it wasn't a financial matter, it must be something important. Bugman and the others have found some remnants of the Uzumaki clan in the land of Tea, Shiraishi revealed. Instantly, Ruri's relaxed posture vanished as she locked her gaze onto Shiraishi's face. The Uzumaki clan. She needed to confirm the credibility of this information. Yes, it's indeed the Uzumaki clan, Shiraishi confirmed. Isn't it ironic? It's truly interesting, Ruri remarked, unable to suppress a laugh. Shiraishi nodded, acknowledging that he had expected this reaction from Ruri. To a large extent, the organization's establishment was thanks to Ruri's efforts. While Shiraishi held the title of manager, there was no denying Ruri's influence within the organization. In a sense, Ruri was the true leader of the organization, but she typically had no interest in managing its affairs. The irony lay in the fact that the Uzumaki clan, closely related to the Senju clan, was now in such dire need that a member of the Uchiha clan, which had a historically hostile relationship with the Senju clan, was being called upon to help them. After all, the Uchiha clan has been in a hostile relationship with the Senju clan for many years, and the relationship with the Uzumaki clan was naturally very bad. It was indeed paradoxical. The ancestors of the Uzumaki clan, once friends with the Senju clan, would likely have complex reactions if they knew about this. Ruri's thoughts briefly drifted to how the first Hokage would react upon learning of this situation. Most of Konoha's sealing techniques, including tailed beast sealing jutsu, originated from the Uzumaki clan. However, despite the Uzumaki clan's close relationship with the Fire Country, their country had been destroyed right under its nose. Presently, the Uzumaki land was a destroyed ruin, with a significant loss of life. When I was in the academy, I remember there was a red-haired transfer student in the adjacent class. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. After her laughter subsided, Ruri's expression returned to normal, and her words came back to her. That's right. Uzumaki clan members have remarkable vitality, making them ideal Jinchuriki candidates. They also possess a powerful sealing technique for tailed beasts, which they generously shared with Konoha. Their strong vitality makes them suitable Jinchuriki, and their sealing technique ensures the tailed beast can't escape. I see. So, after their country was destroyed, she was brought to Konoha. Is this related to being the Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails? Regarding the identity of Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki, it was a closely guarded secret known only to the village's top brass. Even though many had already guessed the identity, Uzumaki Kushina was the most likely and suitable candidate after the passing of Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage. Indeed, she is most likely the current Nine Tails Jinchuriki. According to information from surviving Uzumaki clan members, Konoha did take one of their clan's members during that time. Shiraishi nodded in response to Ruri's question, recalling Uzumaki Kushina primarily for her striking red hair. Nevertheless, with the information he had acquired, he could easily piece together the puzzle. Uzumaki Kushina held a significant position within Konoha's higher-ups. Otherwise it couldn't be explained, the land of whirlpools perished, and Konoha only brought back a little girl. Except for becoming the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, there really wasn't any other purpose for bringing her to the village. Are you getting ideas about the Nine Tails? Ruri's focus on the Uzumaki clan, especially considering her past interactions with tailed beasts, led her to this conclusion. Shiraishi had acquired tailed beast chakra on the battlefield and extracted valuable information from it, so his interest in other tailed beasts was not surprising. Though I'd love to, I'm not foolish enough to attempt such a feat. Shiraishi replied. While he wasn't afraid of Konoha at the moment, this confidence relied on the presumption that he could safeguard his life. Challenging a large ninja village like Konoha would result in defeat. Konoha had certain taboos, and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was one of them. I came to you not only to tell you this information but also to discuss something more important. You need to be mentally prepared. What is it? Ruri furrowed her brow. The village's higher-ups are researching wood-release jutsus, and they might have made significant progress, Shiraishi revealed. In the land of tea, within an underground hideout, Bugman shared a room with one of the Uzumaki clan survivors for a discussion. Among the 8 individuals he had rescued, this was the eldest and served as their spokesperson. Having changed into clean attire, he had also washed away the plaster and the following odor, appearing much more rejuvenated. His gratitude towards Bugman, their savior, was undeniable. Over the years, he had led his family through a turbulent life in the ninja world with meager resources. Since the fall of the land of whirlpools, their existence had been anything but peaceful. Ironically, life had seemed comparatively stable after they were captured by those wandering ninja. Even with their daily consumption of moldy food, it was still a form of comfort. Recalling the Uzumaki clan's former glory and comparing it to their current situation, their eyes couldn't help but brim with sorrow. Regarding your arrangements, our leader has provided detailed instructions. We will assist you in integrating into the land of demons, but for now, you'll need to remain discreet, out of the public eye. When the time is right, we'll arrange for you to live openly. Considering the potential trouble caused by the Uzumaki clan's identity, the organization had no intention of drawing attention. Whether it was intelligence gathering or the establishment of strongholds, they operated covertly. That's not an issue. We're ready to remain anonymous, the elderly Uzumaki clan member agreed, finding the leader's proposal in line with their current circumstances. In the past, during the Uzumaki clan's existence, they hadn't felt this way. However, given their experiences and the hardships they had endured over the years, ensuring the continuation of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline was their primary concern now. But rest assured, this period of anonymity won't be lengthy. Your presence will also relieve some of the pressure on the Uzumaki clan. Our organization values exceptional talent. May I ask, what does this organization aim to achieve? The elderly Uzumaki clan member couldn't help but ask. Now that they had decided to accept the protection of this enigmatic organization, he wanted to grasp some understanding of its objectives. The Bugman wore a helpless smile as he replied, "To be honest, I hold a middleman position within the organization, so my knowledge of its goals is quite limited. What I can tell you is that our leader is embarking on a monumental action. For the specifics, you'd need to ask our leader." I'm curious about the answer as well. The reverence in his tone was unmistakable as he spoke. The elderly Uzumaki chose to remain silent and didn't press for further details. Seeing that his purpose was fulfilled, the Bugman had no intention of staying any longer. "You should rest here for a while. In a few days, we'll arrange for someone to transport you to the land of demons. It's a peaceful place. Hopefully, the peace there can dispel the shadows in your hearts." After uttering this, the Bugman exited the room. Outside, the 4 team members had been patiently awaiting his emergence. "How did it go?" one of them inquired. "They've already entered, and it's not easy to leave. It's no simple task to repay the organization's favor, especially when..." The leader remained an obsessive researcher. There was no way he would relinquish such an opportunity. His meaning was apparent to his comrades, who smiled knowingly. Nevertheless, these people likely have some secrets, the Bugman mused, deep in thought. "Secrets?" inquired another team member. These surviving members of the Uzumaki clan, scattered throughout the ninja world, might still possess a means of communication. Through them, we might locate more Uzumaki survivors and bring them into the organization. Are you suggesting we cast a wide net to catch big fish? That's precisely what the leader intends. In short, we're to first gain their trust. Once they witness our sincerity, even if we don't bring the subject, they'll come to us, requesting information about the other Uzumaki survivors, allowing us to rescue their kin from their suffering. When dealing with ordinary individuals, the Bugman wouldn't be overly concerned. However, the remnants of the Uzumaki clan were an exceptional case. Consequently, the trust between both parties was of utmost importance. Directly inquiring about the whereabouts of the remaining Uzumaki members could easily provoke resentment and erode the meager trust painstakingly built. In a dark, damp cave, an astonishingly vast chamber spread out before the eye. This space was entirely sealed, devoid of any discernible exits. Seated in a wooden chair crafted from trees was a frail elderly man. His face was deeply lined, his hair grey, and even while seated, he appeared hunched. Long, white hair covered his right eye, leaving only his closed left eye visible as he sat peacefully. Behind him stretched a white, strip-like object. On the far end of this ribbon, it extended into an endless darkness, with huge trees and fruit shadows can be vaguely seen. Before long, the ground in front of the old man slightly trembled, and 2 pale-skinned humanoid beings emerged from it. The old man kept his eyes closed but seemed aware of their presence, asking, "Have there been any new developments?" The old man's voice sounded ancient, yet it held a compelling presence, dominating the surrounding darkness. "No, the white Zetsu responsible for monitoring Nagato suddenly disappeared for some reason. The other white Zetsus searched extensively but couldn't locate that Zetsu," one of the white humanoid figures reported to the old man. "Madara-sama, is it possible that Nagato detected the white Zetsu and eliminated it?" speculated the other white Zetsu. Madara responded sternly, "Fool. Based on our past intelligence analysis, Nagato's Rinnegan is still far from mature. Given Nagato's current power, he lacks the capability to sense white Zetsu. However, apart from Nagato, none of his other associates could." Detecting White Zetsu's presence is nearly impossible, the White Zetsu said, puzzled. Even a sensory ninja might struggle to detect White Zetsu unless using specialized sensory ninjutsu or possessing an exceptionally powerful jujutsu, such as the Byakugan. For them, White Zetsu was considerably more elusive than typical sensory ninja targets. Continue to monitor Nagato and have Guru join the operation. Furthermore, dispatch some White Zetsus to Konoha. Madara ordered. Konoha? Does Madara-sama suspect Konoha and those individuals? One of the white creatures asked. It's not solely because of White Zetsu's disappearance. I don't have much time left. Nagato alone cannot further the Eye of the Moon plan. I need an emissary who can act in my stead. Go, Madara declared. Though his tone was dismissive, it carried an undeniable air of authority. Yes, Madara-sama, both White Zetsu acknowledged. Once they left, the elderly man opened his left eye, revealing a scarlet three-tomo Sharingan, which shone brightly in the dim surroundings. Hashirama, the future you envisioned has no place for peace. This time, I've won this time. In the darkness, the Madara sighed with regret. Nonetheless, his words held no audience, for the man he had cherished throughout his life, both as an enemy and a dear friend, no longer existed in this world. Chapter 81, Clash. What a peaceful life it had become. Shiraishi felt like he had retired to a life fit for the elderly after leaving his frontline missions behind and entering the Ninja Academy. His days now consisted of going to work at the academy at 3 p.m., with the rest of the time his to manage as he pleased. Even his shifts at the hospital were relatively short. Shiraishi's current life was something many Konoha ninjas would likely not envy. Study, leisurely walks, work, and punctual rest at home were his daily routines. Occasionally, he'd go shopping with Ruri, but his encounters with Ayano were rare. After the three of them left the team Sakumo, they each had their own responsibilities. Ruri had joined the police force, tasked with maintaining village security and resolving civil disputes in the village. As a jonin, Ayano had garnered early recognition from the Hyuga clan's senior members due to her potential. She now held an important position within the Hyuga clan, even serving as the future Hyuga clan head's guardian. Ayano's status in the Hyuga clan significantly exceeded that of ordinary Hyuga branch ninjas. The gap between the main and branch families was evident. Due to these circumstances, Shiraishi had only encountered Ayano once since leaving the team Sakumo. After their meeting, they hadn't spoken for more than 5 minutes. However, in secret, they maintained communication and exchanged information. But what concerned Shiraishi the most currently were the secret measures taken by Konoha's senior management, specifically, their research on wood release. What are those high-level Konoha figures planning? Shiraishi mused. On the surface, Shiraishi appeared unconcerned. However, he was highly vigilant about the higher-ups' research and experiments regarding wood release. Shiraishi had never underestimated these high-ranking individuals and had raised their threat level several notches in his mind. While Shiraishi hadn't personally verified the power of wood release, he had witnessed the destructive power of tailed beasts firsthand. Even if it had been only one tail and possibly not at full power, among the tailed beasts the Nine Tails was the strongest tailed beast. The fact that the first Hokage, with his wood release, could suppress such a formidable creature spoke volumes about the power of wood release. Shiraishi had been genuinely shocked by the sheer might of the chakra sphere ejected from the one tail, prompting him to briefly question his choice of being a ninja. Someone who could subdue the most powerful tailed beast, even if not on the same level as the first Hokage, was not to be underestimated. According to information from Bugman and his companions, the strange white creature possessed remarkable stealth capabilities. Without the ability to sense natural energy, it was challenging to detect the creature's presence. If Konoha's senior management indeed used wood release for researching such a specialized stealth unit, then its intended use was clear. Whether it was to gather information on enemy ninja or monitor the village's interior, its surveillance capabilities surpassed those of the Anbu, rendering it extremely difficult to defend against. Shiraishi wasn't overly concerned about the research being uncovered. The strange creature's stealth abilities could be detected using natural energy sensing. Known threats, regardless of their complexity, could be addressed with proper precautions. The real challenge lay in the unknown. How many of these stealth creatures did Konoha's senior management possess? Where were they deployed? What was their unknown agenda? Had they infiltrated the Uchiha clan? These were all uncertainties. Shiraishi's absolute confidence in his own safeties based on Konoha's high-ranking individuals having seriously underestimated his intelligence. No matter the circumstance, he possessed the initiative, a key to victory. However, this kind of unknown factor, the ace up Konoha's sleeve, was a wild card. How troublesome! Shiraishi needed a plan to shift the balance of power or uncover Konoha's high-level management's intentions. Staying passive wasn't an option. To face a vast military organization like a ninja village head-on offered no chance of victory. As Shiraishi pondered this, Ruri made her way down the corridor of the underground laboratory. When did you get back? Just now. Is it this late already? Shiraishi suddenly realized how time had flown. Ruri's shifts in the security force typically ran from 9 am to 7 pm, with 2 days off a week for leisure and personal activities. Aren't you continuously concerned about the high-level plans? Ruri asked. Well, it's tied to wood release and might involve research similar to that on tailed beasts. We need to be vigilant. Why, you don't seem concerned at all. Shiraishi couldn't help but notice that Ruri didn't seem concerned at all, which left him slightly surprised. It was worth noting that some high-ranking officials had a very strained relationship with the Uchiha clan, especially Shimura Denzo, the leader of the radical faction. If it weren't for the third Hokage's efforts to mediate, the route would likely not have remained so cooperative in recent years. Why should I worry about such things? As long as you possess the power to suppress all conspiracies and schemes, it's a waste of time and energy to ponder countermeasures. If you have this time and energy, it's better spent on enhancing your own strength. Shiraishi remained silent, taken aback by her staunch power-centric perspective. In his mind, he had been fretting needlessly about Ruri. You're too obsessed with the so-called truth. You used to be like this. You want to understand every bit of the so-called truth. It's my duty to seek the truth. Shiraishi replied. You're clearly insecure. Ruri stated with an expression that said, don't try to deceive me. Her eyes seemed capable of penetrating the essence of everything. Since you understand, why mention it? It hurts. Shiraishi managed a reluctant smile. Just as he understood everything about Ruri, she understood everything about him. Such tricks were impossible to hide from each other. Because I rarely see you entangled like this, it's quite interesting. Ruri chuckled. You couldn't it be Ayana using a transformation technique? Right. Shiraishi hesitated for a moment before asking this rather impolite question. As expected, upon hearing Shiraishi's question, Ruri fixed him with her dark pupils. She didn't answer but rather allowed the concentrated air to flow around her. It appeared to be the real Ruri. Ayana didn't exude such a powerful and intimidating aura. How's progress with the Sage Mode? This was the topic Ruri cared about most. In recent experiments, the success rate of synthesizing Senjutsu Chakra has steadily increased to over 80%. Give me another 6 months to a year, and it can be officially put into use. Shiraishi provided a relatively conservative time frame. Ruri nodded, half a year to a year was entirely manageable. She had plenty of free time at present. As a vice captain in the security team, she could delegate most of her work to subordinates. Occasionally, when problems arose, she, as the vice captain, stepped in to resolve them. After Ruri left, Shiraishi was left in deep thought. Indeed, as Ruri had suggested, instead of guessing on what Konoha's high-ranking officials were planning, focusing on self-improvement was a surefire investment. But, no matter how much I improve in combat, I can't surpass Ruri. Her rate of growth is abnormal, and my strength doesn't reflect in battle. Shiraishi had sacrificed practice time, dedicating all his energy to research. This seemed to be his chosen path. Not only was Ruri outstripping him, but Ayana's strength was also growing faster than his. Although he possessed decent talent, compared to Ruri and Ayane, the gap was negligible. Both of them had Kekkei Genkai, Sharingan and Byakugan, making them leading bloodline inheritors in the ninja world, an advantage Shiraishi didn't share. Furthermore, the Kekkei Genkai's power grew increasingly formidable as the user developed. On top of that, Ruri and Ayane were natural geniuses. So, abandoning training in favor of research was also a method of enhancing his strength. Shiraishi understood that his role was to create weapons, while using these weapons in combat was Ruri and Ayane's responsibility. Shiraishi suddenly felt as though he was seeing the truth beyond the clouds. In this world, nobody was perfect. Therefore, relying on others to compensate for one's shortcomings and progressing together was essential. Compared to combat, Shiraishi excelled at research, and his cognition and thinking extended beyond the era of ninjas. This was his strength, an area where he surpassed Ruri and Ayane. As such, there was no need for him to strive for excellence in combat, it wasn't the path he should choose. With this perspective, Konoha's high-level management's secret plans became less important. What mattered most was self-improvement. May brought warm weather to the region. Unknowingly, a creature known as White Zetsu had covertly infiltrated Konoha. Konoha was renowned for being the most challenging village to infiltrate among all the ninja villages, owing to its all-encompassing sensoi-type seal. This seal could pierce through the very essence of the entity using the Byakugan. Therefore, when White Zetsu snuck in, he exercised extreme caution in all his actions. 3 individuals had infiltrated, 2 White Zetsu were assigned to monitor outside Konoha, while the third infiltrated Konoha village. Their clear objective was to determine whether a missing White Zetsu had any connections with high-level Konoha members and also to gather information within the Uchiha clan to locate a so-called emissary. The requirements for this emissary in terms of personality and talents were unknown to White Zetsu, everything was to be determined by their Madara-sama. However, it was essential for the emissary to be of a young age, preferably a child or teenager, for ease of control. Consequently, most of the Uchiha people under their surveillance were either young teen ninjas or children attending ninja schools. The division of labor was precise, one investigated the high-ranking officials, another the ninja school, and one remained concealed within the Uchiha clan. They had swiftly become proficient in gathering intelligence. Even in the most formidable ninja village to infiltrate, given enough time, they could successfully operate their intelligence network. White Zetsu, responsible for the Uchiha clan, moved underground with the expertise of a master. He was like an intangible ghost, and no one had detected his actions thus far, not even the Uchiha clan itself. This particular White Zetsu was feeling rather self-satisfied. While most White Zetsu lacked in combat abilities, they all possessed exceptional stealth skills. Only a few ninja with unique perception capabilities could detect their presence. Considering the Uchiha clan's characteristics, he felt monitoring them was a straightforward task. He thought to himself, I'll be able to deliver everything to Madara-sama soon. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly felt the chilling sensation of being secretly watched by some unknown creature's eyes. It stopped him in his tracks as he swam through the soil. Turning his head, White Zetsu was nearly overcome with terror. A pair of dark eyes had unexpectedly pushed through the earth beside him, locking onto him without warning. Confusion swirled in his mind. What was this? Before he could fully process this, the soil around him started to writhe and constrict, turning unnaturally soft, akin to quicksand. White Zetsu felt the suffocating oppression, and then he lost consciousness. Everything occurred so abruptly that White Zetsu hadn't even managed to get a clear look at his assailant. When he awoke, White Zetsu found himself bound to a stone chair with restraints covering his entire body. He was in a secret chamber, bathed in a dim yellowish light that barely illuminated the room. Before him stood a young man and woman, both around 15 or 16 years old. The woman, dressed in a tight black ninja outfit, exuded a powerful, intimidating presence. The man, on the other hand, wore a white coat and observed him with an eerie, unsettling gaze. Being subjected to this unsettling stare, White Zetsu couldn't help but tremble. Although he sensed the woman possessed greater strength, there was something about the man that felt even more dangerous. These 2 individuals were Shiraishi and Ruri. Hello, how are you? White Zetsu tried to alleviate the chilling atmosphere with exaggerated and humorous gestures, attempting to ease his internal tension. However, Shiraishi and Ruri paid no heed to White Zetsu's exaggerated antics, entirely unaffected by them. Once the atmosphere had settled, Shiraishi turned to Ruri and said, "Since we've managed to capture him alive this time, I intend to use a spiritualization technique to enter his spiritual world and extract information. I'll leave my body to you." Ruri, nodding in agreement, watched intently. Shiraishi promptly formed hand seals, closed his eyes, and began to glow. An illusory figure resembling Shiraishi himself materialized in mid-air. This illusory figure represented Shiraishi's soul. With his soul out of his body, Shiraishi overlooked White Zetsu's struggling body. He then headed directly toward White Zetsu's body, merging with it and gaining access to White Zetsu's spiritual world. White Zetsu, still seated on the stone chair, fought vigorously, sweat pouring down his face. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Shiraishi's possession of his soul, rendering his attempts to resist futile. Wandering through White Zetsu's spiritual world, Shiraishi discovered an entirely blank space, leaving him visibly astonished. When he used the spiritualization technique to explore others' spiritual worlds, they were never devoid of memory. There was always some portion of their recollections. However, here was an entirely empty spiritual world. Did this individual truly possess nothing within his mind? Shiraishi considered an improbable notion. Could his memories be stored elsewhere, not within this space? Though it sounded unbelievable, it was the only plausible explanation. Even animals with no intelligence had occupied spiritual worlds that weren't blank. Shiraishi concluded that the memories leading to the core of this white creature were sealed somewhere else. Shiraishi was about to leave when an enormous scarlet pupil suddenly materialized within the vacant spiritual world. A powerful chakra, unlike anything Shiraishi had ever encountered, washed over him. It felt icy and dark, as if he were a small boat teetering on the brink of capsizing in a tsunami. Sharingan, how is this possible? Shiraishi was the first to turn pale with shock. The massive scarlet pupils, with their 3 distinctive black tomo symbols, were unmistakably enlarged versions of the Sharingan. The evil and cursed power emanating from these pupils was even more overwhelming than the aura Ruri exuded. Outside, White Zetsu suddenly let out a piercing roar. His face contorted ferociously, and countless blood vessels burst in his eyeballs, as though they might explode at any moment. Shiraishi's illusory spiritual form swiftly detached from White Zetsu's body and returned to his own. As he re-entered his body, cold sweat covered his face. He stood there, pale, gazing silently at White Zetsu, who was seated motionless on the stone chair, mouth agape, and eyes rolled back, now lifeless. What happened? Ruri, unaware of Shiraishi's experience, inquired with a note of concern as she helped him sit nearby. As Shiraishi settled down, his fingers trembled slightly on the armrest. It was as if he were still reeling from the earlier shock. After a considerable pause, his voice, hoarse and strained, managed to articulate a single sentence. Sharingan. Sharingan. Ruri inquired. Sharingan's ocular power greater than yours. What a monster! Shiraishi slowly closed his eyes as he spoke, as though he hadn't yet recovered from the recent horror. Ruri, frowning at this revelation, thought deeply. So, you're saying that you encountered the Sharingan illusion within this individual's spiritual world? Shiraishi nodded, confirming his previous statement. His words implicitly included Ruri, indicating that the opponent's use of Sharingan exceeded her capabilities. I'm well aware of their strengths. I can't confidently assert that my ocular power is the strongest among the Uchihas today, but there shouldn't be more than 2 pairs of Sharingan that can rival mine. But here, in this individual's spiritual world, the creator of the Sharingan illusion possesses ocular power far superior to yours. Shiraishi didn't wish to dent Ruri's self-confidence, but he had to state the fact. As Ruri absorbed this information, she realized that she had been worrying needlessly. She refocused her thoughts. However, no matter how she considered it, she couldn't fathom which Uchiha member currently possessed Sharingan power surpassing her own. It seems I guessed wrong from the beginning. These protective measures extend beyond just wood release and tailed beasts, they also involve Sharingan. This individual's arrival likely has no connection to the village's high-ranking members. There are other players pulling the strings. Shiraishi exhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting a profound gravity. He emphasized the importance of caution in their future actions. For the time being, the Land of Rain would be designated a restricted area to avoid encountering Akatsuki members again. Shiraishi didn't want to become a target due to unknown enemies. In a vast, dark karst cave, a white figure emerged from the ground and promptly reported to an elderly man seated on a wooden chair. Madara-sama, the Zetsu, who was investigating the Uchiha clan's territory, has vanished. I'm aware, the illusion I implanted in his mind was triggered, indicating his capture, the old man replied, his eyes shimmering with no one knowing his thoughts. Could our intelligence be compromised? White Zetsu inquired with concern. No, the moment the illusion triggered, a chain suicide spell activated, and the White Zetsu is now dead, the old man responded coolly. White Zetsu chuckled, displaying no sadness at White Zetsu's death. To them, their existence served as tools for their master's benefit. Withdraw from Konoha for now. I didn't expect such a formidable ninja to emerge within the clan after my departure. I mustn't act recklessly. The old man's face expressed regret. Do you intend to abandon monitoring the Uchiha clan entirely? Not abandonment. We'll wait until things quiet down, then send White Zetsu. Alternatively, we'll wait for the next ninja war, it might provide the perfect opportunity. Among his ranks, some individuals had already detected White Zetsu's traces. Regardless of the method he employed, he couldn't easily gain full access to the Uchiha clan's current information. So, he had to select the emissary that best suited his desires with care. Having heard the old man's plan, White Zetsu promptly vanished into the ground, disappearing before the old man's eyes. Chapter 82, Hunting the Byakugan. Ninja Academy. Tsunade, who was organizing lesson plans in her office, recognized the approaching footsteps and the person without needing to guess. "Boy, you're a bit late today. What's wrong with your face? You look terrible," Tsunade remarked as she turned to see Shiraishi's pale face and his almost weak-like body. She couldn't help being startled, and quickly asked him what happened. "I had a upset stomach after dinner yesterday," Shiraishi fabricated without hesitation. "Upset stomach doesn't usually look this bad," Tsunade sighed. She walked over, patted Shiraishi on the shoulder, and continued. "I understand that young men and women living under the same roof might have their moments, especially since you're all teenagers. But you're a medical ninja, and you should know that a ninja's body has limits, so please exercise some restraint." Shiraishi remained silent. "By the way, have you taken precautions? Don't make the girl end up pregnant before you get married." Tsunade leaned close to Shiraishi's ear, and whispered to him, as if he was afraid that someone around would eavesdrop. However, Shiraishi could see the mischievous glint in Tsunade's eyes. "Don't worry, Tsunade-sensei, I'm perfectly healthy." "Does that mean you still did it? If you spread rumors, I'll report you to Lord Hokage. You really have no sense of humor, kid." "My sense of humor isn't the issue here." Seeing Shiraishi's exhausted expression, Tsunade grew bored. "Anyway, are you sure you're okay like this? Would you like to rest here for a while?" Shiraishi's current condition did worry her, he might suddenly collapse while working. "Thank you for your concern, but it's not a big problem. I'll head to the classroom later." After some thought, Shiraishi believed Tsunade's concern was warranted. The Sharingan he encountered yesterday after using the spiritual transformation technique still haunted him. The after-effects of the illusion made him feel weak this morning. "In that case, at least rest here and don't overexert yourself." Tsunade refrained from asking what Shiraishi had done to end up in this condition. She understood that everyone had secrets they preferred not to share, including herself. Watching Tsunade leave, Shiraishi was alone in the office. Due to his physical exhaustion, he reclined on the chair, closed his eyes, and allowed his mind to wander. After about half an hour, he felt considerably better than when he had first arrived. Slowly, he got up from the chair and headed towards the experimental class for training medical ninjas. After the experimental class concluded, Shiraishi and Tsunade exchanged greetings before heading outside the academy. At the school gates, Shiraishi spotted Ruri waiting. Wearing her form-fitting black ninja attire that showcased her figure, she looked pleasant standing there. Shiraishi recognized her at once. "Ruri, why are you here?" Shiraishi approached, a little puzzled. "Just passing by," Ruri replied with a glance at Shiraishi's pale face, her tone remaining steady. "It's quite a way to pass by. Did you leave work early today?" Shiraishi inquired. "I arranged for someone else to cover for me," Ruri replied, then retrieved a thermos cup from her bag and handed it to Shiraishi. Shiraishi caught the thermos cup, unscrewed the lid, and found it filled with clean, hot water. "Thanks, I was feeling thirsty," Shiraishi said. "Don't think too much of it, I just happened to have it on me," Ruri replied, explaining her gesture. Hearing her explanation, Shiraishi just smiled understandingly. After taking a sip of hot water, Shiraishi asked Ruri, "Do you want to walk back together now?" He knew that Ruri was waiting for him at the academy gate because she was concerned about his safety. It warmed his heart, even if she might find it difficult to openly express her concern. However, Shiraishi might have guessed right, Ruri was not always forthcoming with her emotions. Ayane, for instance, she would probably be serious, pretending to be innocent and saying some unexpected provocative words. Yet, Ruri agreed. She was genuinely concerned for Shiraishi's well-being. He didn't look well at all, and safety was not guaranteed even within the village. She had been waiting there for him for nearly 2 hours, ever since Shiraishi had arrived at the academy for work. As they walked together, Ruri recalled something and spoke softly, "By the way, I spent the day at the police checking through the information on each clan member, but no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find anyone with a stronger Sharingan pupil power than mine, as you mentioned." This statement wasn't a matter of boasting for Ruri. She genuinely possessed superior knowledge of Sharingan compared to most Uchiha members. Leaving Sharingan aside, her taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu skills were top-notch. Her taijutsu and ninjutsu, in particular, were exceptional, with genjutsu being the only area where she slightly lagged behind. The idea of identifying a Sharingan wielder significantly more potent than herself left Ruri stumped, even after thoroughly examining the personnel records of the security force. If you couldn't find them, don't push it. I don't think the mastermind is necessarily hiding within the village, Shiraishi commented. Not within the village. Ruri found Shiraishi's words somewhat confusing. What's your opinion of Sakumo-sensei's strength? She asked. Shiraishi didn't respond directly. He is stronger than me. What about the specific difference in strength? Shiraishi inquired. If I fought to the death, there's a high chance I'd lose, and Sakumo-sensei would be severely injured, Ruri admitted. Ruri wasn't overestimating herself, her abilities had genuinely reached a high level. Sakumo's strength lay in his kenjutsu and incredible speed with the body flicker technique, combined with his impeccable sword skills. However, this specialization in kenjutsu meant he lacked other versatile combat techniques. Ruri might be the most challenging type of opponent for Sakumo. She was an all-around ninja, excelling in ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Her use of the body flicker technique and the three-tomo Sharingan allowed her to match Sakumo's speed and reflexes. Still, because of his proficiency with the sword, Ruri believed she would struggle in close combat with Sakumo. However, she also possessed advantages that Sakumo did not. Her extensive knowledge of fire release justice and her mastery of genjutsu could be used to restrict Sakumo's movements. Shiraishi nodded in agreement after hearing this. The chakra displayed by the Sharingan and the immense pressure it exerts are even greater than teacher Sakumo's. And that's just in a contest of Sharingan pupil power, he likely surpasses you in other areas as well. Really? While there may not be such a master among the Uchiha clan currently, is it too hasty to rule out the possibility within Konoha? But then think about it differently. If there is such a master among the Uchiha clan in the village, our secrets may have been exposed long ago, and it is impossible to remain indifferent until now. After all, the other party has powerful infiltrating subordinates, and our secrets cannot be concealed at all. Ruri frowned, deep in thought. Shiraishi continued, since that white creature can be sensed by natural energy, it also means that the other party was not monitoring us before I researched natural energy. The first contact was on Akatsuki's side. Then, this strange white creature came to Konoha and infiltrated the Uchiha clan. The mastermind behind the scenes may have targeted Konoha, perhaps to monitor the Uchiha clan. This action only began recently. As for Akatsuki, Shiraishi had sent Bugman and others to contact Akatsuki nearly a month ago. Shiraishi couldn't be certain when the mastermind behind the scenes had sent people to monitor Akatsuki. Nevertheless, these observations held significance. Uchiha ninja not within Konoha. Related to tailed beasts, would release, and Sharingan. This is the critical information needed for decoding the intelligence puzzle. Ruri understood this but still found it challenging to identify the Uchiha ninja who was the mastermind behind the scenes. Incidentally, did any Uchiha defect in the past or leave Konoha? Shiraishi inquired. In the past 30 years, only Uchiha Madara, she answered, almost as if it were a fantasy. That's nonsense. Uchiha Madara died at the Valley of the End battle, killed by the first Hokage. This is well known around the WORL. Shiraishi chuckled and shook his head. What he was thinking, only he knew. After all, the likelihood of that happening is minuscule, isn't it? Would release, tailed beasts, Sharingan, these are either the techniques Uchiha Madara used in battle or objects he controlled or powers he held or see. Doesn't it seem like all the conditions are met? Seeing Ruri deep in thought, Shiraishi likely also entertained doubts about whether the Uchiha clan's ancestor was truly deceased. Shiraishi reopened the thermos, took a sip of hot water, and smiled. All right, no need for such a serious expression. Whether he's alive or not doesn't matter as long as he doesn't affect you. Besides, it's just speculation and far from conclusive evidence. No, I was thinking, if he is really alive. I really want to see the legendary power that can open up the world. Ruri clenched her fists. Ninjas in the past, when mentioning the Uchiha clan, the first thing people thought of was not Sharingan, but the name Uchiha Madara. Because he was a purer symbol of power than Sharingan. Nowadays, when ninjas mention Uchiha, they don't think of a certain Uchiha ninja, but Sharingan. This was the goal Ruri was going to surpass in the future. It really looks like your style, it seems that I was worrying for nothing just now. Are you looking down on me? And even if that old antique is alive, it's too old to move now. I didn't say that. Besides, this is just speculation and cannot be regarded as conclusive evidence. Seeing Ruri seeming to be arguing again, Shiraishi explained with a smile. Humph, Ruri turned her head, expressing that she didn't want to pay attention to him. The sky was growing darker, with the beautiful sunset slowly descending behind the forest in the west. Shiraishi and Ruri walked along the riverbank. In May, the weather had turned warmer, and the gentle breeze brought a sense of comfort, dispelling the irritability in their hearts. Streetlights along the small road cast their warm glow, leading the eye towards the village center. There, the night market was beginning to come alive, with lights flickering to life one by one. On this road, only Shiraishi and Ruri walked. Meanwhile, on the riverbank, some young ninja academy students who hadn't yet gone home were energetically playing ninja games. Seeing this scene, Shiraishi halted his steps. What's the matter? Ruri stopped and turned to him. It's nothing, just seeing them like this makes me reminisce about the past, Shiraishi said, his eyes fixed on the children playing ninja games with a touch of nostalgia. Shiraishi brought up a memory. You know, this feels a lot like the old days when we used to walk to school together. Ruri, too, was swept back to the past. Shiraishi had played an irreplaceable role in her life since childhood and continued to do so now. Back when they were academy students, they had indeed gone to school and returned home together, almost inseparable every day. Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Ruri asked. I was just thinking. It would be nice if we continued like this in the future. Because we make a great team, Shiraishi said as he looked at the setting sun. Under its soft rays, his usual stern expression softened. Ruri felt a pang of unease hearing this. She felt a void in her heart, as if something were missing. Was their relationship merely that of partners? Let's move along, we have things to do when we get back, Ruri said, about to quicken her pace. But at that moment, something wrapped around her hand, preventing her from moving forward. Startled, she turned to see a man's warm hand holding hers, guiding her gently to a stop. In many ways, I'm not quite sure how to approach this, Shiraishi admitted, looking at her with a gentle smile. But after what I said earlier, I gave it some thought. If we're just partners, maybe it doesn't fully explain everything between us. What do you think? Should our relationship be closer than just partners? Shiraishi had a calm smile on his face, asking Ruri for his opinion. I don't understand what you're talking about, so I'm going back. Ruri's face flushed slightly, and she turned her head away. She may have spoken of going home, but when his hand held hers, she allowed him to make the decision. Let's take a walk together. We left work early today, there should be enough time, Shiraishi suggested. Don't ask me about this. You're the one who's sick. You should decide. Just don't catch a cold tomorrow, Ruri replied, turning her head away but implying her consent. Shiraishi felt a bit odd, this was the first time in many years that he had taken such an initiative. It even brought a tear to his eye. It's already May, there's no way I'll catch a cold. No problem, he reassured her. His body isn't that weak. Although the weather would become colder than during the day after nightfall, as long as he paid attention, it wouldn't be a big problem. With their hands tightly clasped, they exchanged warmth through their skin. Shiraishi could feel the heat radiating from Ruri's body. Holding her hand, he led her towards the village's lively center, where the night was beginning to come alive. Shiraishi clearly saw the obvious happy smile on Ruri's face. At that moment, a sense of guilt welled up within him. In his mind, there might be another woman, another partner. But for today, he belonged to Ruri. The guilt faded as he comforted himself with this thought. The next day, Shiraishi came down with a cold. He realized he had caught it after returning home late the previous night. He slept on the floor, covered with a quilt, feeling groggy and cold. Ruri, dressed casually at home and not in her black ninja attire, knelt beside him, scolding him with an almost disgusted tone. You kept saying you were fine yesterday, and now look what's happened. Your physical condition has really deteriorated, Ruri scolded. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. This is my first cold. Shiraishi admitted with a touch of embarrassment. He realized that forcing himself so much the night before had been a mistake. But in that situation, if he had returned without doing anything, he would have regretted it even more. Seeing Ruri taking such good care of him, he felt both embarrassed and grateful. Even if he had caught a cold today, it didn't seem like such a bad thing. I've already sent someone to inform Tsunade, and she said you can rest at home today. I'll take care of you, Ruri said as she stood up to fetch something from the cabinet. Sorry to trouble you. But I don't think it's that serious. I still have work in the afternoon. Shiraishi began. Stay home and rest today. Do I need to say it a third time? Ruri's voice was stern. Shiraishi, trembling slightly, didn't dare to argue further. Ruri retrieved a medicine bottle from the cabinet, took out a few pills, and prepared a cup of hot water. This is a cold medicine that hasn't officially hit the pharmaceutical market. I didn't expect you to become its first user after developing it. How does it feel to take your own medicine? She asked. I'd rather not pass judgment if I can help it, Shiraishi replied with a chuckle as he accepted the cold medicine. The land of waves stretched out towards the sea of the land of fire. A small boat cut through the waves, drawing closer to the coastal port of the land of fire. On this boat were 4 individuals, all ninja from Konoha village. The team was under the leadership of a Konoha ninja in a Jonin uniform, while the other 3 members wore Chunin uniforms. This team, led by a Jonin and comprised of 3 Chunin, was considered an elite unit, even by the standards of Konoha village. In many teams, it was common to have 1 top-level ninja paired with 3 lower-level ones or a mix of high, middle, and low-ranking ninja. Their mission had taken them to the neighboring country to dismantle an illegal rogue ninja organization. This was a familiar scenario for Konoha, as even after the Ninja World War, smaller countries lacking ninja power were often targeted by wandering ninja groups. These rogue ninja fell into 2 categories, those who had stumbled into the life of a ninja by chance, and those who rebelled against the system and engaged in illegal, profit-driven activities. Larger nations like Konoha didn't pay much attention to these groups, but smaller, weaker nations struggled to deal with them. Konoha had dispatched an elite team consisting of 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin to deal with this wandering ninja organization. After a fierce battle, they successfully eradicated the threat, and now they were on their way back to the land of fire by boat. At the bow of the boat, the team leader, sat with long black hair that cascaded down to his waist. He wore a forehead protector on his forehead, and his eyes were pure white. He was a Jonin from the Hyuga clan, named Hyuga Shingo. Even within the Hyuga branch family, he was known for his exceptional strength. The waters of Land of Waves were perpetually shrouded in thick fog. Thus, Hyuga Shingo periodically opened his eyes to survey the surrounding sea, a precaution against any potential emergencies. With his Byakugan vision, he could see 5 individuals approaching their boat from about 2 kilometers away. These individuals had very little chakra, almost at the level of ordinary civilians, and they carried no weapons, only a small amount of money. Clearly, they were regular civilians traveling to the Land of Waves. After a while, the boat carrying the 5 civilians drew near. Hyuga Shingo and the 3 Chunin merely gave them a cursory glance and then ignored them. However, as the civilian boat passed by, the 5 people suddenly accelerated towards them. In a blur of motion, the 3 Konoha Chunin let out cries of pain as they were sent tumbling into the sea. They had lost track of the attackers. Hyuga Shingo's expression changed dramatically. The scene before him shattered his perception of the world. Despite the attackers' low chakra levels, their incredible speed and power were incomprehensible. He jumped away from the boat, standing atop the undulating sea by channeling chakra through the soles of his feet, readying himself with a gentle fist stance. He could no longer concern himself with the fate of his 3 comrades. Among the 5 individuals surrounding him, none appeared to be ordinary. Given their speed and strength, he couldn't confidently claim an advantage. He attempted to initiate a conversation to ascertain their identities and motivations. Who are you? Why did you attack ninjas of Konohagakure? However, the 5 individuals remained silent. Their bodies exuded strong hostility directed towards him. Their orders were simple: attack. Hyuga Shingo found himself trapped within the enemy's formation. He didn't panic, his wealth of combat experience, Byakugan, and gentle fist techniques formed the basis of his confidence. Yet, as the battle unfolded, he discovered that these 5 opponents possessed extraordinary strength. His acupuncture techniques were ineffective unless he could target their chest points. These attackers didn't rely on chakra for their incredible abilities, instead, they exhibited tremendous physical prowess. This type of enemy was a first in Hyuga Shingo's years of missions. Frustration and concern gripped him. His gentle fist, which primarily targeted acupuncture points, had little impact on these enemies. Most of the Hyuga clan's techniques relied on gentle fists and acupuncture points, making them ill-suited to this type of foe. He watched helplessly as his attacks failed to land, his enemy's strikes landing true. In a daring maneuver, one of the assailants punched him in the face, sending him flying. Two others moved in, attacking him as he fell. Hyuga Shingo rolled on the sea's surface, swallowing the bitter taste of seawater mixed with blood. His rather elegant image was destroyed, and despair arose in his heart. "Who are you people?" he asked again unwillingly, wanting to know the identities of these 5 people and their reasons for attacking Konoha ninja. The 5 of them didn't say a word, and what lingered on the sea was absolute silence. Chapter 83, Intrusion. The sound of footsteps brushed past his ear. Hyuga Shingo stirred from his drowsiness, attempting to open his eyes. However, he realized that his limbs were unresponsive, the only functioning part of his body appeared to be his brain. He lacked the strength to even blink his eyes. Amidst the darkness, he heard the faint footsteps of someone nearby. He couldn't discern who it was or where they were. All he could perceive was the frigid coldness beneath him and the scent of disinfectant that hinted at a hospital-like environment. A cold and serious atmosphere surrounded him. It seemed that Hyuga Shingo's slight movement on the operating table didn't go unnoticed. Standing next to a table, the young man in a white hooded coat looked towards the operating table and continued to prepare the medicine with his head down. This young man was none other than Shiraishi. Given the impending task of cracking the caged bird experiment, many preparatory conditions had to be met in advance. Most crucially, a living body from the Hyuga branch ninja was required for this dangerous experiment. Ayuna's body couldn't be used for such an unsafe experiment. Although Shiraishi had conducted experiments on human subjects before, these were regular human bodies. While they could substitute life energy with natural energy when chakra was depleted, they provided only a rudimentary conclusion, with detailed specifics yet to be determined. Not only did Shiraishi seek to save Ayuna's life, but he also coveted her extraordinarily precious white eyes, something he couldn't readily give up easily. This had prompted him to deploy the 5-man operatives to hunt down a Hyuga branch ninja. Members of this clan, all had the Byakugan, had no way to hide their ocular abilities from ordinary people or fellow ninjas if awakened. In terms of insight, even the Sharingan fell short. Yet, these 5-man operatives didn't rely solely on chakra for combat. Abandoning chakra only curtailed their use of secret techniques, their physical abilities remained formidable. Moreover, natural energy was impervious to acupuncture. The Hyuga clan's acupoints could only disrupt chakra flow, putting Hyuga Shingo at a severe disadvantage. Using natural energy in taijutsu effectively nullified the Jainin Hyuga Shingo's soft fist techniques. Under such circumstances, Hyuga Shingo's physical prowess was significantly diminished, making his eventual capture inevitable. Ayuna had provided the list of targets, but the monitoring was handled by Shiraishi's clay puppet, known as General Tuesday. In terms of covered capabilities, Shiraishi believed that the General 2 was no less capable than the white creature, which combined would release and tailed beast elements. Once the location of a Hyuga branch ninja was determined, the rest was easy. After a successful hunt, General 2 would covertly transport the captive back to Konoha, deliver them to the laboratory, and entrust Shiraishi with their disposal. After meticulously preparing the medicine, Shiraishi placed it in a tray that was already equipped with the necessary equipment. He approached the operating table, set down the tray, and then began a careful examination of Hyuga Shingo's body. Hyuga Shingo had been brought here an hour ago. Judging by his team's expected return time to the village, it should normally take until the following night or the morning after to reach Konoha and report to the Hokage building. Should Konoha discover Hyuga Shingo's absence, they would surely inform the Hyuga family. Beyond that, Shiraishi couldn't guarantee the outcome, but he had precious little time to spare. It was evident that Hyuga Shingo, lying on the operating table, was anxious. As a Jainin, he had already sensed that someone was observing him. His forehead protector had been removed, revealing a green crossed curse mark on his forehead, along with 2 opposing green hook patterns adjacent to it. This was the caged bird curse mark, branded onto Hyuga branch ninjas. It was a matter that Shiraishi urgently needed to resolve. Hyuga Shingo's chakra flow had been blocked, rendering his Byakugan inactive. Coupled with his inability to open his eyes, he couldn't discern who was standing beside him or the nature of his surroundings. Shiraishi selected a transparent glass bottle from the medicine tray, which is made of a material to absorb chakra easily. He inscribed a mantra on the bottle's surface, positioning it so that the bottle mouth faced Hyaga Shingo's chest. Chakra flowed through Shiraishi's palm, activating the mantra on the bottle. It promptly initiated a potent absorption effect. At a visibly increasing rate, chakra flowed from Hyaga Shingo's body into the glass bottle. As the chakra within the bottle grew darker in color, it signaled the accumulation of an ever greater amount. Shiraishi paid no heed to these changes. Instead, he focused on perception, closely monitoring every movement of Hyaga Shingo. His objective was to gain insight into the appearance of the caged bird curse mark through sensory ninjutsu. According to Ayana's information, there are two methods to trigger the caged bird curse. The first involves a ninja from the main family. They can either subject the Hyaga branch ninja to intense suffering or opt to damage the eyeballs and brain nerves of the branch ninja, thereby actively activating the curse mark of the caged bird. The second method is passive and occurs when a Hyaga branch ninja dies or has their eyes removed. In this case, the curse mark of the caged bird directly inflicts damage upon the branch ninja's eyeballs and brain nerves. This curse is indeed dreadful. Suddenly, when the chakra in Hyaga Shingo's body reached a life-threatening low, he broke through the limits of the special anesthetics control and let out a horrifying scream. Visible to the naked eye, the curse mark on his forehead emitted a green glow, producing a type of chakra entirely unfamiliar to Shiraishi. Once this chakra was generated, it began flowing directly into Hyaga Shingo's brain, causing considerable harm. This chakra flow differed substantially from the one Ruri utilized when activating Sharingan. Shiraishi stopped absorbing the chakra within Hyaga Shingo's body. The chakra within the glass bottle began to flow back. The caged bird curse mark on Hyaga Shingo's forehead reverted to a peaceful state, with the chakra retracting into the curse mark. Shiraishi picked up the glass bottle used for chakra absorption, which now bore visible cracks. It shattered in his hands, and the shards fell to the ground. As expected, Shiraishi sighed in relief as he observed Hyaga Shingo, now unconscious and in extreme pain. The preliminary results were in line with his expectations. The term jutsu, regardless of its evolution, essentially relies on chakra application. Consider Sharingan's genjutsu, for instance, where maintaining eye contact allows one's chakra to infiltrate the target's brain nerves, enabling manipulation of said nerves. Chakra forms the foundation of these jutsus, permitting control over the enemy's brain nerves. A skilled genjutsu user can even manipulate the target's brain nerves at will, achieving the desired effects. This principle extends beyond Sharingan, encompassing other illusion techniques as well, whether triggered by sight, smell, touch, or other sensory inputs. To execute these techniques, the user must channel their chakra into the target's brain nerves to perform hypnotic control. One crucial aspect to consider is that illusions, regardless of type, are time-limited. The chakra emitted is not limitless. No matter how diligently one maintains the jutsu, the chakra will inevitably dissipate over time. This implies that as time passes, the user will run out of chakra, potentially leading to the unraveling of the illusion. Chakra alone cannot indefinitely sustain the illusion concept, a concept that holds true for ninjutsu. The duration is of paramount importance. For instance, fire release jutsus release flames that burn for a limited duration unless they encounter flammable material that keeps the fire going. These flames, in essence, comprise chakra forming the jutsu concept. Seals, too, require a mechanism for duration. However, Shiraishi identified a significant flaw during his recent observation of the caged bird curse seal. Through his spiritualization technique, he detected that the special chakra generated when the caged bird was activated remained in Hyaga Shingo's brain nerves for a brief period before nearly vanishing on its own. A smile graced Shiraishi's lips. The experiment had been somewhat dangerous, but the results appeared promising. At the moment of activation, the seal's system produced a materialized chakra. That part of the chakra has not been recovered by the curse mark of the bird in the cage, which means it has been completely consumed. Continuously repeating this process will eventually cause the caged bird curse seal to lose the chakra that sustains the concept of jutsu and decompose from within. The caged bird curse seal hasn't been fully triggered. It seems that the method of chakra disappearance leading to death can be considered one of the triggering mechanisms for the caged bird curse seal. Thinking of it this way simplifies the situation. Conditions and assumptions have been established. Shiraishi possesses a comprehensive life energy method to replace chakra, ensuring the subject's survival after abandoning chakra. Shiraishi rested his palm on Hyaga Shingo's forehead, probing his brain. However, there's a slight issue and it's the most critical part of the experiment. The The chakra extraction was interrupted earlier, and the caged bird curse seal didn't fully erupt. Instead, the special chakra directly rushed into Hyuga Shingo's brain nerves, causing destruction. This is where the difficulty arises. If the experiment could be repeated back and forth, it wouldn't be challenging to break down the caged bird curse seal through a continuous flow of chakra. The current concern is how to ensure the safety of the subject's brain nerves when the caged bird curse seal is activated. Shiraishi contemplated the issue, then squatted down to collect the glass shards scattered on the floor. The chakra absorption props had shattered, and on the shards, aside from Hyuga Shingo's own chakra signature, another lingering chakra remained. It seemed that two different chakras had clashed, leading to the glass bottle's destruction. I managed to attract some of it, but it seems the absorption force isn't strong enough. I should opt for a prop with stronger absorption, Shiraishi mused. He approached a nearby shelf, retrieved two chakra bottles, and took a syringe from the medicine tray to administer a drug into Shingo's body. This drug was designed to sustain bodily functions. Due to the increased danger of the upcoming experiment, it was imperative to enhance Hyuga Shingo's self-recovery capabilities. Without this, the subject might not survive until the end of the experiment. With Hyuga Shingo having lost consciousness, Shiraishi initiated the second experiment. This time, he intended to employ two chakra bottles, one for regular absorption, placed on Hyuga Shingo's chest following the previous rhythm, and another with more potent absorption, situated on his forehead. The objective was simple: upon the reactivation of the caged bird curse seal and the next generation of special chakra, the aim was to absorb this unique chakra to assess its effectiveness. As a result, Hyuga Shingo's painful screams could be heard from time to time on the operating table. Around 2 hours later, seeing Hyuga Shingo at the brink of death, Shiraishi terminated the experiment. Proceeding further could result in Hyuga Shingo's death from pain. Shiraishi frowned in thought. During the continuous experiments, he noted the exceptional attachment of the special chakra generated by the caged bird curse seal activation to Hyuga Shingo's body. Even with the use of chakra bottles with enhanced absorption, the impact remained minimal. Continuing in this manner, even with better absorption props, wouldn't yield significant results. Moreover, Shiraishi couldn't guarantee that Hyuga Shingo would endure further trials. Upon the caged bird curse seal activation, the pain and lethality inflicted on the human body surpassed Shiraishi's expectations. Is this seal specifically designed for Byakugan? If that's the case, the profound connection between the caged bird curse seal and the Byakugan becomes apparent. Through the recent experiment, Shiraishi had gained some confidence in understanding how the caged bird curse seal affected the Hyuga branch ninjas and how to manage the risks. It's too late to proceed like this. Shiraishi refrained from attempting to make Hyuga Shingo's die directly for more comprehensive insights. This meant he needed to continue capturing Hyuga clan ninjas, deceiving them once or twice, but no more than 3 times. Even if the Hyuga clan members weren't the sharpest, they would eventually detect someone is acting against them. At that point, Hyuga branch ninjas would likely avoid leaving the village for missions, making it challenging to acquire experimental subjects. Furthermore, given the current analysis, there was no need to study the Hyuga branch ninjas' bodies. Shiraishi had already understood the link between the caged bird curse seal and the incomplete Bun, including its origins and coping mechanisms. At present, only one complete sample remained for observation hunting Hyuga clan ninjas. To ensure the success of the experiment in deciphering the caged bird curse seal, it's crucial to understand the disparity between the two types of Byakugan. The spiritualization jutsu can be used to enter the spiritual world, extracting hidden information about the caged bird curse, and also, reverse engineer the caged bird technique. Only through this method can the curse mark on the caged bird be reliably cracked. Ayuna cannot be burdened with this task, she must plan and execute it herself. Hyuga ninjas from the main family, in contrast to the branch members, rarely undertake missions outside. When they do, it's likely they're discreetly protected by formidable branch guards. The 5 of them alone won't be able to handle so many powerful ninjas. The target might escape. It seems I have to find an opportunity to leave the village. Shiraishi concluded his experiment on Hyuga Shingo, contemplating his next steps in hunting Hyuga ninjas. 3 days had passed, and in the afternoon, a Konohagakure ninja Hyuga Shingo had vanished. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, frowned as he examined the information presented by Anbu. According to the mission assigned to Hyuga Shingo's team, they should have returned to Konoha the morning before last to report their mission progress at the Hokage building. However, more than a day had passed since that morning. Anbu operatives in the Land of Fire confirmed that there was no trace of Hyuga Shingo's team. Presently, 4 Anbu ninjas were on their way to the Land of Waves to investigate the disappearance of Hyuga Shingo. For Konoha, a Jonin's inexplicable disappearance was a significant matter. Recently, both domestic and international conditions had been relatively peaceful, significantly reducing the Anbu's workload. They no longer needed to vigilantly monitor the Land of Fire's territory for potential threats. Nevertheless, the Anbu's investigation would likely take 4 or 5 days to yield results. Contemplating this, the Hokage rapped his knuckles on the table, and an Anbu ninja emerged from the shadows, awaiting instructions. Deliver this to the head of the Hyuga clan. Yes, Hokage-sama, the Anbu ninja acknowledged, accepting the scroll from Hiruzen and vanishing from the office. After the Anbu ninja left, Hiruzen sighed. While it wasn't a major village-related issue, the unexplained absence of a Jonin, especially one from the Hyuga clan, necessitated timely communication with the Hyuga clan. After all, the clan's circumstances were somewhat unique. For branch members bound by the caged bird curse seal, they should be left to decide for themselves whether they held any vital information. As Hokage, Hiruzen found it challenging to deal with these more delicate family matters. Much like that, time elapsed steadily, and before he realized it, Hiruzen gazed at the fully darkened sky outside. He tidied his desk, exited the office, and headed home for some rest. Not more than half an hour after Hiruzen's departure, the office was shrouded in darkness, lit solely by faint moonlight. There was no sound, but a bulge emerged on the office floor, and the faintly luminous, unemotional, golden eyes of a figure patrolled the office. The figure gradually separated from the floor, assuming a flexible, amorphous form, then silently began to search the mission information recently released by Konoha on the desk. Time passed unmarked. Suddenly, a swift black shadow approached. With a swift swish, a flashing silver blade sliced through the air, ruthlessly cleaving the strange figure in two. The upper half was flung against the wall, adhering to it with a snap. The pair of light golden eyes in its inanimate face remained unwavering, void of fear, while incomprehensible words flowed from its lips. Then, to the astonishment of the Konoha Anbu, the lower half of the figure standing near the desk, treating the floor like quicksand, descended into it and vanished. The Konoha Anbu swiftly grasped the situation and swung his blade, aiming at the upper part of the figure pinned to the wall. Much like the lower half, this upper section considered the wall as if it were mire, sinking into it and retreating after the blade whooshed through the air, merely piercing the solid wall and leaving a fissure. Chapter 84, Kidnap. It took more than 10 minutes to return to the Hokage building's office. The third Hokage examined the office wall where a S2ORD mark bore evidence of a recent struggle. What happened? Hiruzen turned to the 4 Anbu ninjas who had appeared before him, inquiring about the recent events. Hokage-sama, someone has stolen information from here, responded one of the Anbu who had repelled the intruder earlier. Did you catch the intruder? Hiruzen asked for key details. I managed to cut the enemy in half, but they appeared to be immortal. Even after being severed, they showed remarkable vitality and vanished into the ground, the Anbu reported, regret evident in his voice. I apologize, Hokage-sama. Despite our efforts to track them, the intruder swiftly moved through the soil and evaded us. Get up. It seems our intruder possesses unique abilities, the Hokage mused. An immortal body and the ability to traverse walls and floors, while eluding close pursuit by Anbu, was indeed formidable. Hiruzen walked to his desk, surveying the scattered documents that included details on Jainin squad members, mission records, recent execution squad reports, and various expired orders. Amongst them, Hiruzen noticed a magazine with a suggestive bikini cover. Hiruzen felt a moment of embarrassment, discreetly tucking the magazine into a nearby drawer. As Hokage, even he needed occasional breaks to relieve his stress. Hokage-sama, what should we FO next? I don't think there's much to be concerned about. These documents don't contain the village's most critical secrets. However, leaking such documents to an unknown entity posed a threat to the village, albeit not a catastrophic one. Yet, the intruder's identity and motive remained unknown, making any decisive action impossible. Hiruzen could do little more than acknowledge this frustration. He could only let it go. We'll leave it at this for now and exercise more caution in future operations. Hiruzen refrained from blaming the Anbu, their presence was justified as the files in this office didn't involve Konoha's most sensitive secrets. Deploying a larger security detail here would be inefficient and risk depleting resources needed elsewhere. Still, Hiruzen found it confusing. If the intruder's goal was Konoha's secrets, the information obtainable here was minimal. Highly classified information about ANBU members, research materials, forbidden techniques, and other core secrets were housed in more secure locations. The ANBU stationed there were highly skilled, their techniques drawn from rare secret methods, complemented by sensory ninjas to prevent the enemy from sneaking in. Hiruzen chose not to indulge in speculative guesses regarding the intruder's motives. One day later, a cruise ship, departing from Land of Rainbow's port, sailed toward the Land of Fire's port. On the ship's deck, passengers enjoyed various activities or admired the vast, blue sea. Kair-sama, it's not safe for you to show your face here. Let's return to our room. Two adult male ninjas with pale, white pupils urged a white-eyed ninja who stood on the deck gazing at the seascape. The ninja they addressed as Kair was a handsome young man, bearing the Konoha headband, revealing his identity as a Konoha ninja. The three's pure white eyes marked them as members of the prestigious Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan ranked among the wealthiest ninja clans, and their relationship with the outside world was complicated. The three had embarked on this journey to establish ties with Land of Rainbow and attend to business matters on behalf of the Hyuga clan's Chamber of Commerce. Given the necessity of having individuals with the appropriate status present, the clan had dispatched a Hyuga clan member, Hyuga Kara. With two branch Hyuga ninjas served as his escorts. While not full-fledged Jonin, the two escorts, when working together, matched or even surpassed a standard Jonin in combat. Hyuga Kara, at only 20 years old, was renowned as a prodigious talent within the Hyuga clan and the strongest among the three. With this team configuration, they could easily handle hundreds of Chunin-level opponents or escape if needed. No worries, I'm here to relax. Our family's business in the Land of Rainbow is complete. No need to be so uptight, Kair reassured the two Hyuga branch ninjas, flashing a warm smile. Even so, given your status. One of the branch ninjas began but quickly realized the need to be discreet, avoiding further comment upon noticing that bystanders weren't paying attention. You two, please don't be overly formal with me, let's keep it casual, Kair replied, his smile extending warmth to his escorts. Of course, Kair-sama. Although Kair, the clan representative, expressed such leniency, the two branch ninjas remained firmly within the confines of their roles. Their upbringing had instilled the notion that the clan was paramount from childhood into adulthood. Even in dire situations, the safety of a ninja's life had to be guaranteed. This resolve was deeply ingrained in their genes, often leading to subconscious actions taken to protect the clan. Kair couldn't help but sigh at their restraint, which only fueled his suspicions further. But even if an unforeseen incident occurred, with the combined strength of the three of them. Boom! An abrupt explosion shattered the moment. The massive cruise ship's hull trembled violently, shaking amid the boundless sea. Kair and the two branch ninjas swiftly channeled chakra into the solace of their feet, clutching the ship's railing to regain their balance on the deck. The passengers on the deck had panicked during the previous tremor, screamed in panic, and an air of fear and chaos now engulfed the cruise ship. On the blue sea, huge waves surged into the sky, attacking the vessel relentlessly. The cruise ship was swaying on the sea, nearly capsizing its immense hull several times. What's happening? It appears our journey back to Konoha won't be smooth sailing. Despite the chaos, Kair remained composed on the deck. His Byakugan penetrated the surging waves and spotted over a dozen enemies rapidly approaching the cruise ship. Water release Water Dragon Ball! A resounding cry echoed through the air, followed by a spectacle as a huge water dragon, created from vast quantities of water, charged towards the cruise ship with overwhelming force. Kair looked at the extremely frightened tourists on the deck, frowned, and jumped with both legs towards the air, chakra repelled from the body's acupuncture point, spinning like a top. Revolving heaven. Boom! The water dragon collided with the enormous chakra sphere created by Kair's rotation. The water dragon collapsed into a huge amount of water, drenching the cruise ship's deck. Several tourists were accidentally washed overboard, their cries for help filling the air. Withdrawing from the air, although rotation successfully blocked the water dragon from ramming the cruise ship and prevented the cruise ship from being smashed by the water dragon, the surging force hit his body. Kair's face had paled from the tremendous impact. Follow me, don't fight here. Kair realized that their enemies cared little for the hundreds of lives aboard the cruise ship. Engaging in battle here would only make their situation more dangerous. He jumped off the deck, stood upon the sea, and immediately ran away. Yes. The two branch ninjas promptly followed Kair, ensuring that the battle didn't spread to innocent bystanders, even though they were unsure where it was headed. Lord Care, who are these? Their water release is formidable, but their attire doesn't resemble Kirigaku's. The attire of these people bore no resemblance to standard ninja clothing. They wore coarse, unremarkable linen garments, a stark contrast to typical ninja attire. Do they change clothes? That's a possibility. As Kair pondered, an expansive white fog suddenly rolled in over the sea without warning. The fog enveloped an area with a 1 kilometer radius. This unexpected white fog emitted an immensely powerful chakra. While Byakugan's insight remained active, perceiving through the fog consumed a bit more chakra than usual. Nevertheless, for the 3 Hyuga ninjas, this amount of chakra was nothing at all. The hidden mist technique. It effectively obscures the Byakugan's vision, but our Hyuga's Byakugan still surpass it in terms of insight. Kair showed no fear of this potent mist technique. Within the Byakugan's purview, they could foresee the number of assailants, their direction of approach, and predetermine the most suitable counter techniques. Senseless killings were not unusual in the ninja world, yet these dozen or so unidentified ninjas charged forward with terrifying murderous intent, clearly targeting the 3 of them. Perhaps it was their unique bloodline limit, the all-seeing Byakugan. Water Release Water Dragon Jutsu. The same jutsu was unleashed by 6 attackers simultaneously. 6 huge water dragons converged, carrying enough force to crush human bodies. The 3 Hyuga ninjas had extremely grave expressions. The intensity of the impact rendered the rotation technique useless. It would have been ideal if the 2 branch families had mastered the rotation technique as well. Kair couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If all 3 of them could execute it, they could at least defend themselves against such an attack, even if they sustained some injuries. Sadly, only the main clan and exceptional branch ninjas were eligible to learn the top-secret rotation technique, an absolute defensive technique. Many jounin from the branch family lacked the qualification to study it, including the 2 special jounin guards accompanying him. The concentrated shockwave from the 6 water dragons hit him head-on, and the least severe consequence was severe injury. Thus, the 3 of them continued to retreat, exploiting the increased distance to diminish the water dragon's impact. However, the enemy appeared well versed in the Hyuga clan's techniques. Furthermore, this was an endless sea, an environment dominated by water release ninjas. With the regular chakra volume, water release techniques could be performed here with only half the usual chakra. If the same amount of chakra was used, the power of the water release technique doubled. In this watery venue, there was no more favorable setting for water release jutsus. Attempting to fight water release ninjas with expansive ninjutsu in this sea was a disadvantageous proposition. Damn! While the dozen or so enemies displayed considerable skill, they weren't keen on engaging in close combat. Instead, they relied on long-range and extensive water release jutsus, leveraging the vastness of the sea to slowly drain the physical stamina of the 3 Hyuga ninjas. A single hit from one of these water release techniques could lead to severe injuries. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the trio succumbed to exhaustion and fell into the hands of the enemy. Lord Kair, please, you must leave this place. These individuals possess formidable strength. We'll stay here to hold them off. The 2 branch ninjas, both at the special Jainin level, sought to create an opening for Kair to escape. The significance of the Byakugan to the Hyuga clan was self-evident. If this pure bloodline ability fell into the wrong hands, it would pose a grave threat to both Hyuga and Konoha. Kair glanced at the 2 determined ninjas, recognizing the willingness to lay down their lives in their eyes. He nodded in agreement and promptly fled in the direction where no enemies obstructed his path. Whether he liked it or not, the true purpose of branch ninjas was being realized in this very moment. Their duty was to fight for the lives of the ninjas of the main clan, not to allow them to die while they escaped. Kair was no stranger to such situations, and he accepted it as a matter of course. He knew he had to protect his precious and proud Byakugan from falling into enemy hands, making the sacrifice of the 2 branch ninjas a worthy endeavor. Several kilometers away from the battlefield, a mud-caked figure with khaki skin emerged from the sea. The ugly, humanoid form stood limply on the water's surface, twisting irregularly. Then, it formed hand seals and pressed both palms onto the sea's surface. Accompanied by billowing white smoke, Shiraishi, clad in a white hooded coat, was summoned from the distant Konoha. This reverse summoning jutsu is incredibly convenient. Thank you for your efforts. Shiraishi regarded the idiot son standing beside him. On numerous occasions, he found the lad's presence quite advantageous. But in Shiraishi's initial conception, he hoped to make him a powerful rock doll for use in combat. However, due to the fact that the technology and sage arts have not yet formed, he could only let him stay by his side as a lurker. General 2 mumbled an array of incomprehensible words, and the mud-caked figure disappeared, submerging back into the sea. After the figure had vanished, Shiraishi crouched down and extended a finger towards the sea's surface. A sweeping wave of perception spread outward in all directions. His target was none other than Hyuga. In that direction? But what's happening in this skirmish? Could someone else be involved? Shiraishi appeared confused. Upon reflection, it made sense. The Byakugan was an exceptionally strategic tool, especially during ninja war. Possessing such an ocular ability could inexplicably reveal the enemy's plots. In Shiraishi's perception, the two opposing factions were split into two camps, one with 3 members and the other with 13. One of the 3 was likely a Hyuga clan ninja, and the individual presently withdrawing from the battlefield was probably Hyuga. He seemed to be using the branch ninjas to buy time for his own escape. Ambushing the enemy isn't straightforward, but with them detaining me, I won't need to concern myself with the 2 separate guards. Shiraishi smiled slightly, and his figure disappeared from the spot, rushing towards the direction in which the Hyuga escaped. The perception range of the spiritualization technique is quite wide, and this is a sea without any obstacles, which means that as long as Shiraishi's speed is better than the opponent's, Hyuga cannot escape his pursuit. In fact, Shiraishi was exceedingly confident in terms of speed. Even if his opponent is a famous genius jonin of the Hyuga clan, it will only be a matter of time before he caught up. About 5 minutes later, Shiraishi spotted a young ninja dressed in the traditional Hyuga clan style racing across the sea's surface. The ninja had also noticed Shiraishi swiftly approaching and he seemed somewhat surprised. Although he was aware of someone approaching rapidly, he hadn't expected it to be a Konoha ninja. He recalled seeing this face before, vaguely recalling that he was a medical ninja on Sakumo's joinin team. Why was he here? And how did he possess such incredible speed, surpassing that of a renowned Hyuga clan Jainin? Had he undergone a transformation? However, under the observation of the Byakugan, there was no indication of a transformation. Moreover, even if he had transformed, there was no reason to assume the appearance of an unrelated individual. Kair's eyes filled with suspicion. Wait, you. He attempted to speak, but Shiraishi didn't allow him the opportunity to respond. Instead, he retrieved several projectiles from his ninja pouch and launched them into the air. The smoky mist expanded more rapidly than the fog concealment technique, covering an area with a diameter of over 30 meters. The smoke had a distinct dark purple hue, prompting Kair to change direction abruptly. He didn't dare to smell these strangely colored mists, and dived directly into the sea. He intended to wait until the strange mist dissipated before returning to the surface. Unexpectedly, after holding his breath in the sea for about 2 to 3 minutes, these toxic mists displayed signs of slowly dissipating. Just when he was about to exhale a sigh of relief, Shiraishi retrieved several more projectiles from his ninja bag and continued dispersing them over the sea. Under the observation of Byakugan, Kair looked at Shiraishi's ninja pouch, and there were many such projectiles in it. If this continues, his ultimate fate would be to drown in the sea, ending the battle in a most unfavorable manner. If he tried to move within the sea, his enemy would undoubtedly follow suit. In a last-ditch effort, he swam upwards, and at the right moment, he would use rotation to generate a powerful current to disperse the poisonous mist for fresh air. Shiraishi also knew what Kair was thinking, and took out the kunao from his ninja bag. This kunao had a string of 5 detonating talismans hanging on it, and showed a kind smile to Kair. In essence, Shiraishi was telling him not to contemplate cowardly evasions but to face him head-on. To be honest, Kair got a little annoyed and had the urge to curse. Why did this person defy the typical ninja fighting style? Judging by his speed, he appeared to be a taijutsu specialist. Shouldn't he be relying on his formidable physical combat skills for close-quarters combat? At this moment, in his field of vision, another foreign entity broke in. It was a cocky yellow figure made of mud. It swam up from the deeper dark seabed. The dark eyes radiated a pale golden light, which was especially bright in the bottomless darkness. A terrifying atmosphere. He twisted his extremely strange body and sprinted towards this side at a speed that Kair felt abnormal, much faster than Kair running on land. Kair's expression shifted to one of shock. Upon closer observation, he found waterproof tags attached one by one to the creature's body, with each tags bearing the word explosive. These were waterproof detonators. While the individual power of these detonating tags might be lesser than standard explosive tags, the cumulative effect of a detonation, no matter how minor, could shatter bones. The mudman was rapidly slicing through the seawater, giving Kair no time to strategize. After swimming to the sea, this weird mudman will definitely catch up to him first and detonate the tags on his body. In desperation, Kair used rotation within the seawater, churning the water's flow to create distance between himself and the mudman. Boom! A muffled explosion resounded through the sea, creating a massive cavity on the ocean's surface. Blood spurted from Kair's mouth, soaring into the air as he struggled to open his eyes. Although the sea's poisonous mist had dissipated due to the colossal explosion, he had severe injuries. This bastard! He didn't adhere to the principles of a true ninja in any way. Meeting such a despicable and disrespectful individual ignited a desire in Kair to execute thoroughly. Rotation. Spotting Shiraishi moving towards him, Kair clenched his teeth and shot a glare filled with anger and malice at Baishi. He channeled most of his remaining chakra into his body, using rotation with his utmost might. He wanted to let him know that even so, he remained no match for a Hyuga clan ninja. Die! A stunned expression appeared on his face, but he didn't turn around. Before he could react, Shiraishi had seized his arm and flung him towards the sea. His body collided forcefully with the seawater, compelling him to spit a mouthful of blood as he looked at Shiraishi with a bewildered expression. How? How did you break it? Why are you so shocked? I've witnessed rotation performed by individuals much more powerful than you. In my eyes, your rotation is fundamentally flawed. The person Shiraishi referred to was Ayane. He had witnessed rotation executed by Ayane, noting that her version surpassed Kair's in terms of power, speed, and resistance to impact. In Shiraishi's view, Kair's rotation could only be cracked by surpassing him in speed. It wasn't an accomplishment worth boasting about. You. Are you truly that medical ninja from the Sakumo Jonin team? You're a Konoha ninja as well. Why are you doing this? In response to Kair's question, Shiraishi didn't explain anything. Confronted by Shiraishi's indifference, Kair's eyes harbored with resentment. However, his weakened body could not support him, his head growing increasingly heavy as he slipped into unconsciousness. Shiraishi hoisted Kair onto his shoulders, casting an eye at the cocky mud fragments scattered nearby. The mudman was slowly reassembling itself. Its head, the only relatively intact part, mouthed incomprehensible words. It seemed to take great pleasure in having participated in the battle, even if it was presently incoherent. Now that it was gibbering, it was savoring the joy of its actions. Chapter 85, Freedom. In the dimly lit room, bright yellow lights illuminated the space. This is a relatively simple laboratory. Compared with the underground laboratory in Konoha, the equipment and materials provided by this laboratory wasn't sufficient. However, it was originally only regarded as a place where supplies could be supplied at any time, so of course, the specifications had to be reduced by one. This laboratory located in a secret base in the land of Tea. After sufficient funds, Shiraishi asked the subordinates of the organization to build such a base for supply in many countries. However, most data points were placed in smaller nations' territories, with only a few in the lands of the 5 great shinobi countries. Usually the guards in the stronghold will use a special password to communicate. Inside a massive glass column, the Earth General, General 2, floated. It was submerged in emerald green fluid, rich in natural energy, and contained restorative potions to mend its damaged body. While the General 2 possessed a form of immortality, they were not truly invincible. The explosion had taken a toll, despite their formidable vitality. Much of the earth had fused back into its body, but a few fragments still floated freely in the solution, gradually healing. After some time, the laboratory door opened. The bug man walked in from outside. This damage, can it be repaired? He walked to Shiraishi as he approached General 2's containment unit, curiosity evident as he marveled at the creature's vitality. The core of this guy is natural energy, serving as its energy source. During the explosion, it absorbed a vast amount of energy from the surroundings, mitigating much of the blast's force. That is to say, as long as the natural energy is not extinguished, does it mean that it won't die? The bug man was hearing of this for the first time. Shiraishi smiled, saying, in theory, yes. However, in practice, there are limits to how much it can endure. Yet, if we integrate stronger chakra in the future, it could achieve my ideal of becoming a perfected cyborg. The bug man may not fully understand, but he understood that Shiraishi's creations, to some extent, stretched the boundaries of what chakra could limit. What this being might become when fully realized was unpredictable and somewhat worrisome. However, dwelling on this was futile. As Shiraishi's creator, he had likely embedded controls to prevent betrayal. There would be comprehensive restrictions in place. General 2, meanwhile, seemed to be considering something as he looked around the emerald solution with his radiant golden lighted, black hole-like eyes. Bubbles escaped his mouth, and he playfully swam within the glass column. Even the resentment in his eyes had lessened. Is Konoha aware of your absence? You've been away for quite some time, the bug man asked. It's fine. These 2 days are the weekend, and the academy is on break. In another hour, General 2's body will have fully healed. Then, it will sneak back to Konoha and convey my message. The total time won't exceed 10 hours. Even if something went wrong, Ruri would help keep it concealed. Besides, for a transparent character like himself, the only one who might connect him to the Hokage faction was Tsunade, the Sunin. As for Sakumo, he represented the common people, not wholly aligned with the Hokage faction. Have you read the letter sent to you last time? Thinking of something, Shiraishi looked at the bug man. Yes. Akatsuki members won't maintain contact anymore, and the Land of Rain will be considered a restricted area, with all our bases there taken back. The bug man replied. Although he had no idea what made Shiraishi make such a decision, as a subordinate, he only needs to execute the order. What about the arrangements for the remnants of the Uzumaki clan? Yesterday, someone sent to them to the Land of Ghosts. This is their blood and hair. The bug man took out 2 transparent sanitary bags, one with bright red hair, and the other with several tubes of blood. Shiraishi accepted these, and still believed in the insect man's ability to perform tasks. Cautious and careful, decisive and sharp, he has the demeanor of a general. Even some important tasks, Shiraishi left them to him to handle, and which made him satisfied with the degree of completion. Did they tell the whereabouts of the rest of the Uzumaki survivors? Shiraishi felt that the remnants of the Uzumaki clan were likely to maintain contact in secret, and he hoped to find other survivors through the remnants of the Uzumaki clan. Be it learning the sealing technique or transforming them into combatants, they are much better than ordinary people. Born with stronger vitality and chakra than ordinary people, they are very suitable for practicing the senjutsu. None of them have revealed anything. But I believe it's only a matter of time, the bug man assured. You can be sure. Shiraishi didn't delve into the specifics of handling the you can be sure clan remnants, trusting the insect man to handle the details. At present, the organization had gathered numerous valuable talents, such as blacksmiths, engineers, and doctors, who, despite their significant potential, had fallen into difficult circumstances. Shiraishi let the bug man and the others recruit them. Then gather these people at the headquarters at the Land of Ghosts and work for the organization. During the primitive accumulation period of the organization, the help provided by these people may not be much, but the primitive accumulation will always be completed one day, and at that time, the organization would truly take off. Talented individuals from various fields were crucial because their training was far more challenging than that of combatants. While natural energy could be attained swiftly, knowledge and experience required time to accumulate. The prosperity of an organization depended on these ordinary people with extraordinary skills. By the way, this is a letter from Shrine Maiden, the Witch of the Land of Ghosts, addressed to you, the leader. The bug man produced a letter from his pocket and handed it to Shiraishi. Having done so, he left the room. As an organization cadre, he had other important tasks to attend to. With the letter from the Land of Ghosts Witch, Maitreya, Shiraishi couldn't help but display a surprised expression. This letter had something strangely familiar about it: natural energy. Maitreya, the Witch of the Land of Ghosts, did she possess knowledge of natural energy as well? Shiraishi found himself surprised by the contents of the letter. He knew that natural energy was not widely understood in the ninja world, and immortality was a matter mostly known to ninjas. However, considering the global human population, the number of ninjas was quite small. Even among ninja ranks, only a select few were aware of natural energy. Shiraishi didn't believe that natural energy was his exclusive domain, as some legendary creatures and even certain summoned animals had harnessed it before. This instance marked the second existence Shiraishi had encountered that utilized natural energy, aside from himself. The Witch of the Land of Ghosts. Shiraishi mused aloud. Legends claimed that the shrine maiden who held the land of ghosts' power possessed the mystical ability to foresee the future. Furthermore, she was said to possess a mysterious sealing jutsu capable of binding ancient demons and monsters. It seems that the path of natural energy isn't as lonely as I thought. Shiraishi remarked with a smile as he wiped natural energy from the letter and unfolded it. The single line of text on it read, "Be careful of Mount Maiboku." Only 5 words. Shiraishi's brow furrowed. Be careful of Mount Maiboku. What does it mean? Why should I be wary of Mount Maiboku? There shouldn't be any connection between me and Mount Maiboku. Why the warning about toads? He recalled the sudden surge in toad populations in Konoha's underground water channels a few years ago. A witch? Quite an intriguing existence. While he didn't entirely believe the contents of the Miko's letter, the sudden increase in toad numbers in Konoha had piqued Ruri's suspicion. She suspected it was the work of one of the 3 Sunin, Jiraiya. Now, Shiraishi's suspicion of Jiraiya's involvement grew stronger. Although he wanted to visit the land of ghosts and speak with the witch in person, his responsibilities kept him tied to his current location. However, a solution did exist. Shiraishi turned his attention to the General 2, which was currently idling in a massive glass column. As a communication tool, it was the perfect candidate, with ample free time. You have to find something to do, move your body a bit, so that your body doesn't rust. After more than 9 hours, he returned to Konoha, nearly into the next day. Today was Sunday, and the academy remained on break. Shiraishi had the freedom to move around at Heim. If it was an ordinary ninja, of course, with this meager income, they wouldn't be able to sustain their life, and even renting a house, they would be a bit reluctant. After all, he isn't a full-time teacher, so he can support himself with his monthly salary, and there's still a remainder. As an assistant teacher to Tsunade, the child foster husband of a Uchiha prodigy, Shiraishi considered his tenure at the Ninja Academy an opportunity to experience life. It doesn't matter whether it was money or not, only positive and optimistic attitude towards life mattered. Hyagakeir, who had been comatose on the operating table, was transported back by General 2. Shiraishi had slept for a few hours before reversing his trance. He needed to ensure he was fully energized for his upcoming studies. Shiraishi didn't intend to waste time. After resolving the caged bird seal, he would commence his exploration of Sage Mode, focusing intensely on this aspect. It would not only enhance his, Ruri's, and Ayuna's strength but also greatly benefit core cadre members. He had administered a special sleeping agent to Hyagakeir and used restraining props to secure him on the operating table. By disrupting the flow of chakra in his body, Shiraishi ensured he couldn't use his Byakugan or gentle fist to resist and wake up abruptly to disturb his research. Ruri hasn't awakened yet. Shiraishi thought for a while. However, he chose not to disturb her any further and assigned General 2 to monitor her. Shiraishi approached Hyagakeir, forming hand seals, and projecting his illusionary spirit body. It entered the unconscious Hyagakeir's mind, establishing a connection with his mental world, accessing the secrets of the Byakugan. As for ninja of the main family of Hyagavilan, they knew more about the Byakugan and the secrets of the caged bird. This guy's status in the Hyaga family isn't low. Unlike the blank spiritual world of the white creatures he previously entered, the Hyagakeir's spiritual world was rich with details. Shiraishi navigated this unfamiliar world, encountering a stone pillar with a white rope blocking his path. He could feel the stone's pressure, but it wasn't as intense as the Sharingan. It was still a formidable technique, however, with an unusual composition different from ordinary sealing techniques. It's going to be quite a challenge, Shiraishi noted. Now aware of the power of this seal, he set out to find its specific structure, searching for its weaknesses to breach it. Shiraishi rested his palm upon the stone pillar, bound by a white rope, and contemplated. The spiritualization technique, an S-level ninjutsu, possessed versatile functions, particularly within the realm of the soul and spirit. Given that the seals within the mind of the Hyagakeir were rooted in the spiritual world, Shiraishi used the spiritualization technique to locate weaknesses and uncover the entry point. The weakness lies here, he declared, swiftly untying the white ropes from 3 stone pillars in order. Instantly, the stone pillar obstructing his path disintegrated and crumbled into pieces. However, Shiraishi barely finished his thought when numerous stone pillars, all tied with white ropes, descended from above. They encircled him, ensnaring Shiraishi within a cage. Cold sweat formed on Shiraishi's forehead. Multiple seals? This complicates matters. Reluctantly, he resumed his quest to discover the seal's entry point. However, he discovered that, regardless of his movements, the stone pillars remained beyond reach. Their distance seemed to stretch infinitely. Realizing that futilely traversing the stone pillars would only deplete his mental energy, Shiraishi paused. The second technique was undeniably more complicated than the first. Composing himself, he examined the surrounding stone pillars meticulously, attempting to discern a pattern. After a while, Shiraishi noticed that the stone pillars' formation bore some resemblance to a trigram. This formation, a trigram diagram. He murmured to himself. Infinite, invisible, all-encompassing. Cracking this will take quite some time. Shiraishi resolved to persevere and began his meticulous search for an exit. Time crawled by. When his illusionary spirit body re-entered his physical form, Shiraishi glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and he was acutely aware of the gnawing emptiness in his stomach due to prolonged hunger. Did it take this long? Shiraishi wondered, feeling as though he hadn't spent much time within the Haigakeir's spiritual world. Yet, a whole day had passed like that. Haigakeir, lying motionless on the operating table, had turned white. Bloodshot veins streaked across his formerly pure white eyeballs, and drool dripped from his mouth, revealing signs of a fierce struggle. On the adjacent experimental table lay some cold food, presumably left by Ruri. Shiraishi quickly finished eating, then instructed General Tu to tidy up the dishes. His journey through the Haigakeir's spiritual world had proven fruitful. In a single day, he'd unraveled the complexity of the second entity, gaining a clear path and access to the Haigakeir's memories, including details about the caged bird and Byakugan. By physically experiencing the Haigakeir's sensations, Shiraishi understood the distinctions between the main family's Byakugan and the branch family's Byakugan. The flaws in the branch family's Byakugan were interconnected with the caged bird. Armed with this knowledge, Shiraishi identified the thread linking the separated eyes and the caged bird, similar to defusing a bomb where one wrong move could lead to an explosion. Transport him to the land of ghosts, there's no use keeping him here. And take this letter to the land of ghosts which, Shiraishi directed, handing General Tu a sealed letter. He then arranged for Haigakeir's body to be sent to the land of ghosts. The next step is to decode the caged bird. Shiraishi had the necessary materials on hand. On a separate operating table rested another Hinata clan ninja, Hyaga Shingo, the first captive taken by Shiraishi. His purpose was to replace Ayane in the search. Shiraishi approached the experimental bench, readying his concoctions. His initial approach was to devise a solution for cracking the caged bird seal, and he already possessed a comprehensive and viable plan. Exploring the Haigakeir's spiritual world had primarily confirmed this plan and illuminated the differences between the branch family's Byakugan and the main family's Byakugan. According to Ayane, a blind spot exists in the Byakugan of the branch family, whereas the white eyes of the main family are flawless and have no blind spots. The difference between the two lies in the presence of the caged bird, which is responsible for the defects observed in the branch family's white eyes. These defects are evidently attributed to the caged bird. To accurately identify the defect within the branch family's Byakugan and determine the surgical method required for correction, Shiraishi must first compare it with the successful case of the main family's Byakugan. His plan involves pre-injecting a natural energy potion, extracting chakra, and also triggering the caged bird seal. This critical moment is not only dangerous for the Haiga branch ninja but also represents the vulnerability of the caged bird itself. Shiraishi's previous failure stemmed from his inability to pinpoint the defect in the branch family's Byakugan, which lay hidden like a hidden detonation line. Only by examining the flawless eyes of the main family could he identify the specific explosive line to deactivate, preserving the Byakugan. Regrettably, the subject had already died due to chakra exhaustion, rendering this approach reliant on the condition of death. However, Shiraishi had devised a unique method involving chakra-induced suspended death. The natural energy initially sustained within the experimental body, synthesized through various procedures, would actively support the living body upon the host's demise, ensuring minimal life functions for a period of 2 to 3 hours. The completion of the recovery operation within this window would facilitate the revival of the experimental body. With the steps clearly laid out, Shiraishi meticulously reviewed them numerous times and conducted mental simulations before commencing the operation on Hinata Shingo. The theoretical framework was comprehensive, requiring no further adjustments. Now, it was time to observe practical results. Failure in this endeavor would result in death, and Shiraishi steeled himself as he stood before Hinata Shingo, injecting natural energy into his body to initiate the procedure. Darkness. pain, and a sense of confinement. Haiga Shingo awoke once more from the darkness, experiencing a surreal sensation akin to emerging from an elaborate dream about the entire world. Did his presence in this world feel too small? Struggling to sit up from the operating table, he looked around with confusion. The previously cold steel shelves and lab equipment, along with the pervasive scent of disinfectant, failed to elicit any revulsion. Lowering his head, he examined his hands. Am I still alive? He wondered aloud, his thoughts drifting. A peculiar stiffness plagued his body, making him feel like a zombie. Of course. How does it feel to return from the depths of hell? Remarked a cold voice, abruptly interrupting Shingo's thoughts. Shiraishi, having approached without warning, scrutinized Shingo's entire body with a weird smile, as though studying something of great interest. Shingo felt an urge to step back but found himself unable to do so. He was not only famished but also severely drained of energy. Shiraishi remained silent, producing a mirror instead. Look at your face. Confused but left with no alternative, Shingo accepted the mirror and examined his own face. He looked at his face in the mirror. He appeared young and handsome, yet his expression appeared somewhat troubled. Otherwise, he seemed perfectly normal. What was there to see in himself? Have you not noticed? Shiraishi prompted. Noticed what? Shingo asked, confused. Your forehead. My forehead. What was significant about his forehead? Shingo hesitated, avoiding confronting whatever it was. Yet, Shiraishi's insistence left him no choice. He reluctantly turned his gaze toward his forehead. He was stunned. The mark on his forehead had vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. He reached up to touch it, confirming that it hadn't been concealed but had genuinely disappeared. Looking at himself in the mirror, Shingo couldn't control his tears. This was the first time in over 20 years that he felt such a potent mix of familiarity and unfamiliarity, emotions that transcended any other experiences and left him overwhelmed. Freedom. Chapter 86, Escape from Konoha. The moment he saw the mark on his forehead had disappeared, Haiga Shingo understood that the caged bird that had tormented him for years had become a thing of the past. But there were still many doubts that remain unresolved. Are you confused? Actually, there is no need to be grateful to me. It just so happened that you became one of my experimental subjects, Shiraishi explained as Haiga Shingo appeared bewildered and conflicted. Why do you wish to? To unlock the caged bird. Upon hearing Shiraishi's rhetorical question, Shingo Haiga began to understand. Shingo was not ignorant of Shiraishi, as Konoha's top-ranking jounin, Hitaki Sakumo's prestige surpassed even that of the Sunin. The Haiga family, a wealthy clan, held Sakumo in high regard and dared not overlook him. As a former member of Sakumo's squad, Shiraishi was a relatively inconspicuous figure in terms of status. However, much of his information was observed by others. Medical ninjas, unlike regular ninjas, did not require high combat skills, instead, they needed proficiency in medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu was more challenging to master due to its complex professional knowledge, requiring continuous practice and experience. Medical ninjas formed chakra at a much slower rate than regular ninjas. Is this for Ayane? As a leader among the younger generation of the Haiga clan, a jonin at 16, and a former member of Sakumo's team, it was impossible for Shingo to not know anything about it. After all, Ayane was considered a genius of the branch family, not the main clan. Let's not dwell on this. What are your future plans? Shiraishi redirected the conversation, as he wasn't particularly keen on discussing this topic. Plans? The joy of Shingo's release from the caged bird had started to fade, leaving him deep in thought about what lay ahead. What would his future hold? If you have nowhere else to go, would you consider working for me? Do I have a choice? Shingo smiled bitterly. This boy, of the same age as Ayane, was far from ordinary. Shingo might not understand how Shiraishi had cracked the caged bird, but he understood its difficulty. It seems not. Returning to the Haiga clan now would inevitably lead to torture, a forced confession, and execution. Your release of the caged bird has turned you into an extremely unstable element within the Haiga clan. You could even implicate your parents, wife, and children. This outcome required no reminder from Shiraishi, Shingo was well aware. After the caged bird was undone, the Haiga family would undoubtedly face division. The long-standing order of the clan would be disrupted because many in the Haiga branch did not want to bear the unsightly mark on their foreheads. Resentment, hostility, and infighting would ensue. At this point, Konoha's higher UPS would likely intervene. Their actions regarding the Haigain remained uncertain, whether they'd support the main clan, the branch, or attempt to strike a balance, creating a new Haiga clan led by the original branch. These scenarios were all possible. Regarding seeking refuge in another ninja village or becoming rogues in the ninja world, aside from questions of survival, there were concerns about his family. Would they remain in the Haiga clan? If Shingo brought them along, it was unclear whether they could even leave the Haiga clan. Even if they managed to escape, Konoha ninjas could easily block their exit from Konoha and the Land of Fire, with Enbu hunting them down. Death would be the only outcome. If I agree to become your subordinate, can I ensure my family's safety? Shingo looked at Shiraishi with hope in his eyes. Shiraishi gave him a reassuring answer, saying with a smile, "Absolutely. Your family is in my care, and I can ensure your loyalty without resorting to a curse." Hearing Shiraishi's words, Shingo didn't know whether to be happy or bitter. Nevertheless, he concluded that it was far better than his previous situation. And in this world, where could one find true freedom anyway? I'll arrange for you to go to the Land of Ghosts, an organization I established there. You'll be stationed at the organization's headquarters, working as a guardian. You won't be in the public eye for the time being. In a few words, Shiraishi determined Shingo's fate. As a Jainin with no blind spots in his Byakugan, Shingo was the perfect choice to serve as a guardian at the organization's headquarters. At the very least, the organization had now bolstered its high-level combat personnel. All right. And my family? Don't worry, I have no immediate plans to leave Konoha. However, that time is approaching, so you won't have to wait too long. Understood. Shingo had no choice but to accept. By the way, there must be many branch members within the Haiga clan who now harbor hostility towards the main clan. Create a list of these individuals, it will be of great use to me. Listening to this, Shingo gave Shiraishi a deep look. He didn't need to ask, he knew what Shiraishi intended to do next. Eliminate all the branch members of the Haiga clan who hold enmity towards the main clan. Among the Haiga clan, Ayano was immediately confronted by her colleague, Haiga Fuyama, as soon as she returned from outside. He wore a frown and asked, trying to maintain his composure, "Ayane, what were you doing outside?" Ayane didn't respond directly. Instead, she looked up at him with a gentle smile, seemingly unfazed by Fuyama's stern attitude. She held herself to high standards of reception etiquette. "Well, Fuyama-senpai, are you concerned about my whereabouts?" Fuyama refrained from replying but continued to question her. "After all, both you and I are guardians of Hayashi-sama. Unauthorized absences should be avoided. But I have already requested leave from Hayashi-sama, and he has granted it. That's not the issue. Isn't this a permit from the future patriarch? Isn't it the highest priority in the clan?" Ayana countered with a smile. Fuyama was left momentarily speechless. "Fuyama-senpai, you must understand that in the future, it will be Hayashi-sama, not the elders, who will lead the Haiga clan. Honestly, they should retire and enjoy their later years. They've devoted their lives to the family, and it's time for them to reap the rewards." Ayana walked over to Fuyama, paused, and added, "I've been feeling a bit under the weather recently. It shouldn't be a problem for me to go out and buy some cold medicine, right? This is also to better protect Hayashi-sama." She purposefully displayed the cold medicine she had purchased. Fuyama lowered his head slightly and apologized, saying, "I'm sorry if I offended you." "No, Fuyama-senpai, who is dedicated to his duties, has always been the standard I strive to meet. Please don't take my words to heart." Despite Ayana's flattering praise, Fuyama sensed that there was an underlying message in her words, but he couldn't quite decipher her intentions. He knew her character clashed with the rest of the Haiga clan. Why did Hayashi-sama treat her so differently? Fuyama understood that Ayana had followed Hayashi before he did, but their relationship was purely professional, without any hint of a personal connection. He was puzzled. As the sun began to set, evening descended upon them. Ayana left her post promptly. As a guardian of Hayashi, her work was monotonous, with little chance of encountering any assassination attempts within the Haiga clan. Their roles were closer to that of tools or weapons. Meanwhile, Fuyama remained behind as he was on the night shift that day. Shortly after Ayana's departure, he approached Hayashi and raised a concern with the future Haiga patriarch. "Hayashi-sama, with all due respect, you are excessively lenient with Ayane. Is this the consensus among the elders? Hayashi inquired with an unchanged expression. No, it's not that. It's just my personal belief that Ayane is quite dangerous. Fuyama was genuinely concerned about Hayashi. As a member of the branch family, he felt obligated to consider his master's safety. You worry too much, and even if something were to happen, don't you believe you can handle it? Hayashi responded calmly. Fuyama sighed, realizing that his attempts to persuade Hayashi were in vain. Regardless, it was ultimately beneficial that the patriarch had his own reasons for his actions. As for Hayashi's remarks, Fuyama did agree with his perspective. His concern had perhaps been excessive. In terms of strength, Fuyama was confident that he could subdue Ayane, who had only recently joined the ranks of the Jainin. With the appropriate measures in place, he could restrain her if she displayed any suspicious behavior. In this manner, Hayashi-sama would have no grounds for complaint, Fuyama thought to himself. I'm back, Ayane. How was work today? Ayane's mother had already prepared dinner, anticipating her daughter's return. Fortunately, it was a typical day, Ayane replied with a smile. After washing her hands, she joined her mother at the table for dinner. Her mother expressed her earnest wishes, you must safeguard Hayashi-sama's safety. He is the hope of our clan. Ayane acknowledged her mother's sincere words with a nod and a smile. She understood that each generation's leader was considered the family's hope. However, she didn't expect any profound advice from her mother. Her mother likely couldn't remember what freedom felt like before being marked as a caged bird. But Ayane refused to forget, and as time passed, her desire for freedom only grew stronger, becoming an unshakable part of her. After dinner, Ayane voluntarily took on household chores, assisting with the dishes. In the eyes of outsiders, whether she was a bodyguard or a dutiful daughter, Ayane appeared flawless. Once the chores were done, Ayane retreated to her sparse room. It contained little more than a floor, a lamp, an alarm clock, and lacked any other furniture. Its emptiness provided a modicum of freedom that she cherished. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, she retrieved the cold medicine she had purchased earlier in the afternoon. This was the medicine given to her by Shiraishi. It looked like ordinary cold medicine but had a vastly different effect. It was designed to suppress the activation of the caged bird's curse. There were 12 blue capsules in total, each capable of restraining the caged bird's curse for 4 hours. This meant she could go for 48 hours without the curse's influence. Inside the medicine box was an instruction manual, appearing entirely normal. Ayane sealed the box with chakra to reveal its true contents. After lightly touching the paper, she infused it with natural energy. The text in the manual shifted and rearranged itself. It detailed a technique for temporarily suppressing the caged bird's curse. Ayane was impressed by Shiraishi's careful consideration. She surmised that the accident that had occurred earlier could have been prevented if she had taken the blue capsule in time. Likely, her brain's nerves had been restricted by the caged bird's curse, causing immense pain and ultimately her demise. While this technique didn't eliminate the caged bird's curse, it significantly reduced its potency. It created a protective layer in the brain's nerves upon activation, reducing the pain and damage caused by the curse. Ayane smiled at Shiraishi's meticulousness. With this technique, combined with the blue capsule, she could remain unaffected by the caged bird's curse for 48 hours, enough time to seek Shiraishi's help in removing the curse. Escape from Konoha wouldn't pose a problem, as they had practiced it secretly multiple times. However, Ayane thought such an incident was unlikely, as the main family had no reason to target a loyal branch ninja like her. Nevertheless, she considered these precautions necessary. She couldn't help but think, do we really need to wait? I hope the third ninja war comes soon. Ayane, who initially had no interest in war, now looked forward to it. She hoped the third Kazekage wouldn't disappoint and would drag Konoha into the quagmire of war. Chapter 87, Dealing with the Hyuga Situation. A member of the Hyuga main family had vanished. 2 branch family guards who accompanied him were also missing. In the eyes of the Hyuga clan, this was unquestionably a matter of great concern. This incident had finally raised suspicions amongst the elders of the Hyuga clan. Regrettably, no matter how they investigated or searched for survivors from the cruise ship, there was only one consistent account. 3 suspected Hyuga clan ninja were on a cruise ship traveling from the Land of Rainbow to the Land of Fire's port. During the journey, they were attacked by ninjas using the water dragon jutsu. Their current whereabouts remained unknown, and no information had surfaced regarding their fates. This uncertainty was the most troubling aspect of it all. The deaths of the two branch guards were not particularly significant. Much like Hyuga Shingo before them, his absence wouldn't grant the enemy any advantage. The only way to release the caged bird curse was through death, and after death, the caged bird would destroy the brain nerves and eyes of the branch ninja, rendering them useless to the enemy. At best, their disappearance was a mild inconvenience, and it hadn't yet reached a point of no return. However, the disappearance of a main clan member was a grave issue. Hyuga belonged to the main clan, and the seal within his brain nerves was less secure than the caged bird, making it vulnerable to compromise. If the enemy acquired Hyuga's Byakugan, it would be disastrous news for both Hyuga and Konoha as a whole. The strategic value of the Byakugan was immense. This incident had also come to the attention of Konoha's top brass. Over the past few days, they had convened more than a dozen meetings to address the situation. Hyuga had disappeared in the waters between the Land of Rainbow and the Land of Fire. Witnesses reported that they had clashed with ninja skilled in water jutsus just before vanishing. This might be a plot by Kirigakure, and we must remain vigilant, remarked Danzo, the leader of the root and a shadowy figure in Konoha. Danzo habitually approached such matters with the darkest possible suspicions. Empathizing with the situation, he believed that if a high-ranking individual from the Kirigakure happened to discover traces of Hyuga clan ninja in the neighboring Land of Rainbow, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to capture these clan members and gain possession of the precious Kekii Genkai for research. The witnesses on the cruise ship stated that the ninja using water jutsus were not wearing Kirigakure attire. While we can't confirm the identity of the assailants, it's highly likely that the Kirigakure ninja were in disguise. This ninja village, which remained relatively isolated from other mainland countries, represented the military might of the Land of Water, one of the 5 great nations. Underestimating their strength was ill-advised at any time. Since the First Ninja World War, when Kirigakure battled Iwagakure in the Land of Earth, Kirigakure has been regaining its strength. Just like Kumigakure in the Land of Thunder during the previous Second Ninja World War, Kirigakure has remained relatively inactive. They've been covertly amassing power and training skilled ninja, just like most other villages. They harbor a deep-seated hostility towards Konoha. Even when the Hyuga clan's elders were seeking me out, I had already dispatched Anbu to negotiate with Kirigakure's leadership, Hiruzen interjected. How does Kirigakure plan to address this? Danzo asked. They were unaware of the incident, and there were no Kirigakure ninja on missions in the sea area between the Land of Rainbow and the Land of Fire. They've expressed their condolences, Hiruzen replied. Danzo, however, was resolute. Actions speak louder than words. They targeted the Hyuga clan, and they'll pose a threat to the Land of Fire and Konoha in the future. Hiruzen, let's make Kirigakure pay for this. In the last Ninja World War, Konoha suffered significant manpower losses. Going to war now might not be appropriate, Hiruzen countered. Despite the speedy recovery funded by the Land of Fire's daimyo and the emergence of young prodigies, Konoha's strength, while surpassing that of the Second Ninja World War, was still unknown compared to Kirigakure. The village from the Land of Water hadn't participated in a world war since the First Ninja World War, but this didn't imply a decline in its strength. Hiruzen is correct. We lack concrete evidence, and relying on speculation, even from a moral standpoint, wouldn't be justifiable. It's too easy to spark a war. Konoha had always been mindful of its reputation. This reputation, along with its high-quality ninja, attracted many prominent businessmen willing to collaborate with Konoha and hire its ninja for various tasks. Engaging in an unfounded conflict with Kirigakure would tarnish this reputation. You can think about the consequences later. You don't need to emphasize the importance of the Byakugan. We cannot allow it to fall into the hand of our enemies, otherwise, they'll use it against us in the near future. We must prevent that at all costs, Danzo declared, considering the village's future. I will reconsider, Hiruzen sighed. Danzo's argument had merit, and the possibility of such an event couldn't be dismissed. Previous wars had brought headaches for other villages due to the Byakugan's power. If the enemy used a similar tactic against them, it would indeed be a serious concern. However, suddenly escalating hostilities with Kirigakure might leave Konoha isolated and vulnerable. Recognizing Hiruzen's dilemma, Danzo and the two advisors understood that he needed time to weigh his options. Lacking concrete evidence and unsure of the perpetrator's identity, if this was a trap to pit Konoha against Kirigakure, they needed to be cautious. This seemed a more appropriate course of action. The village had dedicated significant resources to find the missing Hyuga ninjas. Still, in the absence of conclusive evidence and uncertainty about the enemy's identity, they were at an impasse. Even the Hyga clan's elders and patriarchs found themselves in a bind. They wanted to advocate for their clan, but that required solid evidence and confirmation of the enemy's identity. Has Hokage-sama given up? Questioned one of the elders in the Hyga clan's meeting room, where the current leader and all the elders had gathered. They were acutely aware of the significance of Hygake's disappearance for their clan. Losing a Byakugan was a severe blow. The Anbu and our branch personnel sent to investigate haven't uncovered any news. There's no valid evidence about the enemy's identity, so we've hit a dead end, reasoned one elder. Last time, Shingo disappeared suddenly, and now Kair and the accompanying guards. I can't help but find it suspicious, mused another elder, intertwining his fingers in deep thought. Is there a connection between these two disappearances? Inquired another. They occurred within days of each other, so it does raise suspicion, another elder added. True, but without evidence confirming the enemy's identity, we're at an impasse, concluded the patriarch. Despite their deep disdain for the assailants, the elders couldn't find any leads and felt powerless in seeking revenge. This wasn't an issue that could be placed solely on Hokage and other high-ranking leaders. The lack of evidence made it a challenging matter to address. I've heard that Elder Danzo wants to support our Hyga clan, another elder chimed in. The current patriarch, Hayashi's father, immediately furrowed his brows and questioned, who told you this? People outside are spreading it, the elder replied, casting his gaze downward. In the future, we'll distance ourselves from the common PE6. Let them handle high-level affairs themselves. We, the Hyga clan, should stay out of such matters, the patriarch stated seriously. Danzo, that old man, was spreading rumors for the next Hokage candidate, wasn't he? The third Hokage was nearing 50 years old, and the time for the next Hokage candidate was approaching. The Hyga clan's rise hadn't been easy, and they didn't need to get entangled in political strife, all they needed was to remain indifferent to worldly matters. Regardless of the Hokage generation, none of them would give up the Hyga clan's eyes. As long as there were ninja and warfare, the Hyga clan's defense was guaranteed by Konoha. This premise, however, didn't include any involvement in sensitive affairs, particularly Hokage. If anyone becomes entangled in the machinations of high-ranking officials, don't blame me for taking severe action. Let's not fall into the Uchiha clan's pitfalls. Yes. Chorused 2 or 3 elders, bowing their heads guiltily, while the rest echoed their agreement. Continue investigating the Kair's disappearance. Regardless, we owe the clan an explanation. Hayashi, I'm entrusting you with this matter. Handle it as you see fit. I won't interfere, just follow your judgment, the patriarch said to his eldest son, Hyga Hayashi, who was the clan's future heir. In recent years, the patriarch hadn't interfered much in his eldest son's affairs. He wanted a capable Hyga clan patriarch, not a puppet. He knew he'd grow old eventually, and the Hyga clan's future depended on these young individuals to sustain it. In any case, a competent patriarch needed to exercise independent judgment rather than being a mere figurehead. The elders understood this and recognized that Hizura's ascension to the patriarch's role was imminent. Yes, father, I'll handle it, Hayashi replied solemnly. He understood that a swift resolution to this matter was essential for the clan's well-being. Shiraishi, reviewing the information Ayano had relayed, continued his research on Sage Mode. It seems that Hokage-sama isn't pursuing Hygake's disappearance. Well, that saves me a lot of effort, he remarked. Even if the investigation continued, it would require significant time and manpower. Moreover, there was no evidence left at the scene. Those ninja who use water jutsu happened to replace Shiraishi as the prime suspects in Konoha and Hyga's eyes. Although he was curious about the identities of these water jutsu users, Shiraishi had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. Such trivial matters didn't warrant his attention, his sole goal was to release the caged bird. Their identities held no value for him. Whether they were from Kirigakura or any other ninja village, it was of no concern to him. Shiraishi, burning this information on an alcohol lamp, refocused on his study of Sage Mode. Chapter 88, The Dread of Rumors. Konoha, Year 41, April. Nearly a full year had passed since the original Team Sakumo disbanded. Shiraishi had aged by a year as well. Regarding organizational matters, there wasn't much to say. They were progressing steadily in the stage of primitive accumulation, handling everything cautiously. Their operations were mostly confined to smaller nations, avoiding involvement with the 5 major countries. Under Shiraishi's leadership, they excelled in the art of concealment, surpassing even experienced ninja in this regard. Solving the caged bird seal and recruiting a subordinate like Hyago Shingo was also a great help to the organization. This prowess extended to protecting the organization's headquarters, a task of utmost importance. Shiraishi also had concerns about the peculiar white creature, which has same ability as General 2, capable of swift movement within a target and eluding typical perception ninjutsu. With Byakugan's assistance, they could counter this threat. Byakugan, with the ability to perceive the essence of bloodline limits, far exceeded regular sensory ninja in terms of observation. Shiraishi also conducted a thorough comparison between the list of Hyaga branch ninjas provided by Hyaga Shingo and the list of branch ninjas given by Ayane. He discovered that the proportion of dissatisfied or hostile ninjas within the Hyaga branch was different from his expectations. While some had completely submitted to the clan, others adopted a wait-and-see approach, often aligning with the clan's decisions. The remainder consisted of branch family ninjas, dissatisfied or even openly hostile to the clan. Although they existed, their numbers were not overwhelming. For now, Shiraishi had no plans to contact these individuals. A larger network posed a greater risk of exposure, and he wasn't eager to draw Konoha's attention. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that Konoha wasn't that bad. Maybe he might find potential assets. Progress on the Sage Mode research was promising. After several months of effort, the success rate had increased by several percentage points. When not engaged in their organization's work, Shiraishi continued to live as a dedicated Konoha ninja, conducting research at home and assisting at the academy. As a Konoha ninja, he remained popular, and he often accompanied Ruri when she was on security duty. Of course, these were pure dates. Around mid-April, Shiraishi strolled along the streets of Konoha, displaying an unmistakable air of contentment. It wasn't just because it was Saturday, freeing him from his job as a teaching assistant at the academy and granting him more control over his time. "Yo, Kakashi, long time no see." Shiraishi greeted a familiar figure from behind a young boy with silvery white hair. Kakashi wore a face mask and carried a white fang, identical to Sakumo's. "This kid still worships his father so much. Isn't this Shiraishi-senpai? What brings you here?" Kakashi turned to face him, his tone neutral and calm. "When did you and Ruri learn to speak like this?" Shiraishi asked, placing his hands on Kakashi's head and tousling his silvery white hair playfully, disrupting his hairstyle before relenting. "What are you doing?" Kakashi questioned. "Consider it as revenge for what you said earlier. You're quite the annoyance, you little brant." "You don't resemble Sakumo-sensei at all," Shiraishi replied frankly. "So, what's the purpose of your visit?" "I doubt it's just a chance encounter," Kakashi remarked, holding a recent best-selling book he'd seemingly been reading as he walked. After stashing the book in his puck and fixing his tousled hair that was messed up by Shiraishi. "How's life as a genin?" Ignoring Kakashi's action, Shiraishi asked about Kakashi's experiences as a genin. "It's not bad, the missions are pretty straightforward, nothing to worry about." Kakashi thought for a while, and expressed his thoughts very straightforwardly. "You certainly aren't humble at all," Shiraishi commented, patting Kakashi on the shoulder. "By the way, what brought me here today is Sakumo-sensei at home?" Shiraishi asked. "No, he's out on a mission, but he should be back in a few days," Kakashi responded. "That's a shame," Shiraishi lamented. "What's wrong?" Kakashi asked, puzzled. "Today is a big day for me," Shiraishi revealed, looking cheerful. Kakashi looked at Shiraishi quizzically. "Are you getting married? Is it Ruri-senpai or Senior Ayane-senpai?" Shiraishi was stunned. "Why would you think that? Isn't it?" Kakashi pressed. "Of course not. Why would you even consider that?" Shiraishi retorted. "Senpai, your words are quite misleading," Kakashi said, helplessly. Shiraishi had no option but to retrieve a piece of paper from his bag. It was an appointment letter signed by the Hokage himself. "See, starting today, I'm also a chunin of the village," Shiraishi proclaimed with a hint of pride. Akashi could not understand why he felt this way. However, wasn't this something to be mourned rather than celebrated? Kakashi refrained from uttering the painful truth, that everyone else in their original team had already become jounin. "From this day forward, I'll be your superior," Shiraishi declared. Kakashi, once again sighing helplessly, produced a similar letter of appointment from his puck. "Sorry, senpai. I didn't mean to steal your thunder. This morning, I became a chunin." Shiraishi's smile froze. Then, something dawned on him, and he gazed at Kakashi in astonishment. Wait, Kakashi, you're only 6 years old this year, and you're a chunin. There must be something wrong. 6 years old only. Shiraishi recalled that when he was 6, he had just started at the academy. While Kakashi had begun at 4, an early age for such training, it still took him a year to graduate at the age of 5, a record-breaking achievement in Konoha. Now, 1 more year had passed, and he was already a chunin? Shiraishi realized that Kakashi's strength exceeded that of his peers. However, achieving chunin status wasn't solely about strength, it was about leadership and psychological qualities as well. This is signed by Hokage-sama himself. If Shiraishi-senpai doubts if it's real, I have nothing to say, Kakashi responded. Well, I wanted to show off. Thinking about becoming a chunin at 17, and here you are achieving it at 6. Shiraishi sighed with a tinge of self-pity. As expected of Sakumo-sensei's child. It seems I can't treat you like a kid anymore, Shiraishi chuckled, showing genuine appreciation. Kakashi, upon hearing Shiraishi's praise, felt content, especially as he sought to live up to his father's reputation. Shiraishi, his emotions now in check, clarified the purpose of his visit, to congratulate Kakashi on becoming a chunin. Then Shiraishi-senpai came to congratulate me for becoming a chunin, but now you should also celebrate your becoming a chunin, Kakashi. Kakashi, however, wondered what there was to celebrate about merely becoming a chunin. Nevertheless, he agreed, understanding that Shiraishi was an old comrade of his father's and a good friend. Following Shiraishi to a familiar barbecue restaurant, they found Ruri and Tsunade already waiting. Next to Tsunade sat a young girl with short black hair, a bit older than Kakashi. Ayuna-senpai isn't here? Kakashi inquired, noting her absence. She had some business to attend to today, but she'll send her congratulations when the gift arrives, Tsunade explained. That's a shame. I would have liked to see a great battle, Kakashi remarked. Shiraishi inwardly regretted bringing the kid along. Kakashi's behavior was much like his own when he was younger, not particularly cute. Hello, Tsunade-nin. Kakashi greeted Tsunade with respect before taking his seat. I've been waiting for you all, but where's Sakumk? Tsunade inquired, noticing Sakumo's absence. He's on a mission outside, Kakashi replied. He then turned his attention to the girl seated beside Tsunade. Who's this? This is Shizuan, you could say she's like a relative of mine, Tsunade introduced with a smile. Because today is the big day when Shiraishi became a chunin, it would be inappropriate to bring a couple of relatives and friends here, but she was worried that Shizuan would be alone at home, so she brought her here for a meal. Kakashi nodded at the girl named Shizuan, who returned the gesture with a smile. By the way, today isn't just the day I became a chunin, but also the day Kakashi became a chunin, Shiraishi announced, sparking amazement among the group. Shizuan, who had just graduated from the academy and looked several years older than Kakashi, was particularly shocked. That's quite the chatterbox, Kakashi responded to the attention, attempting to appear nonchalant. Fortunately, everyone recognized Kakashi's genius, considering his father was the renowned Konoha White Fang. While becoming a chunin at 6 seemed impossible, Hokage's approval suggested Kakashi's qualification, ruling out any special arrangements. Young people these days are becoming more and more frightening, Tsunade mused, glancing at Ruri, who sat next to Shiraishi. She felt the weight of his age when confronted with such talent. Looking at Kakashi again, who, although young, already has the demeanor of his father White Fang, Tsunade marveled at the village's bright future, but when she recalls about her situation, she feels a little depressed. Tsunade-sensei, is something bothering you? Shiraishi asked, noticing Tsunade's change in demeanor. Ah, it's nothing. Just feeling a bit emotional, Tsunade replied, attempting to dispel his earlier gloom. Suddenly, I feel a bit embarrassed celebrating your chunin promotion today. Kakashi became a chunin at the age of 6, Ruri commented. But Ruri, when you were 6, weren't you still in the academy like me? Shiraishi retorted before his face turned pale. Shiraishi-senpai, are you feeling all right? Kakashi asked, concerned the pale-faced Shiraishi. Don't mind, adult matters. Shiraishi dismissed him, recognizing that Kakashi's asked that question on purpose. This kid is truly insufferable. Shiraishi vowed that he'd teach Kakashi a lesson when they left Konoha in the future. 2 days had passed since Shiraishi's promotion to Chunin, yet apart from those with close ties to him, hardly anyone took notice. On the contrary, Kakashi's promotion to Chunin at just 6 years old had brought him notoriety within the village. It seemed that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. As a result, Kakashi became a sort of adopted child for many parents. In light of this, Shiraishi had abandoned any thoughts of competing seriously with Kakashi. To match Kakashi's rate of promotion within the ranks, he'd have to reveal his true strength, a fact he was reluctant to admit. Kakashi, after all, was among the most gifted ninja Shiraishi had ever encountered. Nevertheless, Shiraishi was an adult and couldn't be compared to a child. Several days had passed, and life had seemingly returned to normal. That was until an incident occurred while Shiraishi was en route to his guard to meet Ruri. "Have you heard? It appears the mission ended in failure." "Yes, a ninja of his caliber giving up a mission is disgraceful. Seems he's only good for so much. Such a person doesn't deserve to be a ninja." Conversations amongst the people, both civilian and ninja alike, carried an air of secrecy as they huddled together to discuss the matter. Shiraishi briefly glanced at them but paid no heed. A few steps away, he noticed an Uchiha from the police force hurrying over from another street. As the police approached, the hushed conversation ceased, replaced by nervous gazes directed at the approaching Uchiha. The police just stared at these people coldly and didn't say anything. Shiraishi, who hadn't thought much of it at first, now sensed something was amiss. The security team didn't typically get involved in handling ordinary rumors, it was reserved for major incidents. Thinking of this, he was a little puzzled, so he walked quickly towards the police building. Upon arrival, he found a group of civilians and ninja gathered in the lobby. Ruri stood there, her face cold, sending shivers down the spines of those assembled. Her teammates, too, appeared far from welcoming. Ruri spotted Shiraishi and, after instructing her team to keep an eye on the crowd, led him to a secluded corner. "What happened? There are some unknown rumors on the street for no reason, and the security team has arrested so many people here. Did something happen in the village?" Shiraishi asked in bewilderment. "Don't you know?" Ruri inquired. "I've been in the lab for the past 2 days. I just came out today." "What's happening?" Shiraishi replied, seeking clarity. Ruri took a deep breath, a rare expression of helplessness and frustration crossing her face. "Sakumo-sensei is in trouble." "How?" Shiraishi frowned. Could Sakumo really be in trouble? He couldn't help but recall the rumors he'd heard on the street earlier, and an unsettling feeling washed over him. "We don't know the source of the rumors. They began circulating this morning and have since spread like wildfire throughout the village. The origin has been traced," Ruri explained, an unusual note of concern in her voice. "The cause?" Shiraishi probed. "Sakumo-sensei failed a mission this time. It's said that he abandoned the mission to save a comrade," Ruri disclosed. Shiraishi was taken aback. Such an event seemed inconceivable, considering the person's strength, which defied common sense. Yet, could these rumors truly spread the entire village due to this? Where are the higher UPS, and have they offered any explanation? Shiraishi wondered aloud. It was implausible that the top brass were oblivious to this. The widespread deployment of the security team alone would have attracted their attention. "I don't know. There hasn't been any directive from above. We're following security protocols to deal with those who significantly disrupt public order," Ruri replied. "But that's just a temporary fix," Shiraishi noted. "Indeed. If the higher UPS would clarify the nature of Sakumo-sensei's mission and the consequences of its failure, the situation might improve. However, currently, they've chosen to remain silent, leaving the villagers to speculate freely," Ruri lamented. Shiraishi's face darkened. Free speculation? He was unwilling to cast others in the worst light. Still, if these rumors continued unchecked, they would overshadow the actual source of the issue and be used as a weapon by those spreading them. This situation was deeply troublesome. Regardless, let's go see Sakumo-sensei first. He isn't the kind to waver so easily, Shiraishi decided. He needed to understand the situation better, hoping to find a solution. "All right, I'll accompany you," Ruri agreed. If the higher UPS wouldn't act, they would have to take matters into their own hands. Chapter 89, The Death of White Fang, 1. As the afternoon approached, the unfavorable rumors about Sakumo had spread nearly every corner of the village, undergoing a morning's fermentation. They were now just a step away from becoming common knowledge. Despite the Uchiha on the police force's efforts to quell these rumors, their limited numbers were no match for Konohagajure's vast population. It was now too late to apprehend people or stop the rumor. Sakumo's residence was located in a relatively prosperous section of Konohagakure, not too close to the center of the village. It consisted of a small independent courtyard, bearing the inscription flagwood on the door plate. As Shiraishi and Ruri arrived, they found Kakashi standing at the door, appearing more silent than usual. "Kakashi, is Sakumo-sensei at home?" Shiraishi inquired. Kakashi, upon hearing his name, raised his head and, upon spotting Shiraishi and Ruri, nodded slightly to indicate that Sakumo was indeed at home. Shiraishi and Ruri breathed a sigh of relief. Things would be more straightforward if Sakumo was home. However, Kakashi seemed uncertain as he began to speak, "But, father, he..." Before Kakashi could complete his thought, Shiraishi interjected, "Take us to see him." Shiraishi sighed, understanding that Kakashi was likely in a foul mood due to the circulating rumors. Rumors had spread so widely that it was impossible for Kakashi not to be aware of them. Kakashi led the way, guiding Shiraishi and Ruri into Hataki House. The banner house was a traditional Japanese-style structure, and the architecture bore a somewhat old-fashioned charm. Within moments, the trio reached the door of the room where Sakumo was residing. Before they could even knock, a voice from inside declared, "Come in." It was evident that Sakumo, within, was already aware of their presence. Shiraishi slid open the door and began, "Sakumo-sensei, we've come." However, as the door opened and they set eyes on Sakumo, both Shiraishi and Ruri fell silent, their expressions in daze. "Sakumo-sensei, this is..." Sakumo, sitting before them, wasn't as depressed as they had anticipated due to the rumors. Instead, he sat at the table, heartily consuming a large bowl of ramen, displaying a good appetite. Upon seeing Shiraishi and Ruri's arrival, he calmly picked up a napkin, wiped his greasy mouth, and inquired of the two visitors, "Why are you two here?" Shiraishi and Ruri exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to respond to Sakumo's words. They had arrived with the expectation of finding Sakumo disheartened by the rumors, but the reality was quite different. "Sakumo-sensei, regarding the rumors outside." Ruri finally stood and began. "Have you come to inquire about such matters?" Sakumo interjected, seemingly not disturbed by the rumors. "This falls under the job of our security team's duties. I would appreciate it if Jonin Sakumo could provide some answers." Ruri approached Sakumo, addressing him with utmost seriousness. It was not a former team member inquiring, instead, she was speaking as the captain of the security team, tasked with a thorough investigation into the events. Sakumo contemplated for a moment, since this was the work of the guard, there is no problem. Thus, he readily described the events at that time briefly. "This time, we were on a classified mission, but we encountered issues on the way. Considering my comrades were no longer fit to continue, I decided to abandon the mission and evacuate my team. Consequently, the mission was a failure." When Sakumo spoke, he did so without any emotions, as an impartial observer narrating the events. The interpretation and judgment were now left to Ruri, a member of the police. Shiraishi, Ruri, and even Kakashi frowned as they listened, feeling that something was amiss. The whole situation seemed too simplistic. "May I ask about the nature of the classified mission?" Ruri inquired, her gaze unwavering. This was her primary objective in coming here, to understand the mission's details. After all, classified missions came in various scales, some involving matters crucial to the village's survival, while others were of lesser consequence. "I don't know. My orders were to secure something. However, the mission ended in failure, and we didn't manage to bring back whatever it was. I'm unaware of the mission's specifics," Sakumo admitted, shaking his head. Ruri sensed that something was amiss with the situation. The information she'd gleaned from Sakumo was minimal. To discover what Sakumo had retrieved during the mission and the losses incurred upon its failure, she would need to pursue higher authorities. However, the current rumors had spread far and wide, yet there was no response from the upper echelons. It seemed that even if they inquired further, they would be met with silence. Could it be that the upper ranks were behind this? Ruri pondered. She realized that it was unlikely for them to uncover the truth without seeking answers from the higher UPS. Exiting the banner house, Shiraishi and Ruri looked up at the sky, exhaling deeply. They exchanged glances, and Ruri posed a question to Shiraishi, what should we do next? Sakumo doesn't seem to be our point of entry. Should we look for the person Sakumo rescued? Shiraishi considered the matter and responded, the individuals who spread these rumors likely anticipated our moves. It's probable that they've protected the person in question during their operation. We've only just arrived at the hospital, and this individual has already disappeared. Could this be orchestrated by the higher UPS? Ruri said. Likely so, Shiraishi concurred. Apart from them, it doesn't appear that anyone else could manage such a feat. Going by precedent, Sakumo would have been invited by Anbu for questioning and discussions, rather than being left undisturbed at home during such a major incident. Shiraishi was convinced that someone high up or a group of individuals were responsible for these events. Perhaps a power struggle for the Hokage position. Ruri suggested. Ruri shook her head. The higher UPS had executed this plan flawlessly, and the police force could do little in response. In contrast to Anbu, the police force possessed less authority and had a rather unfavorable reputation within Konoha. Once Anbu was mobilized, it signified the Hokage's will. This could very well be the case, Shiraishi agreed. After all, the candidates for the fourth Hokage are soon to be announced. Excluding irrelevant individuals at this juncture is a logical step. It might sound harsh, but in Shiraishi's perspective, Sakumo was essentially a pawn in a power struggle. His personal desires and ideas held little significance. What mattered was whether he possessed the qualifications and posed a threat to ascend to the position of Hokage. It doesn't matter whether he aspires to become Hokage. What matters is whether he possesses the qualifications and poses a threat to that role, Shiraishi reflected. Ruri concurred, feeling that Sakumo had been ensnared in a power struggle where his subjective desires were of little consequence. What was important was whether he was a qualified and potentially dangerous candidate for the role of Hokage. Very well then. Once this incident is resolved, the higher UPS will have no reason to suppress Sakumo sense. Further, now that their political capital has been expended, Shiraishi concluded. Ruri understood Shiraishi's intentions and began to feel a tad uneasy. The contest for the Hokage position involved the interests of numerous factions within Konoha. Someone whose reputation and strength surpassed even the Sunin and who wasn't affiliated with any faction was, without a doubt, a prime target for exclusion. Damaging Sakumo's reputation, depleting his political capital, and allowing him to remain a Konoha Jonin for the time being seemed like a reasonable approach. Moreover, Sakumo would undoubtedly be reinstated in the days ahead. This period was crucial for the fourth Hokage generation candidates. Once this phase passed, Konoha would continue as Konoha. In Ruri's personal opinion, Sakumo wasn't particularly suited for the Hokage position. He lacked both ambition and determination, functioning instead as an outstanding Konoha Jonin. That's true? If that's the case, it would be excellent. Shiraishi murmured, remembering Sakumo's nonchalant demeanor from before. Nevertheless, a haze of uncertainty still shrouded his thoughts. Things couldn't simply return to normal. 2 days later, the rumors had intensified. Increasing numbers of people were causing disturbances at the police force headquarters, and the cells were no longer sufficient. These individuals hadn't committed crimes severe enough to warrant imprisonment in Konoha prison, which was reserved for serious offenders. While they were spreading rumors, their actions didn't rise to the level of severe punishment. Sending them to Konoha prison would undoubtedly provoke Enbu's intervention and unnecessary conflicts. Ruri arrived at the police force's lobby early in the morning and was met with a scene of overcrowding. The noise resembled that of a bustling market, making the place almost unbearable. What's going on? Are there still so many people causing trouble? Ruri asked, taking in the chaotic scene. 2 members of her police force saluted her as she entered. One of them reported, "Yes, Captain, there have been new rumors this morning, and the police force is now severely understaffed." The police member wore a helpless smile as he spoke. He found it astonishing that a rumor could generate such chaos. In his eyes, it was the villagers who were overreacting and gossiping without understanding the situation, some even uttering offensive remarks that members of the police force found difficult to stomach. This was a clear divergence from the central issue. Beating these people wasn't in line with protocol, and bringing them to the security team for discipline was hampered by a lack of space. Thus, the police force were facing a dilemma. If these people were released, the rumors would only intensify. Retaining them would overcrowd the facilities, impacting the security team's operational efficiency. As they spoke, the member smiled wryly. He couldn't believe that the situation had escalated to this point. In the end, this was a failed mission, but Sakumo Hatake was a renowned ninja, and over the years, he had become synonymous with intimidating the enemy on behalf of Konoha. However, even someone like Sakumo was human, not a deity. The occasional mission failure was par for the course. After all, there was no indication from above that the mission's failure had resulted in significant consequences. In this sense, even the so-called Sunin were no different. After all, the title referred to a group of defeated leaders. However, how many dared to underestimate the Sunin? In the eyes of the Uchiha in the police force, it was the villagers who were causing a ruckus, gossiping without understanding the situation, and even uttering offensive words that the police force found hard to tolerate. These actions deviated from the core issue. While the police force possessed greater strength than the Anbu, they lacked the latter's authority and reputation within Konoha. When Anbu was deployed, it represented the will of the Hokage himself. Find some individuals who can utilize earth release and create additional temporary cells outside, Ruri instructed, her face cold. Yes, replied one of the police, who promptly went to secure those capable of using earth release and expanded the makeshift prison outside. Will this affect their well-being? The remaining police inquired with concern. Ruri let out a cold snort. So what if it does? We are simply following the rules. Even if the Hokage were to intervene, I have a legitimate argument. She had no sympathy for these individuals. They wouldn't die of starvation after missing a meal or two. Understood, the police concurred, aware that he merely needed to execute the squad leader's orders. As Ruri had stated, these people wouldn't starve after a couple of meals. By the way, you mentioned there are new rumors. Ruri inquired. Yes, the guard replied. It's related to Sakumo. He supposedly abandoned his mission to save someone. The person he rescued is now accusing him of lacking foresight, being unfit to be a ninja, and subjecting Sakumo to criticism and humiliation. Ruri's expression soured as she listened, realizing the implications of these new developments. Where is this person now? She inquired. We couldn't locate them. By the time we arrived, they had disappeared, he explained. Ruri was certain that this individual had been deliberately concealed. I see. You can return to your duties, Ruri instructed. The police departed, leaving Ruri to contemplate the situation. She knew that the person in question was hiding deliberately. I wonder if Sakumo has brushed off these accusations. She said thoughtfully. Chapter 90 The Death of White Fang, 2. Do you not care about what people are saying about you? Kakashi asked Sakumo softly as they sat in the courtyard. Kakashi was genuinely puzzled by the rumors that were circulating about his father. He couldn't understand why so many people were targeting Sakumo. To him, one mission failure shouldn't tarnish his father's reputation. Yet, the hurtful words from outsiders were making Kakashi increasingly uncomfortable. Sakumo smiled and asked Kakashi, Kakashi, if you were in my shoes, what would you do? Kakashi hesitated, clutching a sword tightly, torn between his emotions. After a moment, he replied, I'm sorry, I don't know what I would do. Sakumo reassured him, why apologize? Kakashi, you still have a long way to go. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging his father's wisdom. Did you get into a fight with someone today? Sakumo inquired. Kakashi hesitated briefly, then nodded. Yes, I confronted a few individuals who were speaking ill of you. What they said was truly ugly. I'm glad you stood up for me, Sakumo said. So, in your opinion, were they right or wrong? Sakumo's smile faded, and his expression became serious. He posed a challenging question to his son. Kakashi found himself pondering a profound moral dilemma. In the shinobi world, the mission should always take precedence, as dictated by the will of fire. But that was a principle handed down by previous generations, it couldn't be wrong, could it? However, Kakashi was uncertain. He had always excelled in theoretical knowledge, but this question had him stumped. I don't know, Kakashi finally admitted, shaking his head. He looked up to his father, hoping for guidance. Sakumo didn't provide a direct answer. Instead, he patted Kakashi on the shoulder and gazed at the distant, beautiful sunset. The golden hues of twilight cast a warm glow on his face. I don't let others' opinions bother me, and you shouldn't either, Sakumo advised. But, Dad, the person you saved is also insulting you, Kakashi protested. Sakumo replied, Don't let others' negativity deter you from doing what's right. Don't let their ridicule and accusations afterward make you regret your actions. Stick to the beliefs and convictions that a Konoha ninja should uphold. Kakashi nodded, his head lowered. He admired his father's wisdom but knew he couldn't be as magnanimous. Others might be forgiven, but the person saved by Sakumo, who now blamed his savior, was something Kakashi couldn't forgive. Sakumo ended their training session for the day, saying, "That's enough training with knives for today." Kakashi agreed with a nod and followed Sakumo's instructions, returning to his room. As time passed, it grew late into the night. The rumors had taken a toll on Kakashi during the day, leaving him mentally and physically drained. Despite the events, he was still troubled by the hurtful words circulating about his father. Kakashi went to bed early, hoping for a new day with fewer shadows. On the rooftop of Hitaki House, Sakumo stood alone, gazing up at the sparse stars and moon above, savoring the cool night breeze. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind him. Someone had ascended the roof silently and approached him. "It's easy to catch a cold out here in the nighttime breeze, Sakumo-sensei," Shiraishi remarked, walking up to him with a friendly smile. "Ayuna visited during the day, and now you're here at night?" Sakumo asked with a smile of his own. "Ayuna? She was here today." Shiraishi seemed surprised. "Yes, she came by after lunch and left not long ago." "Ah, I see." Shiraishi shifted his gaze from the night sky to the stone statues of the three Hokages below, the architects of the village's history. The first Hokage, who founded Konoha. The second Hokage, who formulated important development strategies for the village. And the third Hokage, the current leader. In the future, more names would be added to the revered list, worshipped by the people of Konoha. The fourth Hokage, the fifth Hokage, the sixth Hokage. In silence, both Sakumo and Shiraishi watched those shadow rocks quietly. Breaking the silence, Sakumo asked, "What do you think will happen to Konoha in the future?" His question seemed directed at Shiraishi, at himself, and perhaps at something greater. "I believe there's no need to ask that question, Sakumo-sensei. You've already found the answer you seek, haven't you?" Shiraishi replied, offering his perspective. "You truly are a unique individual among the three of you," Sakumo observed with profound meaning. Sakumo knew that Shiraishi had discerned the decision he had made in the face of these rumors. "Since you've made your choice, I suppose my visit here is unnecessary," Shiraishi said, letting out a sigh. Different from Ayane, Sakumo had moved past the point of questioning his own identity. He understood why he had made his choice. He might not know whether it was right or wrong, but he knew that not making a choice would lead to prolonged suffering. It was like abandoning a mission to save comrades. Regardless of whether the person they saved would blame them for the mission's failure, people like Sakumo wouldn't waver. Blame from others was someone else's concern, saving comrades was their duty, and the two weren't necessarily connected. They simply followed the principles instilled by the Will of Fire, firmly believing that prioritizing their comrades over the mission was the right path, even if it meant breaking some rules. Others' opinions could only serve as reference points and not as determinants of their beliefs. "Sakumo-sensei, you should get some rest." "I'll head back," Shiraishi said, knowing that his presence couldn't change anything. The night was growing quite cold. As Shiraishi walked away, Sakumo's voice reached him from behind. "Take care of Kakashi for me." Under the silent night sky, Shiraishi paused briefly upon hearing those words and nodded slightly. When Sakumo turned to look, the place where Shiraishi had stood was now empty. The next morning, the air felt unusually chilly. Kakashi, up early, prepared breakfast in the kitchen but couldn't help noticing his father, Sakumo, was notably absent. At this hour, he should have already been up and about. After all, their mornings typically began with breakfast, followed by their morning exercises. Carrying the breakfast, Kakashi proceeded to Sakumo's room, opened the door, and began to call out to him. "Father, breakfast is ready." But he dropped the breakfast tray with a loud crash. The nutritious meal he had prepared scattered all over the floor. However, the food wasn't really important compared to the sight that met his eyes. A man lay in the middle of the room, surrounded by a pool of blood. In his hand was the fabled white fang, which had tasted the blood of countless foes. In silence, he had chosen to end his own life. Kakashi's mind went blank, and he couldn't process anything further. Sakumo had died. The news of his death spread by the village's police force, and it was confirmed that it had been a suicide, not a murder within his home. There was no trace of deception, and no evidence of a violent struggle or confrontation with an enemy. Instead, he had chosen to end his own life by stabbing his sword into his body. Word of his death quickly reached the ears of the villagers in Konoha, and even the higher UPS became aware of it. As for the rumors, they ceased, fading into a heavy silence. In a vast, shadowy corner of Konoha, inhabited by the village's own ninjas, a group of individuals who had forsaken everything, their names, emotions, and even their own lives. They thrived in darkness, deeply rooted within the village. They were known as the Root, an organization originating from the Anbu but operating outside the jurisdiction of the Hokage. Their leader, Shimura Denzo, found himself in a meeting room where one of Konoha's own ninjas erupted in fury, directing his anger towards the Root's leader. Why did this happen? Why did Captain Sakumo commit suicide? Elder Denzo, didn't you say everything would be fine? Why did it turn out like this? If not for the restraint of two Root ninjas, he might have rushed at Denzo and attacked him. Denzo, too, was feeling restless and agitated. Why had Sakumo taken his own life? The rumors were indeed propagated by the Root, and the Anbu remained silent, neither endorsing nor stopping them. This was because Sakumo couldn't ascend to the position of Hokage. As such, his reputation had to be tarnished. If his reputation diminished, Konoha White Fang could remain a respected jonin, still a prominent figure among them, but forever distanced from the Hokage's seat. However, the question remained, why had Sakumo chosen suicide? Rumors of this level shouldn't have been lethal. Denzo had initially planned to stop the spread of these rumors later that day. But now, he was left stunned. Take him out, I need to calm down. Unable to understand why Sakumo committed suicide, Denzo waved his hand irritably, asking his Root to take away the Konoha ninja who questioned him. He also wondered why Sakumo killed himself, and no one came to answer his question. Sakumo's funeral took place on a day that wasn't too gloomy. Few attendees were present. Apart from Kakashi, Shiraishi, Ruri, and Ayane, only a few familiar faces like Tsunade attended. They still couldn't grasp the reality of the situation, finding it unbelievable that Sakumo would succumb to such rumors, considering him a resilient figure. Life is born, and life dies away, Orochimaru commented sadly, observing the proceedings. Everything seemed meaningless. Like his parents. Noeke too. And now Sakumo. He might meet a similar end one day. He couldn't fathom why, but a sense of dread had settled in Orochimaru's heart. He shook his head and was the first to depart from Sakumo's funeral. He had seen too many deaths in his lifetime, and Sakumo was but one of them, unlikely to be the last. Many people connected to him would meet a similar fate, and life, it seemed, was incredibly fragile. Jiraiya-sensei, why did Sakumo-sensei do this? Minato asked, glancing at Jiraiya, his teacher, with a look of pity and sympathy. Who can say why these things happen? The deceased are gone, there's no need to dwell on it, Jiraiya replied, and Minato nodded in agreement. Minato tactfully refrained from asking further questions and looked at Kakashi, who stood at the forefront of the procession, his heart heavy with sorrow. Tsunade approached Shiraishi, unsure of what to say to comfort him in this moment of grief. Shiraishi, seeming to understand her unspoken thoughts, smiled and said, "Don't worry, Tsunade-sensei. This has nothing to do with you. Don't concern yourself with me." Tsunade nodded, and soon after, she departed with Jiraiya and Minato, leaving only Shiraishi and Kakashi behind. Shiraishi placed the flowers he held in front of Sakumo's grave. "Sakumo-sensei, you embodied the true spirit of a ninja, upholding the very essence of our beliefs." The higher UPS hadn't been entirely wrong in their thinking. By suppressing Sakumo's reputation, they had intended to allow him to live peacefully as a jonin. Their intentions were well meant, with the best interests of Sakumo's future in mind. However, their execution had been flawed. In this world, many individuals valued their honor and principles more than their own lives. To their enemies, Sakumo was the despised Konoha's White Fang. To those on his side, he was the trusted companion they could always rely on. He was a ninja who considered his comrades his responsibility, placing their lives above his own. What he truly upheld was the untainted will of fire in his heart, a principle that had never been marred by external factors. Now, even the village's high-ranking officials seemed to have strayed from this path, intentionally dismantling the very principles upon which the village had been founded. They had used the rumors as a pretext to suppress him, a profound humiliation. But what had this village been established for in the first place? It had been created out of a sense of unity and loyalty, yet the very ninjas who had chosen to bear the village's burdens were being slandered by rumors. This was the bitter irony. Those who believed they had inherited the will of fire never questioned it, even when they were confronted with discrepancies. They had forgotten why the village had been founded and strayed from its foundational principles. Shiraishi believed that the perspective and starting point of the village's higher UPS and Sakumo had never truly aligned. Sakumo-sensei's death, he hoped, would serve as a wake-up call, causing those in power to re-evaluate their actions. As he concluded the funeral, this silent prayer resonated deeply within him. It was also the sincerest form of blessing. Otherwise, if this cycle of actions continued, Shiraishi could foresee that Konoha Whitefang was merely the beginning, not the end. More individuals within the village would follow this same path, losing themselves in the wavering rules and becoming tragic victims of their own making. Chapter 91, A New Beginning. Did Sakumo-sensei truly take his own life over such a matter? Ayane approached Shiraishi after the funeral to ask this question. Ayane couldn't believe that Sakumo, who she knew so well, would resort to suicide because of such a trivial dilemma between prioritizing his comrades or the mission. What do you mean? Shiraishi replied. Ayane persisted, I'm asking about the cause of Master Sakumo's death. It's no longer relevant, Shiraishi said, casting a brief glance at her. Ayane felt uncomfortable and sighed heavily. I feel like I've failed Sakumo-sensei. Sakumo-sensei wasn't cut out to be a ninja. He's just one of the tragic outcomes of this era of ninja. Ayane was taken aback by Shiraishi's words and stared at him in astonishment. The question you're wondering about, from the start, doesn't have an answer. The mission is a matter of professional ethics, while a comrade is a personal choice. Either choice could be right, or both could be wrong. It all depends on how those in authority frame the issue. But Sakumo-sensei abandoned the mission, and it led to a loss for the village. As Ayane spoke, she began to understand the issue. What was Sakumo-sensei's mission? What had the village lose? The higher UPS hadn't provided any explanations, allowing the villagers to speculate freely. In essence, the question of whether the mission or comrades mattered more didn't even exist. Ayane understood Shiraishi's point. Both answers were simultaneously right and wrong. The crucial factor was how the higher UPS defined the situation. Today, a companion could be more important than the mission, while tomorrow, the mission might take precedence. To the upper echelon, it was merely a political struggle in the election for the fourth Hokage, it had no other meaning. The will of fire, centered around bonds, had devolved into a political tool for those in power to vie for control and profit, silencing the voice of the village. The villagers were oblivious to this manipulation, unwittingly becoming pawns in the game. Few facts could be more disheartening. Ayane shuddered, imagining the despair Sakumo had faced. This was all just a political contest. The choice between missions and companions had never been the real issue. Sakumo hadn't taken his own life over such a trivial matter, he had simply witnessed the complete deterioration of the village. When did it start? Ayane inquired, wondering when Sakumo had become disappointed with the village higher UPS. Seeing her puzzled expression, Shiraishi sighed and asked, Ayane, do you really believe that Sakumo-sensei was oblivious to the events of a few years ago? Ayane knew that Shiraishi was referring to the mission 4 years ago, which had led to a conflict with Root. Sakumo-sensei. How could someone like him not realize the unusual transfer order from Orochimaru? He spent 2 months recuperating in the village due to his injuries. What kind of injury requires such a long recovery period? If it was genuinely severe, he should have withdrawn from the battlefield. Returning would only have been a burden to others. Shiraishi picked up a leaf from the ground, held it, and examined it while speaking to Ayane. Did he begin to have doubts back then? I thought the three of us were convincing actors. Ayane showed a wry smile. Our acting was flawless. If the three of us had returned from the battlefield severely injured, missing limbs, and tried to appear as pitiable as possible, Sakumo-sensei wouldn't have suspected a thing. Holding the leaf tightly, Shiraishi continued while gazing at the gloomy sky, the protection of comrades isn't about choosing between comrades and missions, it's about safeguarding everything that must be protected. This is the essence of the will of fire. It should never be a tool for political struggles or to deceive and mistreat comrades. Shiraishi guessed that Sakumo must have uncovered something, whether it was divulged by the Sunin or learned through other channels was irrelevant at this point. Sakumo Hatake, the ninja, had come to an end. Alongside his departure, the will of fire he held dear had crumbled entirely. I still can't fathom the state of mind Sakumo-sensei must have been in to take his own life, Ayane mused. You needn't try to understand it. Those of us who lack belief in the will of fire can't fathom that kind of despair, Shiraishi replied. Will the higher UPS ever awaken to this reality? Ayane asked skeptically. If they truly understood, this political struggle wouldn't exist. That's why I say Sakumo-sensei wasn't cut out to be a ninja. He was too pure and idealistic. He was better suited to be a teacher, educating others, not a ninja. Shiraishi couldn't help but feel sorrow for Sakumo. His purity and ideals, his prowess as a ninja, and his threat to the fourth Hokage's plans had all contributed to his tragic fate. The higher UPS hadn't intended to force Sakumo to his death, but it had been the method he found most intolerable. Ayane understood that Sakumo had made this choice himself, despite her inability to accept it. Indeed, now all we can do is hope that someday, a great figure in Konoha will discover this vicious cycle of the Hokage. Shiraishi, too, was far from convinced. Is it truly feasible, among Konoha's upper echelons, to nurture a Hokage who isn't consumed by the thirst for power and possesses the courage to reform everything? Therefore, Sakumo conveyed his aspirations through death, while Shiraishi held a pessimistic outlook. However, Shiraishi wasn't particularly invested in this. His path had never truly aligned with Konoha. Whether Konoha would eventually have the Hokage that Sakumo envisioned had little bearing on Shiraishi. The chapter of Konoha's White Fang ends here, but his life is just beginning. Shiraishi-senpai, between comrades and missions, which holds greater significance. Kakashi was the sole individual left beside Sakumo's grave when Shiraishi and Ayane returned. Upon hearing Kakashi's question, Shiraishi and Ayane felt their hearts sink. When Shiraishi-senpai made his choice, he never looked back. But he's gone. Death is but a release, not a mistake. Yet. Kakashi whispered these words, then departed in a daze, akin to a living ghost. Why didn't you tell him the truth? Ayane questioned Shiraishi, her expression confused. Taking good care of Kakashi is not only Sakumo-sensei's entrustment, but for a child with incomplete life values, it is too easy to go to extreme. Allow him to witness the village's realities with his own eyes. Once he starts asking questions, he will comprehend why Sakumo chose suicide. Instead of becoming entangled in boring questions about missions and companions, he would awaken to the village's darkness. Sharing this now would be counterproductive and prematurely expose Kakashi to Konoha's shadows, which will be detrimental to his future. Shiraishi believed that Konoha's upper management would undoubtedly be his greatest support. He didn't even need to arrange it, they would willingly do so. These high-ranking individuals had never let him down, which was proof enough. Moreover, the opportunity was fast approaching. Sakumo's suicide had undoubtedly posed a challenge for them as well. After all, they had lost a valuable and vital combat asset. When he goes out on missions, I'll secretly assign someone to monitor him. The truth can wait until he understands it on his own. Perhaps, one day, he'll grasp it without the need for our explanations. Becoming a chunin at the age of 6 demonstrated his unquestionable ninja talent. He merely lacked worldly experience and insightful eyes to perceive the core of matters. Ayane concurred that this was the better course of action. When Kakashi asked which important question about the mission and his companions, Ayane already understood that he must have misunderstood something and fell into fruitless train of thoughts. He remained oblivious to the reason behind his father Sakumo's suicide. Right now, he probably wouldn't heed any explanation, rendering any further discourse futile. Then, it's time for me to return. Haiga is in your hands. Don't worry, I'll handle things on my end. Bidding farewell to Ayane, Shiraishi returned to the Uchiha clan. Right before the funeral's conclusion, Ruri had already returned. Her bad mood was evident, and even her police responsibilities had been neglected due to her preoccupation. The funeral is over, there's no need to wear such a gloomy expression. Are you still mourning Sakumo-sensei? Shiraishi said to Ruri, who was seated in the corridor, upon hearing her sigh. Ruri, sitting in the corridor, heard these words and turned toward their source. You seem rather calm, Shiraishi remarked. Shiraishi walked to Ruri and sat down, gently holding her palm, watching the scenery in the courtyard with her. Sakumo-sensei wouldn't want anyone grieving his death. Whether it's us or anyone else, this was his choice. He held no resentment. His love for this village and its people surpassed all. I understand. That's why I despise these boring political struggle. The high individuals, the elderly clan members, the foolish villagers. The older they get, the more experienced they become. Yet, they end up in this pitiable state. Ruri expressed her thoughts in one breath, revealing her unrest. She had never anticipated that Sakumo would exit the world so resolutely. The era has chosen ninjas, and ninjas have chosen this way of life. Chosen. Ruri lowered her head, pondered for a moment, then rested her forehead lightly on Shiraishi's chest. Rebol.com. Shiraishi felt the warmth of Ruri's body through his clothes. He gently caressed her snow-white cheek with his palm. Subsequently, he placed his hand on her black hair, stroking it tenderly. Her hair was of exceptional quality, dense and black, extremely straight. She likely combed it diligently each day. After all, she was a young woman. "I'm not a child," Ruri retorted, expressing her dissatisfaction with his actions. However, Shiraishi's hand remained entwined in her hair, despite her verbal protests. Ruri, despite her words, did not resist the gentle touch. "Isn't there something to do at the police today? I asked for leave in the morning, and there is nothing important to do anyway." The forehead was raised from Shiraishi's chest, and began to rest on his thigh, lying defenseless on the floor of the corridor, closing her eyes, preparing for a lunch break. Shiraishi looked at Ruri's unsuspecting state at the moment. Although it was nice to be able to see her sleeping face up close, he always felt that something was missing. Think carefully, isn't there something missing on the other thigh? At this moment, the face of another girl appeared in his mind. Why do I suddenly feel a bit uncomfortable? Do you know why? Chapter 92, The Man Whose Belief Was Money, 1. White Fang was dead. When the third Kazekage, who resided in Tsunagakure, received this news from the Anbu of the Suna, he initially wondered if it was a mistake. This wasn't a questioning of the strength of the other ninja villages. Still, the third Kazekage believed that, apart from the current 5 Kage, there were very few ninja who could match Konoha's White Fang. On the front lines of battle, the third Kazekage didn't pay much attention to White Fang's destructive power. But this was a sharp blade capable of penetrating deep into enemy territory and becoming invincible. Especially Konoha's high-ranking officials were adept at using this sharp blade. They never deployed him on the front lines but used him as the leader of an elite team for covered missions behind enemy lines. In critical moments, he could deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. In recent years, the success rate of missions led by him had reached 100%. Many prominent business figures and nobles in the ninja world would come to Konoha to request Sakumo's services. This trust was unparalleled. So, when the third Kazekage first heard about Konoha's White Fang Hotaki Sakumo's death from an Anbu agent, his immediate reaction was disbelief. How could such a powerful ninja die so suddenly? Who killed him? A ninja from Kumo. The third Kazekage's expression became grave. Although he was somewhat reluctant to admit it, the overall strength of the Tsunagakure actually ranked behind the 5 major ninja villages. Immediately following Konoha was Kumo from the Land of Thunder. Most of the ninjas in Kamo were known for their strength, agility, and an unwavering will to fight. If anyone could have killed Konoha's White Fang, the ninja from the Land of Thunder would be the prime suspects. That's not the case, Kazekage-sama. Konoha's White Fang, he committed suicide. Suicide. After the Anbu reported this, the third Kazekage's expression turned extremely strange, a hint of disbelief lurking in his eyes. Suicide? How could that be? Konoha's White Fang committed suicide? How was that even possible? What were the people in Konoha doing? Were they trying to incite something? A conspiracy against the remaining 4 ninja villages? This is what happened, Kazekage-sama. The Anbu submitted the gathered information to the third Kazekage. After the third Kazekage carefully reviewed it several times, he finally accepted a harsh reality: Konoha's White Fang was indeed dead. Konoha White Fang, who had given him headaches, had taken his own life. The third Kazekage had been prepared to sacrifice Suna elite ninja to take down Konoha White Fang, but now this risky plan was unnecessary. There was no longer any need for Suna to face off with White Fang in a potentially deadly confrontation. For a moment, the third Kazekage even entertained the idea that Konoha's high-ranking officials might actually be their allies. While he didn't have detailed records of the incident, the third Kazekage could make some educated guesses. Konoha's third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was nearly 50 years old, and it was indeed time to choose a successor. Konoha's candidates for the 4th Hokage included White Fang, the Sunin, and other prominent Konoha figures. This was essentially a political struggle within Konoha. The third Kazekage sighed. Konoha's White Fang, his death wasn't worth it. Just when he felt the enemy had lost his joy, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Perhaps this was a warning: no matter how powerful a village was, it couldn't use this method to gain political leverage. The upcoming election ceremony for the next fourth Kazekage needed to be carefully observed to avoid following in Konoha's footsteps. However, the third Kazekage believed there was no one in the Tsunagakura who would pursue such a course. He was still in his prime, and it wasn't time to select the next Kazekage. Thinking along these lines, the third Kazekage found some relief. Let's pass this news on to Elder Cho. White Fang led his team and killed her son and daughter-in-law. Now that White Fang is dead, it can be seen as revenge for her. Yes. After the Anbyo departed, the third Kazekage exhaled lightly. He retrieved a scroll from a drawer, spread it on the table, and studied its contents attentively. This scroll contained the general plan for future attacks on the Land of Fire, designed to pin down Konoha's forces. It included offensive routes, supply lines, resource acquisition points, and all action plans. One crucial link had been crossed out: the elimination of Konoha's White Fang. Since he was dead, there was no need to commit so many resources to this part of the plan. The extra manpower could be redirected to other key areas. As he contemplated the situation, the third Kazekage couldn't help but think, if only Sunin were more like White Fang. But then he realized how whimsical that notion was. White Fang and Sunin, along with the political backing behind them in Konoha, were entirely different. Nevertheless, the death of Konoha's White Fang was a cause for celebration. He decided to wrap up his work early that day and return home for a sound sleep. The news of White Fang's suicide reached the other ninja villages one after another, and their reactions were varied. Some were disdainful, some looked on coldly, and others were excited. Many business figures and nobles in the ninja world were unhappy about this turn of events. After all, they had entrusted Konoha with tasks for which they had paid a significant amount of money, with White Fang being the assigned ninja. Now that White Fang was no longer alive, the remaining Jonin were handling these missions. Even though Konoha's leadership promptly decided to refund the excess funds from these missions, it still tarnished Konoha's reputation. To be honest, since the Hokage rarely participated in missions, White Fang had become the face of Konoha for these nobles and business people. They had complete trust in his abilities and reputation, and the interactions had been mutually beneficial. They not only protected their goods but also ensured their personal safety without any incidents. Konoha had only one Jonin who could accomplish this at present. Following an investigation, many nobles and business people began questioning Konoha. They weren't concerned about the internal conflicts in the ninja village, they only cared about their goods and personal safety, and White Fang was the one who could guarantee that. With Fang Fang gone, their enthusiasm for Konoha naturally waned. Incomplete statistics indicated a significant drop in Konoha's income from mission assignments compared to previous years. Moreover, rumors spread by other ninja villages smeared Konoha's image and vindicated White Fang's name. Unfortunately, Konoha's senior management had to bear the brunt of these consequences. In a different context, Sakumo's story reached its conclusion. Shiraishi decided to monitor Kakashi's situation in the village and even personally visit him. Outside, his subordinates were tasked with ensuring Kakashi's safety to prevent any accidents. Shiraishi also provided salary rewards to these subordinates who discreetly looked after Kakashi. Since this wasn't an official organization task but rather a personal matter, Shiraishi funded this part himself. During this period, Shiraishi learned about another incident. A Konoha ninja, saved by Sakumo, had similarly taken his own life at home. Shiraishi couldn't fully assess this situation because Sakumo had never held any ill feelings towards this Konoha ninja. Regardless of any slander, Sakumo had never taken it to heart. This ninja hadn't needed to commit suicide, like Sakumo. He had been a victim of TB politics, a tool discarded after use. Even if he hadn't done it, someone else would have, perhaps more callously. He hadn't done anything wrong, it was just unfortunate that he was selected as the spokesperson for these events. 704 people, excluding combatants and non-staff personnel, there are only 76 people of various technical personnel. Monthly expenditure, the total income of the organization. In an underground laboratory in Konoha, Shiraishi held information gathered by his informant. It detailed the organization's current scale, its bases and personnel numbers in various countries, the salaries of personnel at each level, and the organization's finances. Currently, the organization didn't have any industries. Its funding mainly came from the Ruri's mine, which was more than adequate. If necessary, another mine could be sold for a substantial profit, as merchants would compete to purchase it. The organization primarily consisted of non-staff personnel, around 400 in total, who had the potential to become members but hadn't officially joined yet. They handled less important tasks and had no access to the organization's core secrets. The next largest group was the combatants, numbering over 200. All of them are transformed humans after Shiraishi strengthened them with natural energy. Most of them were concentrated at the Land of Ghosts headquarters, while a few were involved in covert operations around the world. Elite squads led by 5 men were rare, involved in the most secretive and critical tasks. The remaining members were technicians, with just 6 dedicated to scientific research, including Shiraishi. Most others possessed expertise in various fields. Shiraishi believed that the organization had reached a significant scale at this point. Natural energy was more convenient than chakra for mass-producing combatants. They could focus on improving their physical abilities and learn ninjutsu slowly. Even if they couldn't learn ninjutsu or weren't suitable for being a ninja, fighters enhanced by natural energy could still hold their own against ninjutsu users. The organization's next step in its plan involves expanding its manpower with talented individuals from various backgrounds. Additionally, they plan to establish a company to diversify the organization's sources of income. Relying solely on mine sales for revenue is not sustainable. While they have enough manpower, what they need now is someone with expertise in business operations to lead this effort. After reviewing a list of potential candidates, Shiraishi found a person with a strong background in business and decided to give them a chance. Kato. Let this person try. As Ruri had suggested, they were going to invest money and see how it played out. Shiraishi felt an unprecedented level of confidence, powered by the ability to provide financial support. By the way, the organization still lacks an accountant. Although there was someone handling the accounts, they lacked the professional expertise required for such an important role. Shiraishi decided they needed to find a professional accountant to manage the organization's finances. In a different location, in the Land of Tea, there was a rundown tea house that hardly received any customers. Hidden beneath it was an underground money exchange branch. The 5-man team of the organization arrived at this location to communicate with the staff there. "We need to hire a financially savvy professional," Bugman stated. The staff at the money exchange were taken aback by this unusual request. "Hire a financial manager?" they asked in surprise. "Yes, is such a task possible?" the Bugman inquired. "It is possible, but such requests are rare here. Most of our clients request services related to, well, the DEET-6, the staff explained. Nonetheless, they nodded, indicating their willingness to assist the men in this matter. Despite the peculiar nature of the task, they would do their best to fulfill their customers' request. After all, they were confident that, with their network, they could find a financial expert to satisfy the men's needs. "Just keep an eye out for us. If you find someone suitable, I'll reward you with 200,000 ryo, the Bugman offered before preparing to depart. However, the staff had one more thing to add. "Wait a moment, Customer-san. I believe we have a candidate in mind. Would you like to hear about them?" For the staff, it wasn't just about money, it was about ensuring their customers felt welcome and cared for. Their underground money exchange aimed to provide complete satisfaction, both physically and mentally. The staff's attitude became more enthusiastic as they thought about the substantial reward of 200,000 taels. "Have you ever heard of the legend of the undead within the underground money exchange?" they asked the Bugman. "The undead?" he inquired. "Yes, it's a peculiar individual who has been a fixture at the underground money exchange for decades. Rumor has it that he never ages, always looks the same, and is a VIP here. He's known for his extreme obsession with money, meticulously handling anything related to it. Many have joked that he should be a financial manager at a major corporation instead of a bounty hunter." This piqued the Bugman's interest. "Who is this undead?" he asked. "He goes by the name Kakuzu. I believe he's the financial expert you're seeking, customer. He's exceptionally experienced in this field. Where can I find him?" Bugman asked. "He arrived here a few days ago. His pattern is to stay in a country for a month or two, then move on to the next. He should still be in the Land of Tea. Here's his photo." The staff produced a photo and handed it to Bugman. Bugman took the photo, placed it in his pocket, and promptly handed over 100,000 ryo in banknotes to the staff. If he proves to be the financial expert we need, I'll provide the remaining 100,000 ryo later, he assured them. Chapter 93, The Man Whose Belief Was Money, 2. In a world filled with hypocrisy, only money was deemed trustworthy. This was the creed of a man who had spent decades as a bounty hunter. What he held in his hand might have been a lifeless body, but Kakuzu saw it as something more profound, a huge amount of money. If this corpse were sold through the underground money exchange, it could fetch a staggering 20 million ryo. Ever since he had become a bounty hunter, Kakuzu had been accustomed to lucrative rewards. It seemed yet another major deal had been successfully closed. Indeed, in this cold and hypocritical world, it was only money that could provide him warmth. As he walked down the country road in the land of tea, he was alone. The sun hung high in the sky, nearly noon, casting a dazzling light. Just as he averted his gaze from the sun to continue on his way, 5 individuals abruptly appeared ahead, blocking his path. Leading the group was Bug Man. As the underground money exchange staff had suggested, Kakuzu had a pattern of staying for some time in each country during his activities. At present, he was active in the land of tea. It had taken a day to finally locate this renowned bounty hunter known as the Undead, who was infamous for his involvement in underground money exchanges. "You're Kakuzu-san, right?" "We are." "Sosu." The Bug Man's words were abruptly cut off as Kakuzu gently set down the corpse he was carrying. In the stunned eyes of the 5 men, he casually produced a booklet from his pocket. Each page of this booklet featured a person's portrait, name, and the reward amount on their head. The early pages contained the names of the contemporary 5 Kages and other renowned ninja from various nations. Sakumo Hataki's name was recorded in the early pages with a reward of 110 million ryo, making him one of the highest paid targets next to the contemporary 5 Kages. However, every corner of the page bearing Sakumo Hataki's name was smeared with ink. The bounty mission for him had been terminated with Konoha Whitefang's death. Kakuzu continued flipping through the pages, leaving the 5 men puzzled as to what he was searching for. His green eyes, filled with an obsession, scanned each page meticulously. But when he reached the final page, he couldn't find any information about the 5 men. Frowning, he took out another booklet from his pocket. This second booklet featured targets with lower rewards, below 10 million taels. Finally, on the last page of this booklet, he found the target he was seeking. "I finally found it. Right here. The name, Bug Man, with a reward of 500,000 ryo. Quite a cheap head. No wonder it had seemed familiar but hadn't appeared on the high reward list." The Bug Man was at a loss for words. It was not uncommon for bounty hunters from underground money exchanges to be pursued by their peers. In many cases, they had to be cautious of being ambushed. He had only been with the underground money exchange for 2 years and wasn't widely known. Thus, receiving 500,000 ryo as a reward was already highly respectable to him. "Seeing that your strength is good, there should be a lot of room for appreciation in the future. Put the head on your neck for deposit first, and I will come to you when your head appreciates in the future," Kakuzu said with a pertinent evaluation. The reward of 500,000 ryo, to be honest, didn't reflect the Bug Man's abilities. Judging from his flawless posture, his current market price should be at least 6 million ryo, if not more. Killing him now would be a waste. The Bug Man remained silent as Kakuzu was about leaving, carrying the corpse. But then, the Bug Man called out, "Please wait, Kakuzu. We're here to hire you a job." "Hire?" Kakuzu found the term interesting and halted his departure. Bug Man continued, "We're planning to establish a company here, and we require a capable financial manager. The salary is highly negotiable. Your task would be to manage the company's finances on a regular monthly basis." "How much money?" Kakuzu asked directly about the remuneration. For him, any opportunity that could bring in money, whether through reward tasks or employment, was worth considering. The other party wasn't asking him to join some dubious organization but simply to help identify financial issues and loopholes within their company. This position belonged to non-staff financial experts who wouldn't accept outside assignments. If it allowed him to earn extra money while carrying out reward tasks, there was no reason to decline. "We'll settle accounts on a monthly basis, and your remuneration will range from 500,000 to 1 million ryo." Whether he'd earn 500,000 or 1 million taels each month depended on his performance. This was what the Bug Man was trying to say. 12 million ryo for a year. Kakuzu was confident in his financial abilities. Your confidence is impressive. Let's hope for a productive partnership. We'll send someone to draft a formal contract. Is that agreeable, Kakuzu-san? The worm man smiled. As you wish. Kakuzu then left with the corpse without further delay. The bug man watched him go, finding him to be quite an interesting character. Soon enough, he gathered more information about Kakuzu. Among those involved in the underground money exchange, he had an impeccable reputation. He was known for his unwavering trustworthiness when it came to money. He was a man who wouldn't betray money and, in turn, wouldn't be betrayed by money. 2 days later, Kakuzu received a document from the man known as the Bug Man. It not only outlined the nature of his working hours, but also specified the salary and payment schedule. After a quick read, Kakuzu had a good grasp of his responsibilities and workload. While it wouldn't consume much of his time, it demanded a highly skilled professional to ensure precision due to the huge sums involved. A single mistake could create financial vulnerabilities impacting the company's operations. Following that, Kakuzu delved into details about the newly established company and its industry. It was named Purple Rose Pharmaceutical Technology Co., a drug company involved in research, production, and sales. It was evident that their primary source of income was the sale of medicines. They had already developed more than a dozen new drugs set for market release, which were currently undergoing production and would soon be available for sale worldwide. The company's primary clientele was the Ninja Nations, with its headquarters situated in the Land of Ghosts. The purple rose served as the company's namesake, which was the national flower of the Land of Ghosts. This suggested a strong affiliation with the Land of Ghosts government, potentially facilitating their operations as a neutral country. Neutral countries, like the Land of Ghosts and the Land of Iron, held a unique position in the ninja world. Unlike smaller countries oppressed by the major powers, neutral countries had independent cultures, national sovereignty, and armed forces for self-defense. They neither participated in major power conflicts nor suffered the consequences of such wars. Reading this, Kakuzu nodded in approval. In an era frequently marred by war, establishing the company in the Land of Ghosts seemed like a prudent choice. Since the company had not officially launched yet, Kakuzu felt no urgency in initiating contact with them to manage their finances. Instead, he turned his attention to the reward list, focusing on high-reward targets. As for those with lower to medium rewards, they held potential for growth. And where there was potential, there was room for profit. Thus, he decided not to actively pursue targets below the 10 million tael mark, waiting until their values increased to maximize his earnings. Prematurely disposing of these potentially lucrative targets would only lead to diminished income. Patience was a prerequisite for a successful bounty hunter, one who knew when to capitalize on the appreciation of their prey. Take the Bug Man, for instance. Although he currently had a bounty of only 500,000 ryo, Kakuzu believed that his worth would increase manifold in a few years. That's when he'd make his move. As for his role as the Bug Man's financial manager, there was no direct conflict. He would meticulously fulfill the responsibilities of financial management according to his principles and limitations. However, high-reward targets with substantial growth potential were non-negotiable. The two aspects of his life didn't clash in his perspective. With the list securely tucked away, what Kakuzu carried wasn't a corpse but a black leather suitcase brimming with money. As he embarked on the solitary path of hunting bounty targets once more, he didn't feel alone because money was his companion. Money was his belief, capable of providing him with the warmth of human connection. It didn't matter how many lives he took today or when and by whom he would be killed tomorrow. Life wasn't about happiness, and death wasn't worth lamenting. What truly mattered was his bright path to wealth in a world mired in conflict and deception. You see, in a world where money alone could bestow glory, everyone was beyond salvation. This was the perspective of an elderly man, bearing scars from decades of living, experiencing betrayal and escape, and subsequently treading the path of killing and wealth acquisition. Carrying a suitcase filled with money, he stood apart from the crowd, moving in the opposite direction. He left the small town and wandered onto the countryside road under the setting sun. His figure grew smaller, slowly fading into the distance. Today, Kakuzu-san embarked on this solitary journey. Chapter 94, Shadow Dancer. Late July, in the midst of summer. As the evening approached, Shiraishi returned home from the academy. There, he received surprising news from Ruri. Heading out on a mission? Shiraishi inquired, his curiosity piqued by Ruri's sudden announcement. Yes, I've been thinking about it. I don't think I'm suited for the leisurely life of the police force. I've already submitted a transfer request, replied Ruri. She believed that after spending over a year with the Uchiha police force, it was time for a change. Life within the police force was exceedingly comfortable, mainly dealing with civil disputes, rendering Ruri's considerable skills unnecessary. Such tasks could be managed by typical Uchiha ninjas. Ruri had been appointed as the captain of the police force primarily as an honor, given that the police force was an esteemed division within the Uchiha clan. Many Uchiha members considered it a privilege to be part of the police force. However, for Ruri, it was a boring life. It's good to have a change of scenery, Shiraishi commented. Ruri extended an invitation, asking, "Do you want to join me?" With a troubled scratch of his head, Shiraishi replied, "I think I'll pass for now. I'd rather focus on completing the final stages of my research in the Sage mode before considering it." Ruri respected his choice, acknowledging the significance of his work in Sage mode. She, too, looked forward to the day when Shiraishi would perfect this technique. It would not only enhance her combat abilities but also increase her use of the Sharingan to a higher level. By the way, now that you're heading out on a mission, you'll need to form a new team, right? As a Jounin, you can't simply join another Jounin team, Shiraishi observed. Ordinarily, missions were carried out in teams of 4, sometimes employing a special team arrangement, such as a mix of Chunin and Genin. Such cases were more prevalent during times of war when the mortality rate for Jounin was notably high. However, with peace reigning, standard team sizes consisted of 4 members, with 1 Jounin and 3 middle or lower ninja. Recently, the leader of one team died in the line of duty. I've been assigned as their captain, and the team members are fresh graduates, Ruri explained. Shiraishi chuckled, commenting on the irony of the situation. What a pity. The captain's hardly been out of graduation, and now you're stepping in as their new leader. The academy's graduation season typically occurred in March or April. Given that it was now July, these team members had graduated less than half a year ago, and their leader had already died on a mission. Likely, they had met a tragic end in the line of duty, possibly due to unfortunate accidents that sometimes occurred during missions. Such missions often involved traps, misinformation, and other dangerous elements. Ruri's decision to undertake a mission might have been influenced by her lingering feelings about Sakumo's situation, which left her somewhat despondent. In this regard, Shiraishi supported her choice. Given Ruri's prowess, encountering any significant challenges was unlikely, especially when leading a team of rookies. The mission's difficulty would be considerably lower than when they were part of Sakumo's team. The next day, Shiraishi entered Ruri's room to find only a note. After reading its contents, he accepted her departure, albeit with a brief adjustment period. Following breakfast, Shiraishi plunged into his laboratory, embarking on the task of refining the fusion mechanism between chakra and natural energy. Manipulating chakra and natural energy separately was relatively straightforward, especially for individuals with strong control abilities who could execute this skill efficiently, without wasting energy during battles. However, controlling these two energies once they were fused became considerably more challenging. Within the transparent chamber, he used various instruments to adjust the chakra and natural energy, facilitating their fusion. Subsequently, he left them there, allowing the fusion process to continue. This research held a connection with General 2, the Earth General, following their encounter during the last battle against Hyuga Kair, an upper ninja from the Hyuga clan. Shiraishi had realized that General 2 could be a valuable asset in many combat scenarios, particularly for sneak attacks. General 2's ability to hide in the earth and execute stealthy ambushes was exceptional. While not possessing significant combat abilities himself, he could store various items within his body, functioning similarly to a sealed scroll. Recently, Shiraishi had created an array of lethal weapons, such as gas bombs and detonation charms, which he stored inside the general. This allowed General 2 to serve not only as a communication tool but also as a formidable weapon. Currently, Shiraishi divided his time between researching Sage mode and conducting experiments on artificial humans. He aimed to create another artificial human like General 2. The characteristic given to General 2 was Earth. The lurking ability in the earth, as well as the ability to move, are far greater than those in the water. This new creation would exhibit the yin characteristic, specifically yin release. Yin release was responsible for the shadow manipulation techniques chased by the Shadow Man in the 5-man team. His latent ability to blend into the shadow is a use. There are also shadow jutsu users such as the Nara clan, and Uchiha's Sharingan Genjutsu, all of which belong to the category of yin release. Shiraishi soon formed a blueprint in his mind. He began by designing the puppet, followed by extracting the required materials from the laboratory's inventory. Then, the experimentation began. His aspiration was to endow this new puppet with higher intelligence than General Tu, who was rather simple-minded. The process of creating artificial humans is, in fact, not overly complicated. The initial step involves molding, altering the nature of yin and yang chakras to infuse life into the shaping material. Natural energy is then used as their life force, with characteristics enabling independent adjustment and absorption of external natural energy. Next, was the most critical stage in the process. With a body of life, only the soul remains to be filled. A body without a soul is a life incomplete. And the principal source of this soul is Shiraishi himself. By using soul ninjutsu, he transferred fragments of his own soul into the puppet body, after which it undergoes training, fine-tuning, and placement within the cultivation puppet. The final step involves positioning the puppet, infused with fragments of Shiraishi's soul, within a standing glass container brimming with natural energy for complete fusion. Shiraishi silently observed as his new chilf came to life through the instrument. In the following days, Shiraishi patiently awaited the birth of his child and also monitored the progress of his sage mode research. In the afternoons, Shiraishi continued his work at the academy. Upon returning from work, the child within the laboratory remained dormant, still in need of absorbing substantial energy to fully come to life. And so, the days passed swiftly. The following morning, Shiraishi headed to Ruri's room as usual, only to find it empty. A full day had passed with no sign of her return. It was likely that she had gone on a mission outside the village, accompanied by the recently graduated genins. A strange, unexplainable feeling washed over Shiraishi as he gazed at the vacant, glass-encased room, feeling a sense of loss. Since residing here, he had never been separated from Ruri for such an extended period. The experience of missing her was unfamiliar and somewhat unsettling. Lost in thought, Shiraishi made his way to the underground laboratory. Yet, within the laboratory, nothing had changed. The child he had created still kept its eyes tightly shut inside the floor-standing glass apparatus, continuing to absorb the surrounding natural energy. Shiraishi reviewed the senjutsu fusion data on his computer and noted a slight improvement compared to the previous day. Although the progress was marginal, it was undeniably inching closer to success. The morning passed uneventfully, with Shiraishi pondering his correspondence with the priestess residing in the land of demons. Through General Tu, they had engaged in various cooperative exchanges, particularly discussions about establishing a company in the land of demons and seeking cooperation with the local government as a neutral entity. However, Shiraishi couldn't shake the suspicion that the priestesses in the land of demons possessed knowledge of the usage natural energy. The priestess had cautioned him with the words, "Beware of Mount Maiboku, one of the three holy places and a crucial place of sage mode." Could she possess knowledge of the sage mode? Asking such a question outright could jeopardize their relationship, as it might involve a closely guarded priestess family inheritance. It's truly challenging. Shiraishi muttered, his brows furrowing. Seeing that it was past noon, he abandoned his thoughts and went out for lunch. Upon his return, Shiraishi was taken aback. Within the floor-standing glass instrument housing his child, the child had vanished. The natural energy remained undisturbed, and the glass container showed no signs of damage. It was as if the person had effortlessly erased themselves from the glass chamber. Stepping closer, Shiraishi sensed an eerie atmosphere within the laboratory. Shadows. Countless shadows swirled across the walls, floor, and even his own body in a disconcerting and twisted manner. These blurred shadows moved in eerie silence, casting a bewildering and mysterious aura within the laboratory. Eventually, all the shadows converged to a single point, right in front of Shiraishi. "Father!" An emotionless female voice emerged. Clad in pitch-black attire with flowing ebony hair and a pure black metal mask, the entity revealed cold, jet-black eyes, entirely dominated by obsidian pupils. She was a shadowy presence, the night's icy snow. Kneeling on one knee, she paid profound respect and reverence to her creator. Relief washed over Shiraishi as he gazed into her cold, discerning eyes, confirming that she was unlike the dim-witted General Tu. She was a daughter possessing normal intelligence. Simultaneously, another entity surfaced from the ground, a mud figure. As it was about to communicate something, a dark shadow sliced through its neck. The head, adorned with pale golden eyes, tumbled across the floor before coming to a rest against the wall. The shadow girl, still paying homage to Shiraishi, reported in a haughty, cold tone, "Father, the enemy has been swiftly dealt with." "Father?" the shadow girl asked in confusion, sensing a lack of praise. "He's your brother," Shiraishi explained. The shadow girl froze, her head drooping in apparent confusion. Chapter 95, Attack on Ayane, 1. In the laboratory, amidst the general's nonsensical babbling, Shiraishi assisted him in reattaching his head. It seemed he was trying to express his joy at seeing his dear sister for the first time. Once the head was reattached, it began swaying in what could only be described as a bizarre display of mutual affection. Shiraishi felt a sense of relief. This was what family felt like. On the other hand, the shadow girl appeared unsure of how to interact with her strangely bodied and looking brother. She morphed into pure darkness, forming a flat black shadow on the ground. She shot into Shiraishi's shadow like an arrow and disappeared. Seeing the shadow girl's disappearance, General Tu resumed muttering incomprehensibly. Even Shiraishi, his creator, couldn't discern the meaning behind this guy's words. "All right, she's your younger sister. She was just born today and isn't quite sensible yet. You're already a mature 2-year-old, so please forgive her this time," Shiraishi said, stroking General Tu's head in an attempt to coax generosity from him. General Tu placed a document on the floor, muttered a few more words, then promptly vanished into the ground. "Truly, each one of them is a handful," Shiraishi muttered to himself, realizing that he'd have to teach General Tu another lesson soon. He picked up the documents left by General Tu from the ground and shook off the dust. These documents contained recent information about the Land of Demons Medical Company. After a while, Purple Rose Medical Company started to gain traction in its business operations. The medicines it produced and sold were all new, not yet available in the market. These included mainly cold remedies, fever reducers, stomach medications, and other products beneficial for human health recovery. Upon testing, the effectiveness of these medicines surpassed that of various market alternatives. Currently, the main customer base was comprised of neighboring countries, such as the Land of Snow, Land of Swamp, and Land of Bear. Among the 5 great nations, the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth made up the bulk of their sales. Given the considerable distance between the Land of Demons and the Land of Fire, it was unlikely that they would enter the Land of Fire's drug market on a large scale anytime soon. Nevertheless, if Land of Fire entrepreneurs were willing to act as agents, the prosperous business would not refuse their collaboration. Shiraishi believed that their overseer, Kato, would make reasonable judgments. Otherwise, he'd need to find a more capable subordinate to manage the company. During an organization's primitive accumulation phase, adequate funding was of paramount importance. Economics dictated politics, which, in turn, influenced the military. Money was the primary manifestation of economic power. Therefore, the superstructure of an organization could be shaped by its economy, ultimately affecting the organization and the nation. If prosperity and development were the goals, a strong economy formed the foundation. The organization already had an ample workforce, including research and development staff, support personnel, and armed escorts, all in their initial formation stage. Once the drug company accumulated significant capital and established a solid reputation, it could recruit personnel from various countries to expand its workforce. Organizations remained concealed in the shadows, while companies attracted attention in the light. Hiding and operating covertly would make it challenging to achieve substantial organizational growth. This was why the Land of Demons' neutral status offered great convenience and represented a win-win cooperation between Shiraishi and the priestess. Shiraishi had long been acquainted with the priestess, and their collaboration was built on mutual trust. After his evening meal, Shiraishi had already finished work at the academy for 2 hours. As he headed toward the underground laboratory, he sensed 2 familiar chakra signatures within his range. Walking toward the front yard, he spotted a young man and a young woman, both in the academy's age group, waiting at the door. The boy wore goggles and tilted his head, expressing a sense of disdain. "Shiraishi-senpai, sorry for bothering you at this late hour," the girl politely bowed to Shiraishi. "No trouble at all. Is there something you need at this hour, Nohara-san?" Shiraishi asked. The girl, Rin, was a dedicated student in the medical ninja experimental class at the academy. Her passion for medical ninjutsu was evident, and she aspired to become an excellent medical ninja. Shiraishi had made a strong impression on her when he worked as a teaching assistant in the experimental class. Her medical talents were exceptional, making her a prime candidate for elite medical ninja training. Some of Tsunade-sensei's teachings this afternoon were challenging to understand. I tried researching in the library but couldn't find answers. May I seek your guidance, Shiraishi-senpai? Rin had a diligent and studious expression, genuinely eager to excel in medical ninjutsu. After considering, Shiraishi nodded, saying, "Certainly, Nohara-san, please come in. I don't have any pressing matters at the moment." "I'm very grateful, Shiraishi-senpai." Rin's face lit up with pure innocence. Shiraishi added, "You should know that becoming a qualified female medical ninja can be quite challenging. You'll often face unforeseen dangers. So, you must always be prepared. Also, did you visit Tsunade-sensei?" "I did go to find her earlier, but I discovered Tsunade-sensei in a tavern. Well, she was already quite drunk," Rin replied with a somewhat helpless look on her face. Shiraishi shook his head knowingly but said nothing. He had become accustomed to such occurrences. Likely, Tsunade was still grieving the loss of Noeki and Kato-dan, which had hit her hard. Over the past few years, there had been countless instances of her drowning her sorrows in taverns. Thankfully, she maintained her professionalism during class, never arriving late or leaving early. She was responsible for the students in the experimental class. As Shiraishi led the two visitors inside, he turned to the boy and asked, "Why did you come in with her?" The boy, Obito Uchiha, answered candidly, "To make sure you are not plotting against Rin. You are very good at making jokes, Uchiha Obito-san. In the future, you will have a better future as an entertainer than a ninja. Coming from someone who relies on women for food, you're in no position to make jokes. It's quite embarrassing." Obito continued his casual stroll, hands behind his head, while swaggering along arrogantly. He was closely following them. "By the way, isn't Ruri-senpai at home?" Obito looked around at the peaceful surroundings and asked the question. Shiraishi inquired, "Why do you ask?" "I've heard from the clan's elders that Ruri-senpai seems to have left her position as the head of the police force. She's a powerful jonin, so why step down from captaincy?" Obito showed curiosity. "It was probably not a good fit for her. It's more appropriate for her to be on missions outside. After all, the police force often deals with trivial matters." Shiraishi responded. "Those are not trivial matters. I deeply respect the senpais in the police force, they're the pride of our Uchiha clan. The police force's ability to help everyone in the village is no small feat." Obito disagreed vehemently. Shiraishi glanced at him but remained silent. "Because if you can't handle these small tasks, you can't become Hokage." Obito's face adopted a serious tone. "Hokage?" Shiraishi looked strange. Rin chimed in, "Exactly, Shiraishi-senpai. Obito aspires to gain recognition from everyone, to become Hokage to help everyone in the village." Hearing what Rin said, Shiraishi looked at Obito even more weirdly. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Obito took a cautious step back. "Nothing, just thinking about something not important," Shiraishi replied. Was this guy really an Uchiha? Shiraishi had doubted Obito's true identity more than once. While he knew many in the Uchiha clan had a fervent desire to see one of their own become Hokage, such aspirations often stemmed from personal desires or clan politics. Obito, in Shiraishi's eyes, appeared to be a child with a pure dream of becoming Hokage, untainted by ulterior motives. Was there really such an interesting character within the Uchiha clan? For the first time, Shiraishi felt anticipation for this Uchiha boy known as the Tail of the Crane at the academy. This guy's future could prove quite interesting. But Obito is genuinely diligent and caring. He frequently helps elderly people facing difficulties in the street, Rin added. "Ah, well, it's not that big a deal, Rin. You're exaggerating," Obito responded modestly. But even as he spoke, his walking posture became erratic, nearly causing him to trip on flat ground. Upon reaching a quiet room, Shiraishi turned on the lights and asked the two to have a seat while he prepared some desserts and tea to entertain them. Although Obito had accompanied Rin tonight as an guardian to protect her, he'd tagged along mainly because Rin was earnestly seeking medical knowledge. Given that Obito was unfamiliar with medical matters, he didn't want to disturb him. Watching Rin's sincere pursuit of knowledge and the ease with which the seemingly soft-hearted Shiraishi answered Rin's questions, Obito began to think that there was more to Shiraishi than met the eye, particularly when it came to medical ninjutsu. Their private tutoring session ended around 10 in the evening. "Shiraishi-senpai, I apologize for imposing on you tonight," Rin said. "No need to apologize. You're welcome to come over anytime, Nohara-san." I'll do my best to assist if I can, Shiraishi replied with a slight smile as he watched Rin leave. Obito followed Rin, ensuring she safely reached her destination even though he was fighting to stay awake. Observing this, Shiraishi couldn't help but be convinced that Obito Uchiha was definitely an Uchiha with an abnormal brain. His quirks were rather interesting. Shiraishi suddenly awoke from his sleep under the warmth of the morning sun. He was greeted by an unexpected sight. It was indeed a sunny morning, but the Olymp figure that now stood before him was far more captivating than the sunlight. To say it was extraordinary compared to other girls of her age was an understatement. Ruri, in contrast to her formidable strength, was exceptionally modest and unassuming when it came to her figure. However, this unexpected view was almost too much for Shiraishi to handle. His thoughts raced, he couldn't help but imagine how she might appear while soaking in a hot spring. Even if she floated on the water, it must be an enchanting sight. Good morning, Shiraishi-kun. Ayane, the girl straddling him, greeted him naturally, her tender fingers playfully touching his nose. What are you doing, Ayane? Shiraishi asked, somewhat overwhelmed by the unfolding scenario. I recently read in a book that boys like to be woken up this way. Don't you like it, Shiraishi-kun? Or would you prefer I wake you up differently? Ayane replied with a teasing smile. Anything is fine, but I suggest you read fewer of those strange books in the future, Shiraishi retorted, urging Ayane to move aside. Truth be told, the scene had momentarily overwhelmed Shiraishi's senses, and he didn't want to risk an unintended physical response. As Shiraishi began to dress, the shadow girl dressed in pitch black clothes entered the room, carrying a tray, and gently placed it by his side. Father, Mother, I've prepared breakfast for you. Please enjoy it at your leisure, the girl said. Shiraishi blinked in confusion, trying to understand what was happening. Thank you for your hard work, dear. You even prepared a special breakfast, Ayane praised, smiling at the dado girl. Turning to Shiraishi, Ayane said, look at how well behaved our daughter is, Shiraishi-kun. She's prepared this breakfast especially for us. Let's enjoy it together. The phrase our daughter was emphasized with great significance. Shiraishi remained silent, a bit stunned by the sudden turn of events. Chapter 96, Attack on Ayane, 2. After breakfast, Shiraishi asked, why do you have the time to come here? He knew that Ayane didn't really have much free time within the Hyuga clan. If Sakumo's team were still active, she'd have plenty of free time. However, Sakumo's team had disbanded long ago, and during this period, she'd went out only occasionally. The last time she had come out was seemingly when she attended Sakumo's funeral. Communication since then had been limited to discreet information exchange. I took the day off today, it's fine, Ayane replied with a smile. Is it acceptable for you to slack off like this? Shiraishi asked. It's not a problem. Our future clan leader is quite understanding. Unlike the controlling elders, he's an enlightened person, Ayane commented, her positive view of the Hyuga clan quite unusual. Hyuga Hayashi, a name Shiraishi had heard of before. As the heir of the Hyuga clan, his talents and striking looks had propelled him to the status of a renowned jonin in the village before the age of 20. While his strength remained uncertain, as the Hyuga clan's future leader, he was undoubtedly among the most powerful jonin. A mediocre person couldn't rise to the position of clan leader. In the ninja world, strength was paramount, and even the Hyuga clan, despite their unique Byakugan, adhered to this principle. Strength determined political capital and votes, and inadequate power resulted in swift elimination. Besides, Ruri isn't at home right now. I was worried Shiraishi-kun would be all alone, so I came to keep you company. If I'm bothering you, I can leave. Shiraishi-kun only needs to command me, and I will obey the orders, even if it's to control my body as you wish. Ayane said, with a demeanor of earnest service that concealed any hint of resistance. Her eyes displayed only gentleness. Shiraishi believed there was another side to her beneath this fa-ade. Don't worry, you're not a bother. Just don't disrupt my work, Shiraishi assured. Okay, Ayane nodded obediently. As long as it is the order of Shiraishi-kun, I will unconditionally dedicate my body and soul. What she expressed to Shiraishi is exactly this potential meaning. Shiraishi had to admit he'd experienced a momentary desire earlier, especially when compared to Ruri, who often spoke candidly but harbored no deceit. Ayane had a genuinely seductive allure. That's surprising, though. I didn't expect you to create a second clone. The way it appears is quite unique, Ayuna said. She recalled how the shadow girl had easily detected her presence earlier and emerged from the wall's crack. Without her sharp perception, she might not have realized she was being targeted. Are you referring to the shadow dancer? I gave her with the yin release ability, Shiraishi explained. Like General 2, the shadow girl was also referred to as shadow dancer and carried the same code name. Strictly speaking, neither belonged to the category of typical creatures. Leaving aside the nearly immortal General Tai, the shadow dancer's ability was even more formidable and difficult to defend against. Shiraishi had created her primarily for his own safety, as he had chosen to forego self-strengthening training methods, shifting his focus away from direct combat. Considering potential future attacks he couldn't prevent, the shadow dancer served as a protector and assassin tailored to shield him. She could manipulate and hide within shadows, typically residing on Shiraishi's shadow. When an enemy drew near, she used shadows both defensively and offensively. Consequently, she excelled in speed and yin release jutsu. As she continued to grow, with the addition of Sage Mode, her speed and power would undoubtedly increase further. Yin release? Is it similar to the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique? Ayuni inquired, connecting the dots to the peculiar appearance of the shadow dancer. It's somewhat similar, but there are differences, Shiraishi clarified. The Nara clan's shadow jutsu focused on control to create openings for allies to attack and wasn't particularly offensive. While, the shadow dancer's yin release-based shadow jutsu incorporated both offense and defense. She was designed to be an assassin and guardian to ensure Shiraishi's safety. She was completely different from General 2 who used for communication and transportation. During the time he made General TH he didn't have sufficient technology. That's why compared to Shadow Dancer, General 2 is simple. As the creation technology in this area becomes more sophisticated, the avatars created in the future will naturally become stronger. At that time in the future he would be able to make improvements to the avatars. It turned out to be such a dangerous ability, I already feel pity for those enemies. Ayuna used her brain to think about it casually, and knew how terrifying this sort of sinister fighting style was for a ninja with flesh and blood. Shiraishi-kun is still as bad-hearted as ever. But it would be great if these bad intentions were used to dominate her body. Obviously she was the first person to gain Shiraishi-kun's trust. She really wants to drown that woman with the Sharingan in a sea. While drinking her tea calmly and peacefully, she was quiet and beautiful as Yamato Nadeshiko. However, Ayuna felt a strong unwillingness in her heart. This unwillingness was equivalent to the unwillingness of resisting the fate of the caged bird seal. Because it is an indisputable fact that the Sharingan woman was more powerful than her. Shiraishi added, "This is my style of combat. They are my avatars, so they naturally count as a part of my strength. Unlike you, I don't have the advantage of a convenient Kekkei Genkai, so I must rely on other means to increase my power." Shiraishi had no idea about Ayuna's thoughts. In his opinion, overcoming the inherent advantages given by bloodlines was challenging, and sometimes, one had to concede to the reality. While he was reluctant to admit the strength disparity driven by bloodlines, there were occasions when he had to acknowledge it. Most people found it difficult to overcome the oppressive force of bloodlines, which was why Shiraishi often struggled when facing Ruri, especially after she unlocked Sharingan. It wasn't that obvious when they were young, but as they grew up it was clear. Shiraishi didn't believe he could overcome the overpowering influence of bloodlines, and that's why he looked for alternative methods to compensate for his weaknesses. Understanding one's limitations and seeking to address them were crucial for personal growth, a philosophy Shiraishi embraced. Anxiety, envy, covetousness, and greed were all unnecessary emotions. All he needed to be was ordinary. "It's so strange, it's morning, but it's so hot," Ayuna said, raising her collar in dissatisfaction with the day's excessive heat. While the atmosphere here was peaceful, the July weather in Konoha proved insufferable. "It's nearly August," Shiraishi remarked. "At this time of year, it can be quite challenging." "Well, Shiraishi-kun, is there a bathhouse here?" Ayuna inquired. "Are you planning to take a shower?" Shiraishi asked. "Well, would you like to join me?" Ayuna's words flowed naturally, and an innocent smile graced her face, apparently oblivious to the implications. Suddenly, the room fell into a heavy silence. "So, do you want to take a bath together?" "It's so hot today," Ayuna broke the silence with another invitation, smiling. "Calm down. I'm a doctor, a researcher. I need to stay rational and not let irrational desires take over. But, when you think about it, the desire for physical intimacy with the opposite sex is a natural urge. In the open-air hot spring pool, Shiraishi leaned against the partition, somehow already accepting the fact that he would soon be soaking in the hot spring. The water temperature here is perfect. I must admit, I envy you. Being able to enjoy such a wonderful hot spring daily, Ayuna's voice carried a hint of envy from the other side of the partition. Shiraishi closed his eyes and attempted to ignore Ayuna's words. However, an unusual sound came from the partition as Ayuna got closer. It's so relaxing, the feeling of soaking your body in hot water. Ayuna moaned softly, her voice filled with comfort. Shiraishi-kun, what do you think? She inquired. Fine, Shiraishi replied vaguely, his thoughts wandering. Shiraishi-kun. What? When you take a bath, do you share the same pool with Ruri? Ayuna seemed a little curious about this matter. What are you thinking about? If I did that, I would have been burned to death by her fire. Ayuna laughed when she heard Shiraishi's helpless tone and said, yes, Ruri might be really shy in this regard. But if it were me, I wouldn't mind such things. Shiraishi naturally understood the lines from the vague invitation. Although he knew that Ayuna would not be naked there, Shiraishi was not as confident about his restraint at the moment. The atmosphere became silent until an hour later, with both of them leaning against the same partition without exchanging a word. I've finished washing. You shouldn't stay in the water too long, it's not good for your health if you soak too much, Shiraishi suggested as he stood up in the pool. Understood, Shiraishi-kun. You can go attend to your work. I'm satisfied to have accompanied you for this long, Ayuna replied. Shiraishi exited the pool, dressed, and proceeded to the lounge, assuming Ayuna wished to soak a while longer. However, as he opened the lounge door, he heard a familiar voice, causing him to freeze in his tracks. Ruri stood at the entrance in fresh clothing. Her face had signs of recent heat and sweat, indicating she'd just returned and wanted to relieve her fatigue with a bath. Are you Ruri? Didn't you leave for an extended mission? Why are you back so soon? Shiraishi asked, his voice noticeably louder than usual. Shiraishi raised his volume unintentionally when talking about this. Ruri, who was generally sensitive to loud noises, seemed annoyed. Let's not talk about it. The client lied about the mission's difficulty. It was supposed to be a C-level mission, but it turned out to be an A-level mission unsuitable for rookies. I abandoned it halfway and left him to fend for himself. I brought the 3 genins back, Ruri explained with a hint of irritation. This way. Why are you speaking so loudly? She questioned with a frown. Well, my voice hasn't been in great shape lately, so I raised it to make sure you could hear me. Shiraishi said, wanting to explain. Ruri moved past him towards the women's bath. What else is there? You are weird today. Shiraishi, feeling caught, replied, it's nothing. I just haven't seen you in a while, and I missed you. Shall we go for breakfast? I ate on the way back, Ruri replied. Then, as she looked inside the women's bath and at Shiraishi pretending to be composed, she appeared to think of something on the spot. Since you've already eaten, I'll go ahead and bathe. I won't disturb your bath, Ruri stated. As she spoke, without waiting for Shiraishi to refuse, she walked into the women's bathhouse. Shiraishi saw Ruri's ruthless look when entering the women's bathhouse so simply and not giving him any way out, so he knew that Ruri had discovered something. Chapter 97, The Battle Between Women. In the lounge, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Shiraishi sat on a chair in the lounge, his mind racing as he thought about his next move. His gaze remained fixed on the entrance to the women's bathhouse. It had been at least 10 minutes since Ruri had entered, yet there was no sign of any activity. But, so far, nothing had happened. No matter which angle he thought about it, Shiraishi couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Whether it was the deafening explosion or the horrific image of the hot spring being engulfed in flames, Shiraishi couldn't be at peace with the silence that now prevailed. What the hell is going on inside? Could it be that Ayuna had already left? After all, Shiraishi had intentionally raised his voice earlier, hoping to alert Ayuna, who was still in the hot spring, to be ready to make her escape. But something about this situation felt off to Shiraishi. Restlessly shifting in his seat, Shiraishi clutched an unopened bottle of milk, his fingers wrapped tightly around it, yet he made no move to drink it. It was precisely this unusual silence that was gnawing at him. Another 20 minutes passed before the sound of footsteps emanated from the entrance of the women's bath. Shiraishi looked up, only to see Ruri and Ayane emerging, both clad in white bathrobes. Hey? What was going on? Why hadn't they fought? This was far from normal. The hot spring here is truly delightful. Lately, my shoulders have been aching, but now I feel so much better, Ayane said as she strolled over to the lounge, lazily stretching. Her bathrobe accentuated the curves of her generous assets. No wonder her shoulders were sore. With assets like hers, it was only natural that she experienced discomfort. In fact, her ample bosom might even affect her combat performance. Who told you to eat so much? Your extra parts are entirely superfluous, Ruri commented, casting a pointed glance at Ayane's chest. I've been wondering about that too. My growth spurt wasn't this dramatic before. It might actually be related to my insatiable appetite, Ayane pondered aloud, suggesting that her monstrous chest might be a consequence of her eating habits. Shiraishi had no room to interject as Ruri and Ayane bantered back and forth like close friends. The scene before him made him question if he had somehow fallen under Ruri's genjutsu. After all, he knew that Ruri's genjutsu didn't necessarily require the use of the Sharingan. But, since Ruri's return, they hadn't had any contact, and it seemed implausible that her genjutsu could exert control for such an extended period without detection. Well, you two. What happened in there? Shiraishi couldn't help but inquire. What could we do in there, Shiraishi-kun? You're the one acting strangely. No, it's you two who are acting strangely, Shiraishi mused, but he kept his thoughts to himself. While it seemed far-fetched, something about this surreal scene gave him pause. Not only that, we even helped each other scrub our backs in there. Those smooth, white muscles. Ayane began, her voice trailing off suggestively. Is that so? Shiraishi opened the cap of his bottled milk, took a sip to steady himself, and to quell the heat building within. Ayane had undoubtedly painted an enticing picture, evoking desires he was struggling to contain. Making his body restless. All right, I'm about to leave after soaking in the hot spring. Ayane declared after she finished her bottle of chilled milk. She seemed more at ease now and was preparing to change back into her ninja attire. Won't you stay for lunch? Ruri extended an invitation. No, I have many clan matters to attend to, Ayane replied, slipping back into her kimono-style ninja outfit. In that case, I'll take my leave. Let's have fun together again when we get the chance, she added before exiting the room, closing the door behind her. With her departure, Shiraishi's last excuse to escape this situation vanished. Ayane seemed to be a woman who left a man once she was satisfied, without any desire for commitment. Next time, he'd have to assert himself and remind her who was in charge. Indiscipline was becoming increasingly problematic. How long do you intend to stay here? The research on the Sage Mode is far from complete, Ruri's abrupt question disrupted his thoughts. Well, there are some parts that haven't been finished yet, but most of it is done. Is there something you'd like to discuss, Ruri? Should I wait here for you? Shiraishi inquired, scratching his head. He figured it was best to offer a sincere apology. After all, this situation was mostly his fault. As long as he took full responsibility, Ruri would undoubtedly forgive him. Because Shiraishi was already accustomed to this type of situation, he could react instinctively without thinking. If you think about it carefully, it's not a particularly important matter. Just help me gather some tools for suppressing chakra flow. The 3 genin ninjutsu users in the team are quite weak, so I need special training tools for them. Is that all? What else would you expect? Observing Shiraishi's restless demeanor, his eyes flicking around, Ruri asked in a monotone voice. I thought it had something to do with Ayane. What does Ayane have to do with this? Oh, nothing, forget it. I'll get to work now. I can prepare the items you need today and bring them to you tomorrow morning. Ruri's team consisted of 3 genin, which meant he only needed to create 3 items to significantly suppress chakra flow. Even though Shiraishi found Ruri's silence about Ayane peculiar, he decided not to disturb her at this moment. As he distanced himself from the hot spring, there was no sound from behind. No, something was wrong. This didn't resemble Ruri at all. Why was there no movement, whether it was using fire release or causing a ruckus with brute force? This didn't align with Ruri's usual approach. Even a small amount of movement at this point would provide Shiraishi with some relief. However, the complete absence of any activity was the biggest anomaly. There had to be a specific reason for this, but Shiraishi was clueless. After all, what were Ruri and Ayane doing in the hot spring? Simply helping each other wash their backs like close friends? Perhaps their relationship wasn't as hostile as he had assumed? With these concerns in mind, Shiraishi returned to the laboratory. His afternoon experiments were marked by distraction as his thoughts revolved around Ruri. What was she thinking? On the other side, Ayane, on her way back to the Hyuga clan, was frowning. What was going on? Why hadn't the Sharingan woman confronted her? Recalling their interaction in the hot spring, Ayane's frown deepened. This wasn't normal. Their relationship during Ninja Academy and even afterward in Sakumo's team hadn't been marked by such intimacy. What was the Sharingan woman up to? Why hadn't she taken action when Ayane had been prepared to fight? For some reason, Ayane sensed that the Sharingan woman had become more formidable than before, not just in strength but in her mental fortitude as well. Where have you been, Ayane? At the entrance to the Hyuga clan's compound, a male ninja dressed in traditional Hyuga attire stood waiting for Ayane's return. Fuyama-senpai, why are you here? Though Ayane felt a touch of irritation at having her thoughts interrupted, she maintained a polite demeanor. Politeness was her way of keeping distance, demonstrating neither familiarity nor aloofness, and Ayane believed this was the most effective approach. Hyuga Fuyama, however, thought differently. He believed that within the Hyuga clan, there was no one more terrifying than this young woman under the age of 20 precisely because of this her unpredictable demeanor. You've been gone since morning, a total of 2.5 hours. Where were you? Fuyama understood that if he wanted to gain the upper hand in this conversation with Ayane, he couldn't respond to her questions. While I would like to answer your question, Fuyama-senpai, this task was given to me by Hayashi-sama, and it's confidential. Ayane wore an apologetic expression, as if genuinely sorry for not being able to provide an answer. You know your responsibilities. Hayashi-sama has approved it. Seeing Ayane once again use her courtesy as a shield, Fuyama knew this matter would likely end without resolution. What Ayane was doing hadn't crossed the Hyuga clan's boundaries. At most, the elders would offer a few reprimands, but they wouldn't take any significant action. After all, losing such a valuable combat asset would be a considerable loss for the Hyuga clan. Moreover, the elders wouldn't concern themselves with minor details when they had a caged bird as a safeguard. If Fuyama-senpai doesn't have any other business, I'll get back to work. Ayane was ready to leap past Fuyama. Just don't get caught by me. Caught? What are you talking about? Fuyama-senpai, you're quite mysterious. You may have fooled everyone, but it's impossible to deceive my eyes. I've been observing your every move. Fuyama-senpai. You truly are a strange person. What a bother. Ayane didn't mind working with someone like him, but she knew she'd grow bored with a buzzing fly around her ears. She really wanted to swat that annoying fly away quickly. Dinner ended in a serene atmosphere. Ruri's eyes, complexion, and demeanor remained unchanged. This only deepened Shiraishi's conviction that Ruri's current state of normalcy was the most abnormal aspect of the situation. Shiraishi had anticipated receiving Ruri's wrath by dinner time, but it passed without incident, leaving Shiraishi increasingly uneasy. This unease didn't stem from Ruri's lack of anger, but from an indescribable weight in his heart. I've already prepared the tools you requested. I knew that. How does it feel to lead your subordinates on missions? It's nothing special. When performing missions, it's best to be cautious. Just like this time, the client misrepresented the mission's difficulty. Understood. I won't let my temper get the best of me. Their conversation was routine, and Ruri responded with her customary expression. Shiraishi was somewhat distracted during the meal, and eventually, he couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Ruri, don't you have any questions for me? For instance, about Ayane's visit this morning. Why do you ask? You're being overly sensitive. Isn't it normal for friends to visit? If she genuinely thought that way, Shiraishi felt relieved. All right, I'm done. Ruri left the statement hanging, and before Shiraishi could say anything more, she had already exited the room. It was quite late, and the darkness had settled outside. Her destination wasn't the bedroom, it appeared to be the training grounds. Shiraishi was so concerned about Ruri's current state that he didn't even bother to clean up after the meal. When he reached the training grounds and found Ruri, she was practicing martial arts on wooden stakes. Her strikes were powerful, and the training stakes here were sturdier than the average ones. Nevertheless, every punch resulted in significant cracks in the wood. Is she truly venting her frustrations here? Shiraishi wondered. Her calm demeanor during the day seemed to be a facade concealing her inner turmoil. After all, someone as proud as her would never reveal weakness to anyone. Shiraishi sighed internally. Ruri, now was the time to confront this issue directly. It couldn't be evaded any longer. However, before he could say anything further, he was met with a sudden fierce punch from Ruri. The intense, murderous aura emanating from her sent shivers down his spine. He knew he couldn't match Ruri's combat abilities, but the sheer force and aura she exuded exceeded his expectations. In order to respond to her, Shiraishi had to harness natural energy. Although his defenses were impeccable, Ruri, who specialized in frontal assaults, didn't need tricks to find openings. She simply overwhelmed her opponents with brute force. Her relentless barrage of attacks was like a violent storm, lasted just half a minute, yet left Shiraishi breathless. Wearing a tight-fitting, jet-black attire with long, flowing hair, she descended from the air, delivering a powerful punch with her gloved fist that caused the ground to resonate with a resounding boom. The thunderous impact and the persistent, buzzing sound in his ears lasted longer than he could have imagined. Shiraishi stared at the enormous crater Ruri had created with her punch, his face beaded with cold sweat. Is she trying to kill me? No matter how resilient one's body might be, taking such a punch head-on would be devastating. Where are you looking? How dare you be distracted while sparring with me? A cold voice interrupted his thoughts. Oops! Shiraishi quickly turned, crossing his arms to block Ruri's oncoming fist. Boom! His body was sent hurtling through the air and slammed forcefully into the training ground's surrounding wall, creating a hole. Exhausted, Shiraishi sank to the ground, panting heavily. Ruri approached him, adjusting her long black hair nonchalantly before placing a hand on her hip, an expression of displeasure on her face. You've grown weaker. A year ago, you wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. This level doesn't satisfy my desire for a challenge. I can't help it. I've been focused on research for over a year. I've had very few training sessions, and I haven't sparred with anyone, so my physical strength and speed have naturally declined. Shiraishi was quite open-minded and no longer the person who would endlessly bicker with Ruri. Ruri stared at his face, sighed, and extended her hand to help him up. Shiraishi reached out as well. This scene was reminiscent of when they were in the academy, with him being lifted from the ground by Ruri after a defeat, searching for her figure before him. But this time, he wasn't going to let that figure disappear from his life. As their hands met, Ruri prepared to lift Shiraishi from the ground. However, Shiraishi applied more force than expected, causing her to stumble forward. Due to this unexpected move, Ruri seemed momentarily bewildered. What are you doing? Her voice caught in her throat as her lips were suddenly claimed by a kiss. It seemed she understood the situation, for she struggled within Shiraishi's embrace. However, his hold only grew tighter. Gradually, Ruri forgot everything, and for a moment, it was as if she was kissing for the first time. The taste was sweet and inexperienced at first, but soon became skilled and passionate. Their bodies grew warmer, and all the frustrations and grievances of the day melted away in that moment. Ruri's slim, black ninja outfit was thin, accentuating her slender figure, radiating an exquisite beauty. Limbs intertwined, body heat, and scents filled the air. Idiot! After parting, Ruri softly cursed. However, for some inexplicable reason, despite her previous kiss and satisfaction, there was still a lingering sense of emptiness. It was clear that he hadn't been entirely satisfied. This bastard! Sorry, I didn't intend to force you. I understand. Anyway, if you had, I wouldn't have resisted. Shiraishi smiled slightly at Ruri's somewhat awkward words. Yes, I made you do this. Shiraishi acknowledged this once more. He accepted full responsibility for his actions, knowing well that Ruri had been restraining her impulses earlier. This was different from her usual behavior. Previously, Ruri would have unleashed her anger immediately, incinerating him and Ayano with her fiery wrath. But this time, Ruri had cared about his feelings. She wasn't the type to silently endure grievances. She had never been one to compromise like this before. This was what Shiraishi felt indebted and guilty about. Are you still angry? A little. Do you want to continue? Don't ask me such things. No matter what I say, you'll do as you please. Ruri felt her emotions were incredibly complicated at this moment. She wanted to resist, yet her body always seemed to make its own decisions, allowing this man, skilled in deceit, to take control. She looked forward to what would happen next, to whether this would last into the future. Her heart raced wildly, more intensely than when she activated the Sharingan. She felt like she was becoming less and less like herself. Was this love? Did people in love compromise like this, fitting perfectly with each other? Or was this just a form of possessiveness disguised as power? Whatever it was, she was enjoying it. Even though she knew the man beneath her was full of lies, she couldn't help but fantasize about things that didn't exist. This man was the only one who treated her this way. Because as long as she believed it, this feeling called love or possessive desire was a happiness that sprang from the depths of her heart. An hour later, Ruri sat alone on the grass, her fingers caressing her lips. A faint, sweet smile graced her lips. The taste, and the sensation, were so full and satisfying. It was a wonderful feeling she had never experienced before, a sense of determination not to lose and to protect this love at all costs. And so, she knew she needed to seek even greater power to safeguard this newfound emotion. This unprecedented resolve was as strong as her determination to protect her parents. No matter who or what threatened them, she would eliminate them all. Shiraishi had already gone back alone, leaving her to relish her sense of accomplishment, like defeating an old enemy. It was something she wanted to savor alone, an experience only she could appreciate fully. His actions had all been within her expectations, but what she didn't anticipate was that the so-called love would be even more beautiful and sweet than she had imagined. It swept her away and allowed her to revel in it. Hyagaini, you've lost this battle. Her three-tomo Sharingan began to glow, casting a pure and beautiful, gentle light like a ruby toward the full moon in the night sky. The evil and coldness were gone. Chapter 98, The Will of Fire and Tsunade's Plea. The eastern horizon began to lighten. At this early hour, Shiraishi had already immersed himself in the hot spring, his eyes closed in bliss as white mist wafted from the water. The hot spring maintained a temperature of about 40 to 45 degrees, just perfect, not too hot, not too cold. Amid this peaceful moment, he heard the gentle sound of flowing water nearby. Opening his eyes, he beheld a young woman with long, straight black hair and captivating beauty. She wasn't wearing a bath towel, but the thick mist obscured his view. Combined with the rising morning sun, she had an almost ethereal quality, like the light of original sin that prevented people from being entirely honest with each other. Step by step, she approached him, reaching his back, and began to gently massage it. Her fingers were so soft and delicate that they easily breached Shiraishi's defenses. How does it feel? Very relaxing. Then, do you want something even more relaxing? Something more relaxing? What could that be? Shiraishi struggled to suppress the restlessness within him, as if his heart were about to leap out of his throat. Let's continue from where we left off last night, to be completely honest with each other. She stretched her arms around him from behind, embracing his body. A faint fragrance filled the air, but strangely, it made his breathing uncomfortable. Her hands slowly moved upwards, reaching his neck. Wait, you're holding me a bit too tightly. Loosen up. Isn't this what you desired? To belong to me completely. Her grip tightened, and Shiraishi found it increasingly difficult to breathe. His face turned crimson, as if he were being suffocated. Opening his eyes from the bed with his head covered in cold sweat, Shiraishi looked at the pale sky outside, and it was already dawn. Truly, what a strange dream. I was wondering why Ruri would transform into such a terrifying appearance, but it was just a dream. Well, that's a relief. However, the sensation of being strangled, the feeling of imminent suffocation, still clung to him, unsettling his mind. He no longer knew if this was a dream or a nightmare. After breakfast, Shiraishi handed the tools he'd made for Ruri the previous day to her. Here you go, these are the chakra flow suppression tools you requested. When you wear these, the flow of chakra in your body will slow down significantly, like a turtle's pace. However, remember, your opponents are ninja, so don't push them too hard during training. Ruri examined the 3 metal bracelets in her hand and nodded in understanding. Something to note is that you shouldn't wear these for more than 3 hours a day, and even 2 hours is pushing it. If you exceed this time, you risk injury. Is it that serious? If chakra flow slows down for an extended period, it might not affect your daily life, but when you engage in physical activity or ninjutsu, it could harm your body. Will using these during training be effective for me? Ruri asked with interest. If it were you, a bracelet of this level would be easily shattered. Your chakra is too strong, unless you use a stronger level of restriction bracelet. Make one for me. That's not a problem. Shiraishi nodded. It was similar to weight training. You trained with weights on, and when you fought, you removed them. While he didn't have control over everything else, chakra speed would undoubtedly surge. Training with a restriction bracelet was like adding weight to chakra. It bogged down the control and release of chakra, making movement difficult. When you finally reached the peak state while wearing the bracelet and then removed it, chakra control, explosive power, flow speed, as well as the speed and strength of ninjutsu, would greatly improve. However, the restriction bracelets were designed to limit ninja at different levels. They wouldn't work on Ruri. Her chakra explosive power as a jounin was incomparable to that of lower-level ninja. I'll be going now, Ruri said, standing still and looking at Shiraishi intently. Shiraishi was momentarily stunned, then he understood, stepped forward, and embraced Ruri, kissing her in the corridor. Their passionate exchange lasted until Ruri was out of breath. With a slightly flushed face, she left, satisfied. Afterwards, Shiraishi returned to the laboratory. While experimenting with the fusion of chakra and natural energy, he began crafting the chakra restriction bracelet Ruri needed. If restriction bracelets were ranked, he'd made a second level one before, but the bracelet suitable for Ruri should be at least 8th level. From the 6th level onwards, only jounin could handle them. Hokage Building, in the office. Ruri was there to accept a mission. Taking the mission scroll from the Hokage, Ruri unrolled it and read its contents. It was a C-rank protection task. The client, a merchant from the Land of Mountains, sought to transport a batch of medicinal materials purchased from the Land of Fire back to the capital of the Land of Mountains for sale. He'd issued a sea-level protection mission to Konoha, with a reward of 40,000 ryo. Among sea-level missions, this was relatively well rewarded. The highest level for C-rank missions only offered 50,000 taels. What do you think? Hiruzen asked the Uchiha girl before him, feeling somewhat emotional. No problem. If any issues arise during the mission, I'll handle them promptly. Ruri put the scroll away and replied confidently. Hiruzen nodded in approval. Ruri's previous mission client had lied to her about the mission's level, and she had faced conflicts with other ninja during the assignment. Upon discovering this lie, Ruri made a resolute decision to abandon the client, even in the face of their pleas and protests. She led her 3 genin back to Konoha, leaving the client to fend for themselves. It's crucial for mission clients to act with integrity, as dishonesty can result in losses for Konoha's ninja, or even put their lives at risk. When basic integrity is compromised, it's the right choice to terminate the mission promptly and leave the client behind. As Ruri prepared to depart, Hiruzen's voice reached her ears from behind. Is there anything else you wish to discuss, Hokage-sama? Ruri turned to face him, her demeanor neither humble nor overbearing, devoid of fear or reverence, it was strictly business. Their relationship was purely that of a superior and subordinate, without any personal connection. Ruri had no interest in engaging in meaningless conversations with the village's senior officials, who, like some high-ranking Uchihas, harbored dreams of making an Uchiha the Hokage. She found their innocence and arrogance amusing. Konohagakure had become stagnant, with politics driven by power and profit. It was a stark contrast to the vibrant village it used to be. Hiruzen couldn't help but express his curiosity. I want to ask, has something happened to you? I have a feeling that something about you has changed today. Usually, he could only perceive a cold and heavy aura emanating from the genius jounin. But today was different, and it interested him. You are worrying too much, Hokage-sama. If there is nothing else, I'm leaving. I still have missions to complete. Breathing out lightly, Hiruzen looked out the window a little melancholy. Ruri's attitude didn't really make him feel anything. In fact, the reason for the other party's indifference was also inseparable from their high-level decision. But all this is for the stability of Konoha. Sometimes, it was indeed necessary to protect the interests of some people and sacrifice the interests of some people in order to maintain the stability and peace of the entire village, otherwise enemies would take advantage of it. Danzo was one. Sakumo the same. It's just that he didn't expect that Sakumo would respond in such a decisive way. Till this day, Hiruzen still couldn't understand why Sakumo committed suicide. He should have no reason or motivation to commit suicide. He just wanted to use Danzo's power to exclude him from the position of Hokage. He would still be an irreplaceable elite jounin of Konoha, and his position among jounin was also unshakable. Countless reasons has been bothering Hiruzen. Unfortunately, with Sakumo's death, no one can answer the long-standing doubt in his heart. Ruri's attitude toward the village's senior management was understandable. However, Ruri would play a crucial role in the Uchiha clan's plan to integrate into the village as a larger group. Hiruzen gazed out the window, thinking about this. He remembered a time when he'd visited the ninja academy, and it had been quite a while since he'd been there. Speaking of which, while on his way to the medical ninja experimental class, Shiraishi spotted a familiar figure standing in the corridor, appearing to observe something with a pleasantly surprised expression. Hokage-sama. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, turned in surprise at the sound of the voice and saw Shiraishi approaching. I remember you were. Hokage-sama, I'm Chiba Shiraishi. Sorry, I'm getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be, Hiruzen replied with a kind smile. You're joking, you're only a little over 50 years old. Responding to Shiraishi's joke, Hiruzen smiled and said, I'm not as young as I once was. I've held this position for 20 years now. I'll finally be able to retire when the next Hokage takes over. Shiraishi smiled in response and remained silent. By the way, what brings Hokage-sama here? It's nothing serious, I just wanted to take a walk. You've been working with Tsunade recently. How's that going? Are you getting used to it? There's no getting used to it or not. After all, this is my duty. Don't sell yourself short. Medical ninjas are vital to Konoha's present and future. If I had supported Tsunade's medical reforms earlier, the Second Ninja World War might have. Hiruzen's face darkened at the thought. The medical reforms had begun during the Second Ninja World War, rather than a concerted effort to train medical ninjas before the conflict. If they'd decided earlier, the casualty rate among Konoha's ninja might not have been as high during the prolonged standoff that followed when they eventually entered into battle against the Suna. It's not your fault, Hokage-sama. The war caught us all off guard. It's the duty and responsibility of our medical ninjas to save more lives during warfare. That's why I chose the path of a medical ninja. I also want to thank Hokage-sama for recognizing the collective efforts of our medical ninjas and elevating our status in the village. Shiraishi spoke with determination. In the past, medical ninjas in Konoha had not received much recognition, and their status was far from that of combatants. It was only with the implementation of medical reforms that their status had improved, a change that was mirrored in other villages as well. Tsunade had played a vital role in this transformation. Most of Konoha's new generation of medical ninjas had been trained by her and had saved numerous ninja and villagers in the village. Her esteemed status was undeniable. All of this is the result of Tsunade's hard work, unrelated to me as Hokage. Hiruzen shook his head and smiled. It pleased him to see his disciple held in such high regard within the village. This is necessary for the village's stability. His 3 disciples have made significant contributions. Shiraishi stood alongside Hiruzen, observing the children playing ninja games on the nearby playground. He commented, children today seem genuinely happy. Unlike a few years ago, when they might have been sent to the battlefield shortly after graduating. Hiruzen agreed, saying, yes, safeguarding these children represents the greatest legacy of Hashirama's will of fire to the village. Shiraishi, speaking eloquently, added, the first Hokage was a remarkable individual and serves as an aspiration for me. His will of fire is a noble principle that should inspire everyone. Hiruzen smiled, appreciating the sentiment. After a moment, he inquired, speaking of the Uchiha, what are your thoughts on them? Shiraishi contemplated briefly before responding, though some Uchiha may come across as arrogant, I don't believe they possess inherently bad natures. However, the police force often receives complaints from villagers. He sighed in frustration as he mentioned this. Hiruzen nodded understandingly. That's true. The Uchiha also inherit Hashirama's will of fire. I hope that one day, the villagers will see them as family and embrace the Uchiha clan. Shiraishi then posed a question to Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, did you come to ask me about Ruri? Hiruzen remained silent. Shiraishi, with a wry smile, remarked, I understand that Hokage-sama has a multitude of responsibilities to attend to daily. Why would he be concerned about someone like me? He dismissed the notion with a light-hearted attitude, giving the impression that he didn't take such matters too seriously. As I said, don't underestimate yourself, Hiruzen insisted. Being valued by the Uchiha clan's genius is a testament to your exceptional qualities and integrity. In my eyes, you're already an outstanding Konoha ninja upholding Hashirama's will of fire. Shiraishi waved off the compliment. It's just a joke, Hokage-sama. Please don't take it seriously. Then, after a pause, he shared his thoughts on Ruri's current state. Since Sakumo-sensei's death, Ruri's emotional state hasn't been very stable. To be honest, I was also deeply affected by Sakumo-sensei's death initially. However, the deceased are gone, and Sakumo-sensei wouldn't want us to dwell on this. He continued, Sakumo is an exceptional Konoha ninja, indeed. I can genuinely understand Sakumo now. His decision to sacrifice himself for Konoha was driven by profound love for the village. As his former disciple, I only need to understand and carry forward his legacy. It is our duty and objective, as students, to uphold our teacher's will. Shiraishi stretched his hand toward the sky, as if attempting to grasp something. His bright and innocent smile reflected the purity of his heart. Hiruzen was moved by this display of comprehensive thinking from the young Shiraishi. This type of thinking was indeed a precious quality that a Hokage should possess. Hiruzen couldn't help but feel that, with such an individual, the Uchiha clan might genuinely integrate into the village and become one united family. Hiruzen chuckled, expressing his relief. It seems I was worrying needlessly. He realized that he might have been overly concerned. With a thinker like Shiraishi, there was little chance that the Uchiha genius would go astray. Hiruzen had confidence in this. When you get married, I'll be there on time and bring a gift for you. Shiraishi blushed and stammered, Hokage-sama, you're just teasing. Ruri and I are not thinking about such things yet. Hiruzen, however, continued with a playful tone, 17 is not too young. I was almost engaged to Biwako at your age. Shiraishi's shy reaction brought a genuine smile to Hiruzen's face. He found Shiraishi to be a charming and pure-hearted young man. There seemed to be little to worry about regarding the Uchiha genius girl. He was really looking forward to such a happy family in the village. You are really late today. Upon arriving late to the medical ninja experimental class, Shiraishi explained to Tsunade, I apologize, Tsunade-sensei. I met Hokage-sama in the corridor, and we chatted for a while. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Sarutobi-sensei. Yes, Shiraishi affirmed. Curiosity piqued, Tsunade inquired further, what did you discuss? Nothing much, just ordinary topics, Shiraishi replied nonchalantly. Ah, I see, Tsunade nodded, dropping the subject. Once the experimental class concluded at 5:30, Tsunade hurriedly left, leaving Shiraishi to assist students who had questions about the class. With his theoretical and practical knowledge, he was more than capable of helping them. As he watched Tsunade leave, Shiraishi couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. He knew he had taken advantage of her kindness on several occasions. However, it was necessary to avoid further complications. Shiraishi couldn't predict if Hokage-sama would engage him in conversation again soon. Shiraishi understood that talking too much could lead to unwanted attention. Shiraishi-senpai, I don't understand this part. Can you explain it to me? Shiraishi-senpai, I'm having trouble with this section. Shiraishi-senpai. A crowd of girls surrounded him. Shiraishi, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, was simultaneously grateful and bemused. After many years, he finally found himself appreciated by the opposite sex. Being popular with girls was indeed a new and novel experience. He assured them, don't worry, I won't run away. Feel free to ask your questions, and I'll answer them all. On the other side, Shiraishi-senpai is indeed a gentle person, remarked Rin, who didn't squeeze in with the others. Really? He's just a softie. I don't see what's so great about it, replied Obito. Obito didn't head straight home after school. Instead, he waited outside the experimental class until the class ended before entering to find Rin. Obito, that's rude of you to say that, Rin scolded Obito. That's how it is, Obito thought. This guy is a pushover in the Uchiha clan, acting so arrogantly and surrounded by all these lovely girls. Kakashi used to be like this too, Obito remembered with a hint of bitterness. Kakashi? Come to think of it, I haven't seen him in a long time, Rin commented. Rin, what's so great about a guy like him? He's already a chunin, too busy with missions. He's probably forgotten about us, Obito said dismissively. Obito, you're so two-faced. You obviously care about Kakashi, Rin teased with a secret smile. There's nothing like that. I can't stand him. He usually say I'm the tail of the crane, I don't want anything to do with him, Obito retorted coldly, making it clear that Kakashi and I were enemies. But... Rin began. Obito cut her off abruptly. That's all in the past. Let's not bring it up again. Fine, Rin agreed. Obito breathed a sigh of relief. Then he glanced at Shiraishi, who was surrounded by girls, and asked Rin, speaking of which, Rin, why don't you ask for his help? It's okay. I'll go to Shiraishi-senpai's house tonight to seek advice, Rin replied. Hearing this, Obito's face turned pale, and his heart sank. Rin, you don't think you like this softie, do you? Obito, what are you talking about? I just have respect for Shiraishi-senpai. Although he's very good, he's not my type, Rin replied, looking at Obito with exasperation. What's going on in this guy's head? It's like he's missing a few screws most of the time. I see, Obito said, patting his chest in relief. Then, cautiously, he asked, so, what kind of boy do you like, Rin? Rin thought for a moment, then smiled and replied, I won't tell you. Eh? Why not? Aren't we friends? Obito protested. Rin blushed slightly and explained, some things can't be shared with friends, but I'll always keep an eye on that person. Follow that person? Rin already has someone in mind? Who is that person? Obito's heart itched with curiosity, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out who Rin might be paying attention to. Hokage building. Sarutobi-sensei, please don't involve irrelevant people, Tsunade admonished. Originally, Tsunade came to find him, Hiruzen was very happy. Hiruzen's smile faded as Tsunade spoke. He had been pleased when Tsunade came to see him, but her words had changed that. Leaving aside what happened during the Second Ninja World War, and Sakumo, please refrain from using such political means. Especially with people like Danzo. You know better than I do what he did in the last Ninja World War, Tsunade continued, her expression darkening as she mentioned Danzo's name. Danzo has already admitted his mistake. He has also made significant contributions to the village over the years. Hiruzen began, but Tsunade's disapproval was evident. You've pampered him too much, sensei, Tsunade stated firmly. Tsunade, the village needs Danzo. I've decided to have Orochimaru monitor Danzo's actions, Hiruzen explained. Orochimaru? Is he joining the route? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowing. He's not joining, strictly speaking. He's taking extreme actions to oversee Danzo, Hiruzen clarified. Tsunade thought for a moment. This approach seemed to have its merits. She realized that Hiruzen had become adept at balancing Konoha's internal situation in recent years, although she wasn't sure if it was ultimately good for the village's future. All of this is for the village's future, Hiruzen stated. Tsunade nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. You still prefer this sort of compromise and balance. It had been the same in the past, but Tsunade had observed that Hiruzen's methods for maintaining balance within Konoha had become more proficient over the years. She wasn't sure if this was ultimately beneficial for the village's future, but it had prevented internal chaos. Everything I do is for the village's sake, Hiruzen replied. Well, I can't convince you. But, no matter how you plan to handle the Uchiha matter, please don't involve irrelevant people. That kid is not suitable for such things as politics. It's like Sakumo who was forced to commit suicide by you. Let him go. Tsunade already had a pleading look on her face. Hiruzen fell silent when he heard what Tsunade said. I promise you, I won't go to him again. Thinking of what Shiraishi had said to him before, Hiruzen felt that the problem wasn't that big. That boy will guide Uchiha to become part of Konoha. This will also indirectly ease the relationship between Uchiha and the village, and even get along harmoniously. Thank you. Tsunade bowed slightly. As Tsunade was about leaving, Hiruzen inquired, showing concern. By the way, is your illness still not cured? Tsunade knew what Hiruzen was asking, sighed lightly, and shaking her head. Really? No matter what, Konoha is your home, don't bear these pains alone. I know. I will train more medical ninjas for the village, in order not to make people feel the pain of losing their loved ones, and to save more lives. Chapter 99, Kakashi and the Will of Fire, 1. As Orochimaru walked through the dim and moist wooden corridor, the intersections at each end plunged into profound darkness. This corridor dangled above an abyss, with nothing but endless darkness below. It was just one of many intersecting passages in this maze-like place. He advanced steadily into the dark corridor, eventually reaching the end. Orochimaru pushed open a door and entered a room where others awaited his arrival. "Danzo, why have you summoned me at this hour?" Orochimaru inquired, addressing the individuals seated in the room. Officially, he was a new member of Root, serving as Danzo's deputy. In reality, however, he was the tool that Sarutobi Hiruzen, his teacher, had placed within Root. His role was to monitor and limit Danzo's aggressive actions, ensuring they didn't escalate. Danzo didn't impose the same restrictions on Orochimaru that the typical Root members endured. He wasn't controlled by seals, retained his name, and wasn't treated as a mere machine, unlike other members of Root. "Take a look at this first," Danzo said, unfazed by Orochimaru's informal address. In truth, Danzo didn't have the means to compel Orochimaru to do anything against his will. Seated at the desk in front of Danzo, Orochimaru glanced at the document presented to him. His expression shifted subtly upon seeing the plan's title. Wood Release Cultivation Plan. What is the purpose of this new village research project? Orochimaru inquired, his voice low, as he carefully observed Danzo's intentions. It's aimed at cultivating ninjas capable of inheriting the first Hokage's legacy, using the wood release. I hope to gain your assistance, Danzo explained in low voice, watching Orochimaru's expression closely as he spoke. Is this related to the tailed beasts? Orochimaru quickly deduced the plan's purpose. Wood release, like Sharingan, possessed the ability to suppress tailed beasts. However, since the death of the first Hokage, wood release had vanished from the ninja world, and no other wood release users had emerged. While Sharingan had been passed down through the Uchiha clan, Danzo, leader of Root, was strongly opposed to the Uchiha clan as a whole. Unable to control the Sharingan, cultivating wood release was an alternative, and it would be easier to manipulate under his command. It's not solely for tailed beasts, it's also a deterrent against rogue ninjas within the village. We need the power of wood release for this purpose, Danzo elaborated. He made it clear that he hadn't eased his vigilance toward the Uchiha clan, and when necessary, he would resort to extreme measures to constrain their influence. Really? What an interesting project! Orochimaru acknowledged, wearing a faint smile. His voice, hoarse and magnetic, resonated in the room. The village lost many exceptional ninja in the previous ninja war. We can't predict when the next war will occur. This is also an investment in the village's future. The power of wood release, which has quelled troubled times, will become a sharper weapon than White Fang's, Danzo explained, his tone resolute. Sakumo's death had dealt a severe blow to Konoha, as he had been responsible for disrupting enemy rear lines during the war. He posed a significant threat to all nations. Now, they needed a formidable weapon to replace White Fang and deter other nations while securing Konoha's defense. Is Tsunade aware of this plan? Orochimaru questioned, aware that the cultivation of wood release required the extraction of cellular energy from the first Hokage's remains, a practice that defiled the sage's remains. Given Tsunade's character, she would never condone such a procedure and might even create a significant controversy in high-level meetings. Of course, she mustn't find out. Her knowledge of this would only complicate matters, Danzo replied with a stoic expression, his thoughts hidden behind a facade. So, Sarutobi-sensei has approved of this plan, then? Orochimaru speculated. Without Hiruzen's approval, Orochimaru couldn't believe that Danzo would have the audacity to tamper with wood release. Moreover, the root's power alone wouldn't be sufficient to study this unique ability. You catch on quickly, you truly are the most talented among the three of you. Your intellect, knowledge, and understanding of ninjutsu play a crucial role in advancing this project, Danzo complimented Orochimaru's talents without hesitation. It appears that Sarutobi-sensei placed me en route not only to monitor you, but also to contribute to this cause, Orochimaru remarked, having understood the situation. As long as it benefited the village, he was willing to proceed. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, whom Orochimaru admired greatly, had developed numerous forbidden jutsus through human experimentation. These techniques had given rise to various schools of ninjutsu and benefited many Konoha ninjas. In this village, many things remain hidden, and most of these concealed secrets have secret origins. The executor of Konoha's darker operations asked, "Where can I locate the materials?" "Don't worry about this. Volunteers from the village have already been screened and will cooperate in the experiment." "Good, that's one less concern for me," Orochimaru acknowledged, nodding. "The experiment is scheduled for next week. I need to review the details and make necessary preparations. Orochimaru stated before departing the meeting room with the plan in hand. As he walked out of the secret room, Orochimaru surveyed the path ahead shrouded in darkness. He then glanced down at the plan and mused to himself, would release. I wonder how many lives will be sacrificed this time. Life is so fragile and cheap. After briefly reflecting on these sentiments, he lifted his head, fixed his gaze forward, and stepped confidently into the enveloping darkness. October had arrived, and the weather grew colder. In the forest, a group of 4 individuals were racing through the terrain. Hey, Kakashi, slow down! A Konoha ninja in a Chunin uniform called out to Kakashi, who was leading the charge. Kakashi turned his head for a moment to glance back at his Chunin teammate, who was carrying an injured ninja on his back, obviously struggling to keep up. Kakashi stopped and stated indifferently, throw him away, the 3 of us will continue to complete the mission. What? What did you say? The Chunin stared at Kakashi in disbelief. This was unexpected coming from Kakashi. Kakashi had often spoken provocatively in the past, but this time, he had crossed a line for this Chunin. You're kidding, right? Do you even understand what it means to be a Konoha ninja? How can you say something like that? The Chunin angrily retorted. Are you truly a ninja? You should revisit the basics of ninja training in the academy. Remember, completing the mission is a ninja's ultimate purpose. Since he is a burden, with no combat power, and he will only drag the 3 of us, so don't worry about him, just leave him here. Or, kill him. Kakashi retorted coldly. Kakashi took out a kunao and threw it at the Chunin's feet, letting him make a decision. His father, Sakumo, chose to save a companion during mission, he was slandered by rumors. And the suicide also proved his father's guilty conscience and fragility. So, what he has to do now is to choose the mission. A companion who has been seriously injured in the mission, unable to provide combat, or even dragging his teammates down, should be abandoned with the mission taking priority. This was Kakashi's thought for the right path now. Do you know what you're talking about? You are also a Konoha ninja, how could you say such thing? Are you really a ninja? You should go back to the academy for your naive thoughts. Don't forget that completing the mission is the path that a ninja should really choose. Kakashi stared at the Chunin coldly. You brat! The Chunin reacted and roared angrily. The Chunin clenched his teeth, visibly agitated. Kakashi offered no further response, instead, he turned and walked away, his white fang on his back. He moved forward alone. Captain, did you see that? He actually said that. He's so frustrating. Despite his talent, he's insufferable. The Chunin complained, his frustration evident. Let it go. Kakashi doesn't mean any harm, the mission is what's important, the Jonin captain replied, shaking his head. In theory, Kakashi's suggestion was a valid choice. However, he couldn't easily disregard a teammate's life. Captain, when we return, please request a replacement for Kakashi. He's a black sheep on our team, the Chunin requested. I'll bring it up with Hokage-sama, the captain assured him. Captain, you've mentioned this to Hokage-sama several times, but Kakashi remains the same. He's just not a good fit for our team. Let's give up on him, he's not suitable as a companion, the Chunin urged helplessly. Captain Morin hesitated for a moment under the Chunin's pleading gaze before nodding in agreement. All right, when I return, I'll apply to Hokage-sama for a transfer order to move Kakashi to another team, the captain conceded. Please hurry, I don't feel safe with a teammate like him, the Chunin concluded. The Chunin with the injured ninja on his back, as well as Kakashi's indifferent attitude towards his comrades, had pushed him to his limits. Even an ordinary Chunin with average abilities would be preferable to such a ruthless, genius Chunin. Transfer order. Seated in his office, Hiruzen felt a headache coming on as he reviewed the transfer request from a particular jounin. The application sought to transfer Hitaki Kakashi to a different team, citing Kakashi's inability to coordinate with teammates and work as part of a team. After reading the transfer request, Hiruzen retrieved a similar application form from his desk drawer. Every previous application was from teams Kakashi had been assigned to, and in each case, Kakashi had remained for only a short time. The Jonin captains of these teams believed that such a talented Chunin would be better off without their squad, fearing that Kakashi's presence would be a burden. Is this the 4th time, or the 5th? At that moment, there came a knock on the office door. Hiruzen called out, "Enter." A Konoha shinobi entered after a polite knock, bowing respectfully to Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen had placed Kakashi's information up front, and the jounin present picked it up and started reading. So, what's your assessment of Kakashi? Hiruzen inquired. The jounin had only 2 words of evaluation: a genius. I recall a teammate in your squad died. I'm thinking about placing Kakashi on your team. What's your take on this? Hiruzen asked. Upon hearing this, the jounin's expression immediately changed, but he quickly composed himself and replied, Hokage-sama, I'm not equipped to mentor a genius like Kakashi. Adding him to my team would only bury his potential. It would be best to allow him to flourish in another squad. The jounin knew Kakashi's name well. Recent rumors regarding Kakashi had circulated among the jounin leaders, and not all were favorable. Although he wasn't explicitly informed, he'd heard about it. While his team did require additional members, introducing Kakashi might disrupt the entire squad, let alone teamwork. Hiruzen didn't press the matter and allowed the jounin to decline. Then, another jounin entered, and Hiruzen posed the same question. This jounin also politely refused, though his demeanor changed slightly. He cited his own inadequacy, saying he lacked the capability to instruct such an exceptionally talented chunin. Subsequently, the jounin ordered by Hiruzen all provided similar euphemistic responses. They were unanimous in their opinion that they had no chance with a genius like Kakashi and lacked the ability to guide someone who had graduated from the Konoha Academy at such a young age. Clearly, they may have exchanged views among themselves, and they were unwilling to accept a person like Kakashi who disrupted team dynamics. Even if they were geniuses, they unanimously preferred to keep their distance. Hokage-sama, I'm willing to take Kakashi on, but if he disobeys orders and disrupts teamwork, I will remove him from the squad, the 21st jounin declared. It took until the 21st jounin for Hiruzen to finally find a jounin willing to accept Kakashi. However, the jounin attached a condition: if Kakashi followed orders and didn't damage team relationships, he'd accept this gifted chunin into his team for missions. Hiruzen smiled and replied, rest assured, Kakashi will obey your orders, jounin. The jounin smiled wryly, he knew Kakashi would follow orders. In fact, other ninjas hadn't refused Kakashi because he didn't obey orders, but because his presence disrupted team dynamics and soured relations among teammates. This was why many were hesitant to accept such geniuses. For a jounin, maintaining strong team relationships was crucial. Kakashi had broken that bond, making him unwelcome. I only hope he can hold his place in my team, the jounin added. He didn't expect Kakashi to contribute significantly to the team, he merely wished for Kakashi not to disrupt team dynamics. That would be a win. Hiruzen, after listening, nodded in agreement, accepting the jounin's terms. To be honest, Hokage-sama, I don't believe Kakashi is well suited for standard team missions. He'd be better placed in units like Enbu or Root, the departing jounin offered. As he left, he shared this sincere opinion. Hiruzen pondered this suggestion. Leaving aside Enbu, the power of Root had been steadily growing. In such matters, Hiruzen had a discerning eye. He could rely on Root, but only if it didn't surpass his expectations in strength. Kakashi's talent was undeniably exceptional. Enrolling at age 4, graduating at 5, and becoming a chunin at 6. Even if he achieved jounin status at 10, Hiruzen wouldn't be surprised. Such a sharp weapon mustn't fall into Danzo's hands to increase Root's power. Hiruzen could see this clearly. Though Enbu was indeed a good fit for Kakashi's exceptional talent, he wasn't yet at the minimum age requirement for Enbu. Moreover, Enbu wasn't an educational institution, and there would be no one to teach Kakashi combat skills and ninjutsu, hindering his development at this stage. However, Hiruzen was troubled. Regular teams were unwilling to accept Kakashi. Enbu wasn't an option yet. Root couldn't have him. Should he make Kakashi a team captain? It was likely that team members would soon perish on missions. Kakashi, who prioritized the mission above all else, was undoubtedly capable of such a thing now. Never had a chunin given Hiruzen such a headache. Hiruzen was unsure of where to place him, so for now, he'd assign Kakashi to a team and observe. In Konoha village, inside the barbecue shop, Shiraishi had invited Kakashi to have some meatballs. Kakashi, it's quite rare to see you these days. How have you been? I heard rumors that you've been having conflicts with your teammates lately, Shiraishi said as he held a bunch of skewers, took a bite, and smiled at Kakashi seated across from him. When Shiraishi looked at Kakashi, he felt an unusually cold and distant aura emanating from him. There was a lack of the usual liveliness in his eyes. Shiraishi had seen such an expression before, but it was only in the eyes of root ninjas. It was a look devoid of a name, a future, or even a life. It seemed as if they existed solely to carry out their assigned tasks, operating like machines following preset procedures. Kakashi responded in a cold tone, not touching the meatballs in front of him. It's fine. It's just that there have been more burdens in my recent missions. They are your teammates, don't say that about them, teamwork is very important in missions. Shiraishi sighed. It was evident that Sakumo's death had deeply affected Kakashi. He was still grappling with the question of whether the mission was more important or his comrades were. This question didn't have a definitive answer. Kakashi's current state genuinely concerned Shiraishi. I can't cooperate with them at all. They care too much about trivial matters and are easily distracted by external information. A ninja's primary objective is to complete the mission, Kakashi stated firmly. Have you ever heard of the barrel principle? Shiraishi asked. I don't want to hear your lectures, especially since you're only a chunin now. You don't have the authority to preach to me. If you want to preach, wait until you become a jonin, Kakashi retorted, hitting a nerve. Furthermore, he continued, if they can continue to fight, I will naturally support them. But if they can't contribute to the mission, it's only logical to leave them behind. As a ninja, the most crucial aspect is mission completion. When necessary, abandoning your comrades is part of the job, and no one should criticize me for it. Do you genuinely believe that? Shiraishi questioned. The person who chose his comrades is no longer here. I don't want to repeat his mistakes, Kakashi replied, reasoning his stance. This logical and well-founded response left Shiraishi speechless. But your comrades hate you, don't they? Shiraishi inquired. That's not your concern. I'm just following the principles that a ninja should follow, Kakashi replied coldly. Is that so? Shiraishi recognized that it was futile to change Kakashi's mindset, which appeared to be on the brink of collapse. He took out a bag from his ninja pouch and placed it in front of Kakashi. This is a special military ration pill of mine and some antidotes. You can use them. Since you prioritize the mission above all else, you must ensure your own safety. Because once you are injured on a mission and can't fight or move, your comrades will abandon you. Kakashi was momentarily surprised but didn't reach for the bag containing the pills and antidotes. Why? Isn't this the path you've chosen for yourself? It's a completely different path from Sakumo-sensei's. Now isn't the time to hesitate, Shiraishi said calmly and with a slight smile. Kakashi silently accepted the bag and softly said, thank you. You're welcome. It's what I should do. After all, I watched you grow up. Now that Sakumo-sensei is gone, I'll look after you wholeheartedly. If necessary, I'll inform Ruri that you'll join her team for missions. No, that's too much trouble for you. I'll take care of myself, Kakashi declined Shiraishi's proposal. Shiraishi didn't insist and continued eating his skewers quietly. If there's nothing else, I'll head to practice, Kakashi announced as he stood up. Just as he was about to leave, Shiraishi's voice called out from behind, Kakashi, do you think Sakumo-sensei made a wrong choice back then? Kakashi responded, yes, that's why I'm taking a different path from him. With those words, he had essentially rejected the path his father Sakumo had chosen. A path he considered wrong. The route Kakashi was now taking was what he believed a true ninja should follow. It appears that his psychological issues are more severe than I thought, this unlikable kid. He and Sakumo-sensei are polar opposites. Are they really father and son? When Sakumo-sensei was at Konoha Hospital, he couldn't have made a mistake, could he? Shiraishi mused while finishing his meal. Although Kakashi hadn't been very likable before, he had never uttered such cold words with such a stoic expression. But the time was nearing, it was the time when one might question the will of fire. In other words, after experiencing these events, Kakashi's heart may have begun to waver. His aloof demeanor was perhaps a facade, a disguise of inner strength. What had triggered Kakashi's conflicting thoughts was undoubtedly the current atmosphere in Konoha. A boring and twisted village. Chapter 100, Kakashi and the Will of Fire, 2. Kakashi's new team stood at Konoha's gate. This mission is classified as a B-rank mission. The Jonin addressed his 3 team members with a grave expression. A B-level mission? That's quite rare, one of the Chunin said, clearly surprised by the Jonin's words. The other Chunin in the team nodded in agreement. Typically, missions were of the sea level, with B-level missions involving actual battles between ninja. Who's the target we're escorting? Kakashi inquired, more concerned with the mission's details than its level. In response to Kakashi's question, the two Chunin exchanged glances and subtly took a step back, clearly hesitant to be closely associated with him. The Jonin sighed inwardly, expecting this reaction. He had assigned Kakashi to his team out of necessity. On one hand, it was a directive from the Hokage, and on the other hand, his team needed an enhancement in combat capabilities. Adding Kakashi to the team was meant to address this deficiency. Unfortunately, Kakashi's problem wasn't a lack of strength. His promotion to Chunin at such a young age was a testament to his prowess. We're protecting a caravan from the Land of Ghost, the Jonin replied. Land of Ghost? Isn't that quite far away? Kakashi and the others frowned upon hearing this. The Land of Demons, a neutral country in the world, bordered the Land of Snow and the Land of Earth to the north, the Land of Hot Springs and the Land of Bears to the south, and faced the Land of Water and the Land of Thunder across the sea to the west. Despite its proximity to many countries, it did not share a border with the Land of Fire. The land and the Land of Fire were separated by several countries, requiring a long journey to reach. Don't worry, we won't need to go all the way to the Land of Demons. Our task is to rendezvous with the caravan in the Land of Rain, the Jonin explained. Due to the considerable distance between the Land of Fire and the Land of Demons, the client has hired iwhile ninjas to handle the journey from the Land of Demons to the Land of Rain. Our Konoha team will take over for the second part of the journey. Hokage-sama and Tsuchikage-sama have discussed this matter in secret, so there should be no diplomatic issues. After listening to the explanation of the Jonin, the three of them finally understood. Indeed, at the beginning of the last ninja war, Iwakura was also a participant in the war. They had fought against Konoha a few times in the Land of Rain, but Iwa's main force was to deal with Hanzo of Omegakure, so the friction with Konoha wasn't deep. However, Konoha and Iwagakure were not allies, and their relationship has always been lukewarm. Given the different paths taken by Konoha and Iwa, it was essential for the leaders of both villages to coordinate such missions to prevent potential diplomatic disputes. If there are no further questions, let's depart now. In the vast forest of the Land of Fire, the team of four sprinted forward. By the way, Captain, why is a Land of Demons caravan coming to the Land of Fire? One of the Chunin inquired as he caught up with the Jonin. During the journey, conversation was a welcome distraction from the boring travel. The Jonin responded, actually, this time, the escorted caravan is establishing a presence within Konoha. Kakashi and the other Chunin were surprised by this revelation. The Purple Rose Medical Company. Have you heard of it? The Jonin asked. Yeah, I've heard of it. Although it's a relatively new company, their drugs are superior to others on the market. They've even gained sales in several neighboring countries, making quite a profit, one of the Chunin acknowledged. That's correct. The caravan we're escorting is a delegation from the Purple Rose Company. They plan to open a branch store in Konoha, a decision approved by both the daimyo and Hokage-sama. That's impressive. It hasn't even been half a year since the company was founded, the other Chunin marveled. This is the skill of others. If the drug they developed was ordinary, they wouldn't get the consent of the daimyo or Hokage-sama. The neutral status of the Land of Ghost provided significant advantages in this endeavor. Had the company been associated with powerful countries like the Land of Earth or the Land of Wind, or even backed by the daimyo of the Land of Fire or the Hokage, they would likely have faced opposition. This situation was like the Land of Iron opening a ninja tool shop in Konoha. The Land of Iron's neutral stance in the Ninja World War and its esteemed reputation allowed Konoha to extend a warm welcome. Moreover, many ninja villages hosted weapon merchants from the Land of Iron who set up branches, offering high-quality weapons to ninja. The Purple Rose Company used a similar approach, leveraging its good reputation, neutral status, and exceptional drug research and development capabilities to gain approval for settlement. I've heard their monthly turnover of the company is staggering. It's probably a figure beyond the imagination of ordinary ninja like us, one of the Chunin commented. Well, then let's work diligently to complete this mission, the Jonin encouraged. But Captain, the pay for these missions isn't much, one of the Chunin complained. Indeed, missions at the D level and C level didn't yield substantial rewards. After purchasing necessary ninja tools, there was often little money left. That's the way it is. Perhaps you can find part-time work during your free time. That's not possible. We need to focus on training in our spare time. Ninjas need to build their strength to tackle higher level missions, which offer greater rewards, Kakashi explained. Good point, the Jonin nodded. In the ninja world, the lower a ninja's strength, the lower the level of missions they could undertake, resulting in smaller rewards. Upon careful reflection, the life of a ninja isn't exactly lucrative. It's only when you're at the level Jonin that things could start to change slightly. Completing an A-level mission pays a minimum of over 100,000 taels, and S-level missions can fetch several 100,000 taels for a successful completion. Alright, let's pick up the pace. We need to reach the rendezvous point in the Land of Rain as soon as possible. Be vigilant when we arrive, the environment there can be quite chaotic. Yes. The Jonin leading the team emphasized, and Kakashi and his comrades nodded in agreement. Though they hadn't gone deeply into the Land of Rain, they were aware of its turbulent domestic situation, plagued by rampant banditry and infiltrated by rogue ninjas. The Land of Rain, near its northern border. When the Konoha team arrived, it was already around 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the following day. At the entrance of a town in the Land of Rain, they encountered the caravan from the Purple Rose Company, hailing from the Land of Demons. The caravan consisted of 12 carriages loaded with precious medicines. After taking the task from the Iwhile team, the Konoha Jonin in charge completed the necessary paperwork, and the Iwhile Jonin departed with 3 of his teammates. Afterward, the Jonin leading the Konoha team turned his attention to the representative of the Purple Rose Company caravan. This young man, named Kato, was about 23 or 24 years old. He wore round black sunglasses, a sleek black suit, and held an umbrella. Kato was the president of Purple Rose Medical Company, a shrewd businessman with a powerful reputation. In less than half a year, he had risen from an unknown person to become a prominent global figure. The 4 Konoha members respected him, despite him being a non-ninja. As a newcomer in the business world, he had already garnered a 5 million ryo bounty in the underground black market, a significant sum for a regular person. With the increasing capital and influence of Purple Rose Company, it was expected that Kato's bounty would rise even higher, potentially exceeding tens of millions of taels. The sudden emergence of Purple Rose Company had severely impacted many small medical businesses, squeezing out their profits. Hence, Kato's head was now in high demand in the black market. Let's spend the night in this small town, Konoha team. I've already booked a hotel. How about departing early tomorrow morning? Kato suggested, pushing his black sunglasses up his nose and offering a calm smile after shaking hands with the leading Jonin. That sounds reasonable, especially since traveling at night isn't advisable. Furthermore, the carriages contained valuable medicines, so ensuring their safety was paramount. Observing Kato's 2 guards, clad in black windbreakers adorned with the Purple Rose logo on the back, the Konoha team understood they weren't ordinary protectors. These guards were part of the same faction, evident from their matching attire. Additionally, around the 12 carriages, nearly 24 guards, similarly outfitted in black windbreakers with the Purple Rose logo, stood guard. This emphasized the caravan's immense value and the need for heightened protection. This, however, wasn't the Konoha team's concern. Their duty was to safely escort the company's delegation to Konoha. The rest of the business dealings were Hokage's responsibility. The following morning, Konoha's 4 ninja team, accompanied by the guards from the company, set off towards the Land of Fire with 12 carriages laden with medicines. Due to the precious cargo, the convoy moved at a slow pace. It wasn't until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that they reached the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire. Kato-san, we'll pass through the canyon ahead. A bit further, and we'll reach the Land of Fire's border. The Jonin pointed to the vast canyon shrouded in rain, guiding Kato. Tell the rear teams to pick up the pace, Kato instructed a guard beside him. As you wish, the guard replied and relayed the order to the others. Once you cross into the Land of Fire, you needn't worry about bandits on the road. Our Konoha Border Defense Force is stationed there, the Jonin explained with a reassuring smile. Konoha ninja have always been renowned for their exceptional abilities. Our company has complete trust in that. In fact, we approached this mission with the mindset of a mutually beneficial partnership, Kato responded, offering a warm smile in return. As the conversation continued, the convoy slowly entered the canyon. Here, the rainfall had decreased, but the muddy road still posed challenges. Not only was walking on foot difficult, but the convoy also had to slow down to safeguard the medicines in the carriages. The Jonin and Kato didn't comment on this. The Land of Rain, plagued by years of chaos, couldn't even allocate excess funds for road construction, let alone ensure the safety of its people. Captain! Kakashi and the two Chunin approached the Jonin, speaking in hushed tones. "Ah, I understand," the Jonin replied. Since entering the canyon, he had sensed an unusual atmosphere, a coldness mingling with the rain. Boom! An explosion rang out suddenly, but neither the guards nor the ninjas were too alarmed. As flames burst on the rock wall, massive rocks tumbled down. Kakashi acted swiftly, drawing his white fang from his back and slicing one of the falling rocks in half. Using another rock as a makeshift platform, he propelled himself toward the top of the rock wall. The captain and his two teammates joined him. They were met with a barrage of kunao and shuriken raining from the sky. Kato stood stoically, flanked by two guards in black windbreakers, who resembled unmoving pillars in the downpour. Half of the guards remained with the carriages, while the other half, along with the four ninjas, engaged the incoming attackers. They couldn't resist joining the fray as soon as we arrived here. "It seems I overestimated these individuals," Kato commented, seated on a carriage's platform. Not disturbed by the sounds of battle around him, he continued, "But I can't blame them, the allure of this batch of medicines is just too great. It's more like a sideshow. Let's wrap this up quickly," he added. "Yes," replied the Jonin. Kakashi, while battling the attackers, quickly deduced their identities. They were samurai with some knowledge of chakra usage and rogue ninjas with rudimentary low-level ninjutsu skills. Their strength posed no significant threat to him, given his mastery of the White Fang style. However, it might be a bit challenging for his two Chunin companions. He monitored their struggle closely, ensuring their safety. Although the pair was nearly struck several times during the intense battle, Kakashi was confident that with the Jonin nearby, their lives were not in danger. Therefore, he chose not to directly intervene, focusing instead on swiftly eliminating the enemy to secure the medicines. After 10 intense minutes, the battle concluded. Several minor injuries were sustained, but they had successfully defeated the attackers. Some, realizing the unfavorable situation, fled, and pursuit was deemed unnecessary. "Kato-san, we can continue our journey," the Jonin said as he wiped blood from his clothes. The scent of blood was barely perceptible amidst the rain. As Kato pushed his sunglasses up his nose and gave the order for the convoy to proceed, Kakashi seemed to provoke a dispute. "Hey, Kakashi, what's your deal? Didn't you see that we signaled for your help back there?" The two Chunin who had cooperated with Kakashi for the first time were dissatisfied with his seemingly indifferent attitude during the battle. They were especially frustrated since they had been surrounded by numerous enemies. "As I said, I assessed that the two of you were not in life-threatening danger. At that moment, the top priority was to eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. Prolonging the battle would have put the convoy at greater risk. In comparison, the safety of this batch of medicines took precedence over yours," Kakashi explained bluntly. The faces of the two Chunin darkened, their dissatisfaction evident. "What did you say? Do you have the guts to say that again? Aren't we teammates?" One of them challenged, grabbing Kakashi's collar. "As I mentioned, I believed that the two of you had the situation under control, and that expeditiously neutralizing the enemy was the most critical course of action," Kakashi retorted. Unwilling to prolong the argument, Kakashi turned away, confident that his decision had been correct. The Jounin intervened, scratching his head and attempting to alleviate the escalating tension among the team members. "All right, you three, let's not escalate things further. I was observing the situation too, and I can assure you that none of you were in immediate danger. We can't get along with him." The two Chunin reluctantly relented, proceeding to tend to their wounds. "I simply aimed to minimize the risk of mission failure," Kakashi stated, still convinced that his decision had been the right one. The Jounin, scratching his head in exasperation, understood that dealing with Kakashi was more challenging than he'd anticipated. He had to concede that Kakashi's psychological issues were more complicated than he'd initially thought, and he gave up on correcting him. Perhaps it was best if some seasoned Jonin could properly mentor this prodigious young ninja and send him on missions independently. Otherwise, if things persisted as they were, forming a cohesive team would be impossible. The Jonin laughed in a light-hearted manner as he said, "Well, I'm sorry Kato-san, you've witnessed an embarrassing side of Konoha. It appears that being a Jonin is no easy feat," Kato sympathetically responded, prompting a wry smile from the captain. He recognized that Kakashi's issues ran deep, and he'd need more than basic correction. 2 days had passed, and the Jonin captain arrived at Konoha, having successfully escorted the mission's target. After releasing Kakashi and the other team members, the Jonin proceeded to the Hokage building to submit his mission report. Thanks for your hard work. The Hokage greeted the Jonin with a warm smile. It's nothing. Although we encountered a minor incident on the road, it has been resolved, and the issue wasn't significant, the Jonin replied. I believe I have a good grasp of the situation, Hiruzen stated, his expression turning serious as he reviewed the captain's report. Hokage-sama, is there anything else you'd like to discuss? The Jonin inquired. However, Hiruzen had a different question on his mind. Kakashi, is there truly no way to address his issues? He asked, concerned. With my current abilities, I cannot help him overcome his problems. I can't predict how long he can remain on the team in this state, but it's likely that I'll need to find a replacement within a month, the Jonin admitted. He understood why Kakashi had become the way he was, but he couldn't allow one team member to disrupt the teamwork of the entire team. His responsibility was to safeguard the team's collective interests, not cater to Kakashi alone. I see. I'll carefully consider this matter. You may leave for now, Hiruzen replied. Please excuse me, Hokage-sama, the Jonin said, bowing respectfully before exiting the office. Once the captain had left, Hiruzen fell into deep thought. Are we really considering placing him in Anbu? He pondered, his brow furrowing. Kakashi was still too young, lacked experience, and had not yet reached the required level for Anbu. Furthermore, Hiruzen had reservations about inducting Kakashi into Anbu in his current state. He grappled with a difficult question, which was more important, the mission or the teammates? The answer to such a question? Hiruzen sighed inwardly. It was a question he felt ashamed to answer. Telling Kakashi one answer would mean denying the other. How could he explain the death of Sakumo? It was an incredibly conflicting question, and Hiruzen himself didn't possess a definitive answer. Hokage-sama, Kato, the representative of the Purple Rose Company, wishes to meet with you, and Anbu reported as they entered the room. I understand. Please, let him in, Hiruzen said, straightening his expression. Purple Rose Company had entered into a crucial business partnership with Konoha, collaborating with both Uegaku and Tsunagaku, and establishing branch stores in these ninja villages. This had significantly alleviated the medicine shortages in those villages, yielding substantial results. Thus, this business alliance was of great importance to Konoha, and Hiruzen couldn't afford to be rude to their guest. In the evening, at the Konoha cemetery, Kakashi stood alone before the grave of his father, Sakumo Hatake. He gazed blankly at the black and white photograph displayed there, where his father's eyes held a gentle smile, radiating love for the world. However, that loving gaze sent an unsettling shiver through Kakashi. He felt like a stray dog, impeccably dressed but ultimately lost and homeless. Father, please tell me, why? Kakashi murmured, his eyes distant. He couldn't comprehend it. He didn't know what was right or how to proceed. His father had saved his comrades, but in return, he had been dishonored, slandered, and ultimately chosen to end his own life. Then, Kakashi had prioritized the mission over his comrades, but why did they still reject him? Kakashi grappled with this question, struggling to find an answer. He was baffled, a young ninja who had graduated from the academy at an astonishingly young age, yet this was the first time he had been so confused. The will of fire he had been taught emphasized that everyone in the village was like family. They were comrades, akin to a family, to be protected at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing one's life. Yet, his father had taken his own life due to his choice to save comrades, which had led to a mission failure. In other words, ninjas should prioritize missions, comrades were merely tools for accomplishing those missions. When necessary, their lives could be discarded without hesitation. So, what was the point of the will of fire he had learned in the academy? Kakashi wondered, his thoughts spiraling into absurdity. As he grappled with these contradictory ideas, Kakashi's mind seemed to split in two. The concepts of comrades and mission relentlessly clashed in his thoughts, pushing him to the brink. Suddenly, Kakashi clutched his head, his face contorted in pain. The pain was excruciating, and it felt like his skull was about to burst. Which path was the correct one? Why had he chosen the mission, yet still faced rejection? If he was wrong, then his father's choice was right. But why had his father committed suicide? Should he prioritize companions or missions? What truly was the will of fire? Tormented by these conflicting thoughts, Kakashi finally succumbed. He knelt before his father's grave, his hands pressed to the ground, cold sweat beading on his face. Damn it! My head! Tell me, father! What's the right path? In the woods next to the cemetery, a figure leaned against a tree, with only half of his face exposed, while the other half of his face was shrouded in darkness. It was the face of a young male. Shiraishi. He was leaning against the tree, with his hands in his trouser pockets, quietly listening to Kakashi's vaguely painful moans.